Okay, good morning, everyone. And thank you for being here today at the TRPA Governing Board meeting. Today is Wednesday, July 26th, and it is 10:10 a.m. So close to on time. We're going to see if we can keep this moving along today. And so our first item on the agenda is the roll call. Maria, I'll ask you to call the roll.
Miss Alding.
Here.
Bellman.
Here.
Miss Conrad Seda.
Here.
Miss Dis.
Here.
Miss Faustinos.
Here.
Mr. Friedrich.
Sorry, here.
Miss Gustafson.
Here.
Miss Hayes.
Here.
Miss Hill. Mr. Honigman.
Here.
Miss Lane.
Here.
Mr. Rice.
Here.
Mr. Settlemeyer.
Here.
Miss Williamson.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Maria. And before we get started on the rest of the agenda, I wanted to take this opportunity to welcome in person both Ms. Bauman, who's sitting in for Secretary of State Aguilar, and our newest member, our presidential appointment, Ms. Megan Hayes. I wanted to give you the opportunity if you'd like to say a few words, or am I putting you on the spot? First thing on the
Thank
board.
you for having me. I'm excited to be here. I'll
Great.
keep it short.
Okay, thank you. All right, and so with that, I'll go over the remote and in-person meeting rules for the day. For members of the public who are joining us remotely, to observe the meeting, go to trpa.gov and under the calendar header, click on Governing Board Hybrid Meeting for July 26, 2023. There you will find a link to the public webinar hosted on Zoom. To address board members directly with your comments, raise your hand in Zoom by clicking raise hand at the bottom of your screen at the appropriate agenda item. With your hand raised, you will be unmuted by TRPA staff and have 3 minutes to address the board. If you have used the dial-in numbers to join us by telephone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and be unmuted. To remote board members, if you wish to speak, please also raise your hand in Zoom. You will find the hand icon on the bottom of your screen. Remote board members may not use the chat box to make any comments or to have sidebar conversations. Please, everyone, remember to mute your mic unless speaking to cut down on background noise. And finally, I would also like to ask that all remote members turn on their cameras if they are able. Members of the public who have joined us in person today, welcome, first off, and please use the sign-in sheets at the back of the room to indicate which item you're intending to comment on. At the appropriate time for public comment on an agenda item, please line up at the podium to speak. And board members who are here in person, you know the drill. Please raise your hand or signal me and I will try to catch you, or just speak up when you have a question or a comment. And so with that, today I'd like to start with our Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like to ask former member Bud Hicks to lead us in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Bud. And with that, we'll move on to approval of the agenda. Are there any staff changes to the agenda today?
Madam Chair, thank you. This is Julie Reagan, the TRPA Executive Director. Yes, we recommend one change. We've had a request to pull item number 1 on the consent calendar, which is found on page 29 of your packet, for a multiple parcel, multiple use pier. And so we recommend pulling that off consent and taking that first up if it's the pleasure of the board.
Thank you. Are there any concerns or objections from the board on removing that item for public discussion? Okay. With that, then we'll deem the agenda approved and amended. And thank you. I'd like to remind the board that we are still short a member from the California appointment to replace Bill Yates. I hear that might be in the works, and we keep hoping that we're going to get a full board. But in the meantime, our California members, please stick with us to maintain a quorum through today's agenda. Then we'll move on to agenda item 4, which is approval of the minutes from June 28th, 2023 meeting will be in the next packet, so there will be no action on this item today. Then we'll move on to TRPA consent calendar, and that's item 5 on our agenda. There is only the one item on consent calendar, and we have pulled that for discussion. So with that, do we want to go right to that discussion? Yes.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
I would recommend, since Bud Hick is with us this morning, that we consider the old consent calendar item after we recognize Bud's contribution to the board.
Okay, well, that's a great change. Thank you for that recommendation. And so we will hold on item 1A. We'll welcome Commissioner Hill, who has joined us now in the room, and we'll move on to our item, and I've got to look at this item 6A. And this is the recognition of a former governing board presidential appointment, AJ Bud Hicks. Information on this item can be found on page 81. And as a reminder to the public, after staff presentation and board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand or be called on in Zoom webinar to be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. So I'm going to turn this over to Julie Reagan to make some comments.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA Executive Director. I would love to invite, well, Bud is in the front row. So, but if you would stand so we can, I told him we would not painfully roast him. This will all be very easy to swallow, but I couldn't be prouder to kick this item off and then to ask our chair to read the resolution. It's been my privilege to serve with Bud in his 5 years on the governing board, but really, as the resolution indicates, our work together goes back to the Angora wildfire and Bud's leadership on what we called the Blue Ribbon Commission. It was the Bi-State Fire Commission that really changed the face of the Tahoe Basin's partnership around wildfire and response and emergency preparedness. And Bud was really a leader in that initiative. And then he rolled that positive force right into the governing board in his seat as an ex officio non-voting member. It didn't stop Bud from making a huge influence on this policy board in the area of wildfire and his leadership on the governing board as the chair of our Forest Health Committee and Wildfire Committee. So it's just really a privilege to have worked with Bud. And I know all of you would like to say a few words as well. So I will turn it back to you, Madam Chair, to take it from there. But just really appreciate Bud coming today to have a chance to sing your praises.
Great. Well, Bud, I'm going to read the resolution and then take board member comments. Because I think staff has done an excellent job of trying to capture what we all would like to say about you. So this is a resolution recognizing former governing board member AJ Bud Hicks, presidential appointee. Whereas AJ Bud Hicks has diligently served the people of the United States as the presidential board appointee to the TRPA from 2018 to 2023. And whereas he has contributed greatly to upholding the Bi-State Tahoe Regional Planning Compact and supporting the restoration, protection, and enhancement of Lake Tahoe and its communities. And whereas Bud played a pivotal role on the California-Nevada Tahoe Basin Fire Commission to identify and implement constructive changes to policies and practices within the basin to improve forest management and prevent catastrophic wildfire after the devastating Angora fire. And whereas his exceptional leadership as the chair of the TRPA Forest Health and Wildfire Committee has significantly contributed to advancing forest health priorities and resilience in the Tahoe Basin, while at the same time supported TRPA staff members and offered guidance and mentorship. And board members too, by the way. And whereas his remarkable legal expertise and experience in Nevada has been instrumental to the TRPA Legal Committee in implementing the goals and policies of the Lake Tahoe Regional Plan. And whereas his pragmatic and collaborative approach has greatly contributed to the improvement of interagency, interstate cooperation, and garnered the respect of his governing board member colleagues. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the TRPA provides this official proclamation to Bud Hicks to extend its gratitude for his invaluable contributions to the Lake Tahoe region as his term comes to an end. And hopefully we pass and adopt that later today and present it to you.
I hope
And-
there's enough votes.
Yeah, we're hoping so. But I'll just start with, one thing this doesn't reflect, and Julie mentioned it, not only do we not get paid to do this job, and none of us get that, but you also didn't even get a vote. And yet your 5 years of service here and the wisdom and guidance you provided us all is just so greatly appreciated. So thank you. And then I'll open it up to any other members of the board who would like to say, yes, Shelley.
Will not, he doesn't get a vote, but that has never quelled his enthusiasm for participating in governing board meetings. But I appreciate that very much. And as an agency, because I've been here for 20 years on this board, we have been blessed by having presidential appointees who take their jobs seriously, even though they're not compensated and they can't vote. They still, their wisdom and their passion can also influence the decisions made by this board, regardless of whether or not you have the right to cast a vote in any given situation. So I appreciate everything you've done, and I'm sure you won't be a stranger. And I wish you the best of luck with all of your future endeavors.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was so fortunate to be able to spend 3 years of my term on TRPA with you, all 3 of those years. And you were such a great force. You were always very prepared with your comments. You always had good insights, and you definitely are leaving behind very big shoes for the new presidential appointment to fill. But you were just graceful, kind, always had great perception as to what we were talking about, and your dedication to this position was well noted by others. But I was, fortunate that I was able to serve with you. So I thank you and I congratulate you.
I just had a short time with Bud, but really appreciate your spirit of cooperation and working really for the benefit of the basin without having a hat on to achieve a certain end goal. You really worked together with all of us, and you embodied, I think, what all of us try to bring to the table here too. So thank you so much, and we will miss you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hicks, it was a pleasure to serve with you. Even the short time we were, I always appreciated that you always came with reams of printed out information in order to have all the homework done. I appreciated seeing that. It was a pleasure to get to know you. And also after knowing your son, I can see where he gets it from. Thank you.
Mr. Friedrich, did you have?
I sure do. Well, Bud, certainly gonna miss you as a colleague here. I had the privilege of serving with you on the Forest Health Committee, where it was noted in the resolution your leadership there and on policy issues, and a couple in particular just worth for the record, the biomass energy pilot here in South Lake Tahoe. Hopefully that leads to more of that as a real win-win solution for energy and forest health, and all mechanized treatment on steep slopes. So I would just say, in addition to collaborative and pragmatic, you've been effective and kind of focused on accomplishments. So I appreciated that. And as others have said, those things, probably mean more than votes that you didn't get a cast. So, and I just also appreciated your way of being, as others have said, kind, collaborative, a real gentleman. So it's been a pleasure serving with you, and thanks for your leadership on those issues, I think, which will make a real difference in the basin. Hopefully continue to, holding that torch that you've lit in a safe, fire safe way. So anyway, see you down the road.
Okay, Ms. Dis.
Well, I want to echo a lot of what everyone else has said and reinforce it. I want to thank you, Bud. We're so grateful for your passion and commitment to this agency. I sort of had to remind myself sometimes that you didn't get a vote, because you are so prepared every time and bring such great commentary to the discussion, and I really appreciated it. And as now, like several times removed, not the newest member anymore. It's really great. Thank you, everybody. But even though it's only been a year, I just want to say, really thank you for being so welcoming and supportive of all of us new members as we join the board, and helping us to learn and grow in the ways that you were able to do so. So thank you very much for all of that and hope to see you around.
Ms. Williamson?
Like others before me, everything that they said is exactly true. You always came with thoughtful remarks, particularly on the legal and the forest health committees. We'll really miss your inputs on those in particular. Always so measured, always so reasoned, and your ability to not only make thoughtful comments, but listen to others is truly exceptional. And I will also miss our twinning days when we had matching hats and vests. So the fun we had as twins as well. But I did want to just thank you so much for your passion, for the basin, for the work you did here. It's really appreciated. We have a lot of gratitude for it.
Thank you. Ms. Hill?
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to say, of course, I agree with all my colleagues and it has been an honor to serve with you, but Bud, you're not done. And I know how to find you and I will be reaching out for advice as we move forward on all of these challenging efforts that we're putting forward in the basin. And I look forward to continuing the dialogue. So thank you for your service.
Yes, Mr. Rice.
On a more personal note, I want to thank you for being so welcoming. When I got elected 4 years ago, boy, that went fast. And joining this body, it was a little intimidating. And I can see how it could be a little overwhelming for some folks. But you took most of that away. You were kind, you were not condescending. All of the positive things that I could say, unfortunately, my tongue is a little thick and I have not been drinking. But thank you for your welcoming nature and for all of the fun that we had.
Thank you. And Ms. Fastinos has her hand raised.
Yes, hi, Bud. So sorry I'm not there in person. I really enjoyed tremendously all the committee meetings I shared with you with your leadership on forest health. And, I think in particular, I just want to quickly mention I think it was 2 strategic planning sessions ago, we were able to pair up a little bit and share our personal stories. And I just want to ping for those of you that are not familiar with some of Bud's background, ask him about how one of his legal cases turned into a movie. It's a fascinating story. So, Bud, I hope to see you, whenever I'm up in Tahoe. I know you spend time there and maybe we can hook up and grab a cup of coffee. So thank you for all you've done. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vince, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, Bud, we haven't really worked together closely on the board, but your presence has been really great. You're incredibly smart and diligent and professional, yet also very kind and accepting and welcoming. And we're going to miss you. So I hope we see you in the room at least, or online or something, and get your help moving forward on a lot of the stuff we're doing. Really appreciate your time here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's all the board members. And I know we have some members of the public who would like to address this. Yes. So we'll go to public comment, and anyone who would like to address the governing board on this item, please raise your hand now, either in person or by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen or dialing *9 on your phone, and we'll work there. And I know that Mr. Teixeira, on behalf of the Lake Tahoe Basin Fire Chiefs, requested to say a few words.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the governing board and staff and members of the public. Steve Teixeira, my company is Sustainable Community Advocates. Many of you know that I work closely with the Tahoe Basin Fire Chiefs and also the leadership of the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. We're especially appreciative of Bud's work. We could go to him as the chair of the committee. We could work with he as the chair and staff to bring items forward. As Member Fredericks mentioned, there was a couple of really important policy changes that came forward and code ordinance changes that really helped to streamline some of the work that's done in the forest. So, and Bud's recollection of his work on the Bi-State Fire Commission was really outstanding. That was some time ago, and he never failed to be on point with how it happened and what happened, and remembering some of the things that had not been done that the commission recommended that we were able to get done during his time as the chair of that committee. So thank you, Bud. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dolan, did you have a comment?
Yes, please. Steve Dolan, Incline Village. On behalf of the public that has harassed you and attempted to cajole you into many things, I want to thank you for always having an open ear and working for the forest that we love so much. And we'll miss you. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other public commenters in the room. Do we have anybody online?
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised online. Alan Miller, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Good morning, members of the public. I just would like to say that the legal genius Bud Hicks totally rolled me at the appeal hearing over the ski run tower with his legal recommendation. And so, despite all the cheerleading this morning, I have no particular reason to think that he was an outstanding board member. Thank you.
And is that it for, okay, then if that's it for public comment, now I would like to go to staff. So I'm sure our executive team would like to say some words. Mr. Hester.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You all have talked about the great job Bud did, how well prepared and serious he was and all of that. I like to tell a Bud Hicks story when people say, well, what does the presidential appointee do if they don't vote? And I say, well, this guy Bud Hicks walked into his first meeting, stood in the door with his cell phone and said, I'm Bud Hicks, I'm the new presidential appointee until I get a tweet. And so I just want to thank you for giving me that story and for your sense of humor, but we're going to be missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bud, for your unwavering legal support for the agency and your wisdom and your openness to us coming to you and asking questions and seeking advice. Thank you.
Yes, Kim.
Hi, Bud. I just wanted to echo everything that everyone has said and say thank you again from the staff perspective. You know, Kat McIntyre, who's here today, and myself, I'll speak for both of us. It was such a pleasure being able to prepare with you for certain agenda items, and you were so appreciative and understanding of the work we were doing and so helpful on getting us prepared to present to you and the public. And it was just really, really appreciated, and we'll remember it. So thank you.
Okay. And with that, if there's no other comments, I'd entertain a motion to approve the earlier resolution that was read in the record. Thank you, Mr. Settlemyer. And do we need to do a roll call vote because we have people online? No. Okay, then those of you online as well as everyone in here, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes. And Bud, thanks again. Yep, I will do that.
For the benefit of the board, we have a beautiful piece of Lake Tahoe for Bud to remember us. It's a little sharp on the corners, so be careful. No injuries on your way out the door. And we will get a picture. There you go.
Good, I get rebuttal. And, you know, I always appreciate public comment and I'm glad it's alive and well. And I don't take it personal. But I like to thank all of you on the board. You've been great to work with. It's been a real pleasure to work with you. It's been my privilege to be on the board. And in addition to you, some of your predecessors too. I've learned amazing things from all of you, from associating with you and watching you work and talking with you. And then some of the predecessors, Bill Yates, there's no one like Bill Yates, Mark Bruce, Clem Belt, and several others, just superstars. And, you know, I went on the board 5 years ago, but I went on with a little bit of skepticism because I had been around Tahoe for many years and I'd bumped heads with TRPA 25 years ago or so. And I thought, oh, well, maybe I can do something. But I came on and I found that the agency has really evolved. It's a wonderful agency. You have great staff. The board members are dedicated. And Cindy, as you pointed out, it's true, the presidential appointee doesn't get paid, but neither do any of you. And I don't think the public fully understands or appreciates the time and effort, energies and dedication it takes to be a member of the board. You know, we get those big packets every month to read. Of course, I'm a paper guy. So you all do a wonderful job for the agency and for the lake, and that's truly appreciated. I'd also like to thank the staff. The staff has been wonderful to work with. Julie, you, and before you, Joanne, wonderful people. John Hester, John Marshall, the two Johns, Chris and Kim and Kat, who you'll be hearing from in a minute. Been great to work with. I truly appreciate it all. And of course, Maria, who keeps it all together. And Ms. Hayes, again, I welcome you to the board. And as I told you, people in our position may not have a vote, but we have a voice and opinions, and don't be afraid to express them. And then contrary to the fact that my appointing person, the former president, well, he was the former president, but I do not claim that you stole the seat. So with that, I think that's enough words from me. Thank you very much. Thank you all. It's just been a real pleasure.
Okay, and so with that, we'll go back to our TRPA consent calendar item 5 that we've pulled. Julie, do you want to, or John, you're going to start us off on this item?
I think I was going to turn it over to Shelley. Did you want to? We have an opportunity to hear the item. And so if you, I believe, we have a member of the public, Alan
Okay.
Miller.
You submitted written
online.
comments. Would you
Submitted
like me to
written
go
comments.
ahead?
Sure.
Is there anyone else in the room who would like to address this item? We do have a comment from Mr. Miller. Otherwise, let's hear from Mr. Miller and then we'll come back. Is that okay, Gary? Yeah. Okay. So Mr. Miller, we'll unmute your mic, please, and make your public comment.
I'd like to address the applicants for this permit. I really, it's a sad situation that I have to object here to your project because TRPA hasn't done its due diligence and is continuing in the face of mounting evidence to approve without any evaluation additional plastic structures in the shore zone of Lake Tahoe, which are subject to deterioration in the weather and the elements. And so I have to object because this program has to change for the good of the lake. And I'm just very happy that there is a viable alternative to cease the use of plastic, which is to use wood, stone, concrete that's already set, cease the use of paints that contain microplastics, because that's what these docks degrade into. And that's the main thing. Wood, stone, other minerals, glass, and steel, you know, and irons that, you know, we don't need these foreign forever materials in Lake Tahoe, and they're just going to accumulate and accumulate and accumulate. And this board just hasn't got the message yet. So I'm just going to keep saying it. It's got to stop. I wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, for your comments. Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item in the room? Okay. Would the applicant like to speak to the item, or do the board members have any questions? Let's go to the applicant first and then see if we have any questions.
There we go. Thank you, Ms. Gustafson. Nice to see you. And thank you, TRPA Governing Board. My name is Gary Furumoto, and I'm representing the Olivers and the Ponds and the Howards on this new multiple use pier application. I've read through Alan Miller's email and just want to say a couple of things here. We've designed the pier in accordance with TRPA's current standards. Mr. Miller did say that he would withdraw his objection if we're willing to change some of our materials. So I have spoken to the owners. Right now, we're proposing a composite decking, and we're willing to replace that with a wood decking, untreated wood. And his other objection was with regards to paint on the piling. And we have used black paint to comply with TRPA's color standards. We would like to keep the black paint on the piling. If it's if that's going to keep us from getting an approval, we are willing to leave all steel untreated and let it patina and darken over time, as long as that's okay with TRPA. I'm here to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate your comments. Are there questions or comments from the board members?
Gary, I appreciate the willingness of your clients to make these concessions. You know, I thought it was important to hear this item. I will say that based on a recent article that was released by UNR, University of Nevada, Reno, obviously the presence of microplastics at Lake Tahoe is troubling. But scientists, at least the scientists whose articles and periodicals I've read, are not attributing them to any particular source. They're speculating that synthetic clothing may be one source, but they've also discovered these microplastics at various levels in largely undisturbed lakes that have not been significantly impacted by human activity. So, but on the other hand, it is an emerging topic of concern. And so I thought it appropriate to recommend that we remove this item from consent to see if the applicant in this case was willing to make any concessions. It sounds to me like you are. I don't know if there's an appetite to require you not to use the black paint. I understand that it is done not only probably to preserve the metal piles, but also to reduce the reflectivity from the metal to meet our scenic standards. So I'm, as an individual board member, willing to accept the concession you made on the decking, and I appreciate your willingness to make that concession.
Thank you. And one comment on the steel, if we do let it go untreated, it's not going to be a reflective material. It will have already, most of the steel is already patinaed to a darker brown, and it's non-reflective before it's installed. So it's not, you know, we're not proposing shiny steel of any type to go into the lake.
Thank you. Mr. Settlemeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the previous speaker, the concept of the concession on the decking. You know, whether we know exactly what science is saying or not, probably seems more reasonable to have more natural products. So I appreciate the concession on that. I would prefer to see the black paint because the concept of allowing rust to metal within metal to rust within the water doesn't seem too beneficial to the environment, in my overall opinion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other board members have any comments? Yes, Ms. Lane.
Just one quick question. The applicant mentioned that they would be willing to do the latter if it passed, if it met with TRPA's rules. So is that allowable?
Both elements are allowable. We have a sophisticated scenic scoring system to look at and measure impact associated with new piers on Lake Tahoe. The black paint is something that helps get rid of any reflectivity. And so it increases scores. I've been informed by staff that in this particular case, it would not affect the scoring for this pier. So if it's the desire of the board and the applicant, then we can accept the bare steel.
And the applicant just mentioned that it will be installed as non-reflective. So that relates that question. And then with regards to Mr. Settlemeyer's comments about rust, is there any analysis by TRPA with regards to that?
There's no analysis of that. I can't speak to you at this moment about, one pier is not going to probably make the difference in Lake Tahoe water quality as a result of rust. It is, though, if we decide to not have, we do require single piling piers. And I think the only way you could do that is with steel. So that would, potentially be an issue down the road. I think we can look at that for the next pier online and see if there's a concern regarding rusting and whether or not there's a water quality issue that we may want to address as a result of that.
Yes, Ms. Conrad, say it.
Can I just suggest maybe for this one that we accept the wooden decking and in regards to the paint versus or painted versus unpainted, because we just don't know what the paint is. We don't have those details in front of us. If there is an opportunity to, in improving this, have staff just work with the applicants to compare the paint versus the steel in a reasonable amount of time to have that comparison and then make the determination once they have more information. Because I feel like at this point, none of us have enough information to compare the two, but to leave that open to that discussion with staff. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay.
I see Vince's hand up.
Yeah, it was, thank you. In seeing that report on the microplastics in Tahoe, that was very concerning, as were the pictures that Mr. Miller shared about all the degrading plastics on piers and docks and floats and things like that in the lake. I was wondering, is there any way do we know if UNR is working on this any further? Are they going to be doing any more research? Could we work with them to try to find out what these sources are? Because it seems like changing those codes would be beneficial if we find out that the piers and other objects that we're permitting are causing a lot of this problem. So I just wondered, is there where do we go from here to figure this out and help solve the problem?
Ms. Reagan, did you want to address it?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA Executive Director. That's an excellent question, Vince. And there is a lot of research underway. As I shared with you some of the materials around that announcement, there's a lot of follow-up that's being done. First and foremost, the Tahoe Science Advisory Council is standing up a working group on microplastics to really dive into this issue. It's an emerging area of research and science. UC Davis and Desert Research Institute has both been looking at this. This is the first time a study has been peer-reviewed and published in Nature, obviously, with a lot of credibility in the scientific journal, but it's still very new in the area of research, and there was no conclusion about where those particles were come from and exactly what kind of particles, microplastics they were. And we're going to be working with the science community on that. And it's a global problem. I mean, for me, these are my colleagues in the lab at University of Nevada, Reno that I'm working on my doctoral dissertation. And what it emphasized for us is that Tahoe is not immune from a global problem. The United Nations has just stood up an entire plastics initiative worldwide. Microplastics are probably in our bloodstreams today, sitting here at this dais, because it's how we live. It's everything that we use in modern society, the kinds of clothes that we wear. We don't know if the particles are traveling from atmospheric deposition, from dryer vents around, who knows where throughout the airshed. In the era of wildfire, we already know things are traveling through smoke columns into the basin. We have new invasive weeds. We have all manner of new issues that we're tackling because we are a connected global society in many ways. So we are looking at that. We've already engaged with the science community and with the Lahontan Water Board, the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, the US EPA, to sit down and look at not only the environmental issues related to microplastics, but human health and drinking water concerns from Lake Tahoe. So it's something that we're working on. I was going to touch on it briefly in the work plan. But at this point, we need more research and science to really understand how these microplastics are getting in here and what is the right strategy to address it.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Friedrich.
I appreciate the offers to use more natural materials and just seem common sense, not introduce toxic paint into the lake as well. So, but I'm happy to have that discussion go on to look at the data and evidence, and it does seem to suggest we should relook at the material requirements for all pier applications. If it's a concern for this one, it's a concern for everyone. The length, I know that this is part of the shore zone and plan. This comes up every time. So I think the analysis was 65 to 80 feet longer than any adjacent pier. And do you know the end of the pier, how far is it from the no wake zone? Is it?
I don't know that. What we're trying to do is have these piers be able to be functional during low water conditions. And out in this area, it's a very flat shelf. And we design our pier, I believe it's going to around 6220 elevation. So we're still in pretty shallow water there.
So I think it's about a 270-foot pier. Is that Gary?
I think it's 236.
So it is a 600-foot no wake zone. So you still have the difference.
Mm-hmm. And there's quite a large buoy field there too in that area.
Yeah, and I don't know if this was, we're getting more and more of these multiple parcel long, large piers. And I don't know if that was anticipated or if that's the outcome we're seeking. If it certainly would, impacts non-motorized boating, paddle boarding and all that. The further piers out, the more you have to go out and with the motorboats, which is a safety issue and a kind of deterrent to non-motorized boating. So I know that these are the rules that we have. I don't know what it would, if there would be an appetite in the future, maybe it's a different conversation to look at this provision or what it would take to kind of reconsider this provision. But I'm a little troubled by having a string of these type of very large structures in the water of whatever material they're made of. And I'm not sure, and again, is the trade-off worth it to have, fewer piers side by side to have one large intrusion? But I guess that's a discussion for another day, but just wanted to plant the seed. I think at some point we should have that discussion. But I understand that you're making this application within the rules that we have. And, for my input would be to take you up on both of your offered concessions, just to, have the least artificial material impact introduced into the lake. But, I know there's some mixed views on one of the provisions, so.
Thank you. Any other board comments or questions?
Thank
Before you do that, I did have a comment. Yes, Mr. Settlemeyer, go first and then I'll have a comment.
Thank you for the second opportunity to speak. Not that Google is the best thing in the world, but the most recent article was published in 129 of this year. Steel corrosion is a major contributor to climate change. This is the first study that quantified the environmental impact associated with the steel corrosion. So to me, the concept would be to do this once and not have to do it when it rusts out again. And that reduces the amount of steel that's required and the energy required to make said steel. So that's the way I was leaning, just so you know, Ms. Gustafson. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This pier falls within Placer County jurisdiction. I'm quite familiar with this area. I live nearby. And I really appreciate the applicant's willingness to change. I get nervous about this agency based on an article without other science starting to make these recommendations. Many of the decks adjacent to the lake are made of Trex and other types of materials that I don't know their content, but we need to do a lot more research. I am absolutely thankful to the applicant to try to resolve this and try to do your best to protect the lake if it is a contributing factor. But I hate to start getting into that without the scientists really advising us on a policy that we should set, because I know as one person up here, I am not that scientist, and I trust our Tahoe Science Advisory Committee to give us that input as we move forward. So those were my comments. Shelley, you were prepared to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I also wanted to mention that Trex is made of reclaimed wood, plastic, and sawdust. Those are the principal components. Yeah, no, there are other artificial wood products that can be used. I'm always an advocate, or a supporter of the belief that, a pound of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And since we have an applicant who's willing to make some concessions, which we very much appreciate because we know you're not obligated to do that, I'm prepared to make the following motion. I move to approve the required findings, including a finding of no significant effect. It's the first motion.
Okay. Motion. I'm sorry, Maria, will you call the roll?
Miss Aldine.
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
Okay, Ms. Aldine, you want to continue?
Yes, I further make a motion to approve the proposed project subject to the conditions in the draft permit, subject to the following changes. That instead of the use of composite material for the pier decking, a natural wood decking will be used. And the applicant will confer with TRPA staff to determine the appropriate treatment for the steel piles, whether they be left unpainted and left to rust naturally, or whether they be painted in accordance with the applicant's original permit.
Okay. Thank you. Mario, you would call the roll?
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane.
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
And Madam Chair, my assumption is that staff will take into consideration Mr. Settlemeyer's concern about rust particles entering the water body.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Good to see you. With that, then we will move on now to our planning matters, item 7 on our agenda, on today's agenda. And these are public hearings. The first one being Forest Health Program and Emergency Response Coordination. We have quite a few badges for those of you online who can't see that we have a great team here to present, and we're going to turn it over to Kat McIntyre to start this off.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and board members. I want to introduce Deputy Greg Almos from the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office and Chief Scott Lindgren from Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District. I'm going to give an overview of the forest health accomplishments and work that's been going on in the basin for the past year. And then we're going to talk about evacuation planning. I'll give a brief introduction on that material, but I wanted to bring the experts to also fill in where needed. And as you can see, the experts definitely showed up. So thank you, everyone. Next slide, please. So this is just an overview of the presentation I'm going to be giving. We're going to start with some background, history, and context, just really setting the stage on what forest health means and why restoration and treatments are important to the basin. I'll dig into our priorities and projects that I've broken into 3 categories. I'll talk about the capacity and funding piece that we've been working on in Tahoe Fire and Fuels. We'll talk about evacuation planning. As we all know, with the previous board meetings, that has come up quite a bit. And so we want to be able to address that and speak to it. And then we'll open it up for questions and discussions. Next slide, please. So I bought this book because I'm a nerd, but essentially it looks at all the forests in the Sierra Nevada and it compares them over a century. So they're historical photos. The one on the left is from 1914, and that's Mount Talac. It's about west northwest across from Fallen Leaf Lake, looking at Mount Talac. So if you're wanting to orient yourself, the photograph on the right is from 1994. So about 80 years later, approximately the same location. The guy actually had a challenge taking the picture because a tree had grown in the area where the original location was taken. But this really just exemplifies the amount of trees, the density of trees, and the size of trees, and how much they have increased over the past century in the Tahoe Basin. Next slide, please. I know this is small, sorry, we're working with these TVs. So I want to unpack a little bit what forest health in the Tahoe Basin means. So when we talk about forest health and what that is, historically, that has been a less dense forest that is vertically diverse. So that's multiple age classes, multiple seral stages of forests, and then also horizontally diverse. So when we talk about horizontal heterogeneity in a forest and across the landscape, in the Sierra Nevadas, and especially in our area, that's clumpy groupy is the scientific term. We're looking for clumps and stands of forest with open pockets and not a lot of pattern, if you will, to what that looks like. In order to achieve that, after decades and a century of fire suppression, we use treatments or forest restoration, and those can include things like mechanical and hand thinning, mastication, lop and scatter or chipping, replanting of native species, either for soil stabilization, habitat improvement, or restoration, and prescribed burning, including broadcast and pile burning. And we see all of these occurring in the Tahoe Basin today. And why do we treat the forest other than that century of fire suppression? We have insects and disease that are a natural part of the ecosystem that attack more dense forests. We have a reduction of fire risk, reduction of competition. When you have too many trees, it's like too many straws in a cup trying to drink, especially in a drought. And then habitat improvements or restoration. So we always talk about fire risk, but I wanted to just really hit home with everyone that forest health encompasses all of these, and you can be doing all these different management strategies at the same time to hit a variety of different reasons. It's not really just one thing for one purpose. Next slide, please. So when we talk about forest health and the forest health program of work in the Tahoe Basin, this all falls under the environmental improvement program. And this is really the hierarchy of how that works. So the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team is the on the ground, it's fire districts, it's land managers, it's regulatory agencies. They're the ones doing the work, making the regulations, figuring out every year what our priorities are going to be. And we take direction and recommendations and supervision from the multi-agency coordination group, which is the MAC. And that's Chief Lindgren is the chair of the MAC. Chief Layton out of Placer is the co-chair of the MAC. And that's all of the fire district chiefs, the Forest Service, their chiefs, Carrie Thaler, Julie sits on it. There's a variety of executives that sit on that, and they really direct Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. And Tahoe Fire and Fuels team is a working group of the TIE Interagency Executive Steering Committee. So all of the work that occurs at TIE that involves forest health funnels down into the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. And how do we get that work done? We have a forest action plan. And the forest action plan was created in 2019. And it's a three-pronged approach to getting work done in the basin. And it includes capacity and workforce development, technology and data, and then looking at larger landscapes. And the main crux of this is there's a goal of accomplishing 22,000 acres of WUI treatment by 2025 in the Tahoe Basin. And if we are able to accomplish that, we will have achieved initial entry on all WUI acreage in the Tahoe Basin. Next slide, please.
Kat, for our newest members, would you like to share the meaning of the acronym WUI?
Oh, WUI, Wildland Urban Interface. It's where communities interface with the general forest. So much of the Tahoe Basin is considered WUI or Wildland Urban Interface. So the National Cohesive Strategy, this came out of the FLAME Act of 2009. And it outlines three broad goals or strategies to comprehensively address wildland fire across the United States. This was developed collaboratively by federal, state, local, tribal governments, as well as the science community. And it outlines 3 goals. And those 3 goals, the reason I wanted to present this framework is because I break the projects down by this. And I want to exemplify that Tahoe Fire and Fuels team and the implementers and the work we're doing are really focusing on trying to get that comprehensive picture and hit all of those 3 goals. So it's restore and maintain landscapes, fire adapted communities, and wildfire response. So you'll see this incorporated again throughout the presentation. Next slide, please. So what is the work that we're doing regarding fire adapted communities? Next slide, please. So these are the basin-wide events. This is just a sampling. This is by no means all encompassing, and communication that is occurring in the Tahoe Basin with the partners. So in the middle, you see the Tahoe Basin Wildfire Annual Wildfire Messaging Campaign. This gets pushed out to all of our partners. It's Protect Our Home, Prepare for Wildfire. You can go to that website. It will point you to your fire district, how to be ready, set, go if a wildfire should come through, defensible space, home hardening, you name it. It's kind of a great one-stop shop for all the information. And then these are just 2 example events that have occurred. Firefest occurs annually. All of the partners are there. Again, it's an opportunity to educate the public on fire risk, how to home harden, defensible space, and then the Community Wildfire Preparedness Workshop. Again, just another opportunity. I believe that one was on the North Shore. Next slide, please. We've made great advances in the Fire Adapted Communities program that's run through the Tahoe RCD. So right now there are 20 Firewise USA recognized neighborhoods and sites around the Tahoe Basin, and that's all around the Tahoe Basin. You can go to the Firewise website. It lays it all out. There are 67 neighborhood leaders, and these are people who have taken the initiative to work with their little neighborhood or their community to talk about what home hardening looks like, what defensible space looks like. We had a record number of defensible space inspections for the Tahoe Basin this year, 7,000, almost 8,000. And you'll see that a majority of those come from the city of South Lake Tahoe Fire and Rescue. There was an investment in getting new defensible space inspectors up and running, and you can see it's paying dividends. And then lastly, our tree removal, our forester, Bruce Barr, he was able to issue 1,234 tree removal permits in the last year, and he's up to 500 just this year. So on track to be issuing a record number of tree removal permits as well for neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So now we'll talk about restoring and maintaining landscapes. Next slide, please. So this is a basin-wide overview. In 2022, we were able to complete approximately 2,000 acres of treatment. And the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team and basin partners are about halfway towards meeting the goal of the 22,000 acres of initial treatment in the WUI by 2025. We've made records. I mean, we've been able, we've been able to treat almost 90,000 acres since the Angora fire, and that is a huge amount. So we're constantly trying to work to increase our pace and scale and get more treatment done on the ground. Next slide, please. Digging into some of the specific projects, we've been able to get 2 broadcast prescribed fires done this past season. So the pictures on the left are from Sugar Pine Point State Park, which was done last year. And then the 2 pictures on the right are from the Forest Service prescribed burn that was on Pioneer near Golden Bear. That was about 13 acres. They had 28 people on it. And I went out there honking my horn. I was so excited. It was right on the road. It was beautiful. They had amazing fire effects. They had good combustion of the materials that were on the ground. And it was just a great way to showcase that we can do this work and we can do it safely and it can be near neighborhoods and visible. And so I was really excited about that prescribed burn. Sorry to go on a tangent. Next slide, please. The Nevada Tahoe resource team has been busy with several projects. So the bond plan project, crews have been hard at work on that project for about 1.5 years. Currently, they're thinning in the area and they burned piles this last winter. This project is jointly funded by LTRA and Nevada General Obligation Bonds. The Urban Lots Fuels Reduction Program. So this is a partnership with local fire districts to complete hazardous fuels removal in those wildland urban interface urban lots owned by Nevada. Over 58 acres were treated in 2022, and there's another 60 acres slated to go this year into next. And that project is funded through Lake Tahoe Restoration Act and Nevada Division of State Lands funding. Spooner Front Country hazardous fuels reduction. That project has already been completed, but we wanted to highlight the work that was done there. A couple hundred acres were treated for fuels reduction and hazard. And then lastly, the Marlet Summit hazardous fuels reduction project. It is not yet begun, but it's going to be 420 acres that will modify fire behavior and improve forest health. And this project just recently received a $1.4 million investment from the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, or SNPLMA. So next slide, please. The California Tahoe Conservancy has also been busy. The graphic on the top left shows the land ownership matrix that often we encounter in Tahoe neighborhoods. So the dark gray parcels are actually owned by California, through the Conservancy. And as part of that, California Tahoe Conservancy has been able to set up a community forestry and fire protection project. And they will be starting on the North Upper Truckee project under that this year. And that is actually one of the first to go under the PTEIR, the Tahoe PTEIR, which is the Programmatic Timber Environmental Impact Report. So that's exciting. The really big news out of the Tahoe Conservancy is the capacity building grants that they've been able to get out to the community. So the first one is about $3.3 million to Lake Valley Fire Protection District and the City of South Lake Tahoe Fire and Rescue. And that will be to plan and oversee projects to reduce fire risk on the South Shore. The second one is about $1.3 million to the Tahoe RCD, and that's to provide professional forestry services, including environmental review and prescriptions, to all different land ownerships on the California side. And then lastly, about $300,000 to the Washoe tribe. And this was to build capacity for restoration crews and also increase cultural burning, not only in the basin, but outside of the basin. Next slide, please. So the Nevada and California resilience corridors, we've brought highlights of these projects historically, but I wanted to bring them back. So for those that don't know, a resilience corridor is about 1,000 acres of varied treatment along each side of a power line. It provides a variety of benefits, including shaded fuel breaks, reduced fire risk, improved forest health, as well as removing ladder fuels and competition. The Liberty Resilience Corridor, which is stretching from South Lake all the way up the West Shore. About 300 acres of hand thinning will occur this season, and 500 acres of mechanical thinning will be laid out, and that's all going to be in the South Shore area. And for anyone who's been on the Nevada side, we've seen the Nevada Energy Resilience Corridor. 570 acres have been treated thus far between state, private, and federal partners and lands. Chief Lindgren can speak to the Nevada Energy Resilience Corridor. They've been doing a lot of great work out there. Next slide, please. And this one's for Bud, because he always would ask me about Lake Tahoe West, and I have some news. So for those that don't know, the Lake Tahoe West Restoration Project was a large landscape, comprehensive, collaboratively designed restoration project to treat the West Shore, both in terms of forest health and watersheds and water quality. It originally involved 3 lead agencies, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, the Forest Service, and the Tahoe Conservancy. There have been some challenges and fits and starts, but the project is moving forward and planning is essentially going to occur separately and in-house with each agency. So you'll see here, the National Forest System is currently working on NEPA for their lands on that, on the West Shore. Non-federal lands are going to be planned or implemented under the PTEIR or other CEQA authorities. They're going to be utilizing the CEQA authorities for treatments on National Forest System lands. So when you're doing a project on National Forest System lands and it's a Forest Service project, if you receive state funding, that can often trigger CEQA. These 2 authorities essentially allow for that streamlining. So SB 901 allows for CEQA exemptions for forest health fuels reduction projects on National Forest System lands as long as NEPA has been completed. And SB 155 creates a streamlined CEQA compliance process for watershed restoration projects on both federal and non-federal land. And I do like to point out that work is still occurring on this landscape. So while Lake Tahoe West hit some bumps, Work has still occurred out in this region, including the Meeks Meadow restoration and the West Shore WUI projects. Next slide, please. So the last piece I want to hit on before evacuation planning is response to wildfire. Next slide, please. So we've had several projects go forward under the Tahoe Water for Fire Suppression Partnership. So this partnership was formed in 2007 to address firefighting water infrastructure deficiencies within the Tahoe Basin. And recently, the partnership was awarded $2.1 million in Lake Tahoe Restoration Act funding. And this was the first time that they were actually allocated funding from that. This funding went towards 5 projects, which have all been completed and or near completion in the next year. So that money went immediately out to partners and in the ground. Projects included TCPUD, Tahoe City PUD's projects, City of South Lake STPUD's projects. Essentially, it was spread around the basin on 5 different projects. Next slide, please. Another cool project, and Chief Lindgren again can speak to this, the fire protection districts are going to start doing demonstration shaded fuel break projects. So what is a shaded fuel break? It is a break built in timbered areas where trees on the ground are thinned and pruned to reduce the fire potential, yet retain enough crown canopy to make it less favorable to microclimates for surface fires. So in the Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District, they're looking at the Skyland shaded fuel break. It'll be 23 acres on Forest Service lands, hand treatment and mastication, and Lake Valley Fire Protection District and the City of South Lake Tahoe Fire and Rescue are looking at a similar project around Golden Bear, which is 19 acres and will involve similar treatment types. Next slide, please. Capacity building. Next slide, please. So partners have done a lot of great work in terms of trying to build capacity in the basin to get more work done and places to send product. So you've heard previously about this, but the Lake Tahoe Community College Forestry Program kicked off this year. It was a collaborative community approach involving the Tahoe Conservancy, the Tahoe Fund, TRPA, and TRCD. This is a picture from the class that I led this past winter. We went out to Blodgett Experimental Forest down near Georgetown in the foothills, and they got to learn about different machines, how to survey different trees, forest inventory. It was just a really great experience. And I think they got a lot of really good hands-on mentorship. And many of these students have actually already started working at agencies within the basin. So several of the students are actually working for Tahoe Resource or Tahoe RCD on their forestry crews right now. So it's kind of exciting to see them go from the classroom actually out into the field doing work. Next slide, please. And then in terms of biomass utilization, we have multiple opportunities kind of bubbling up right now. The first ones are around energy and heat production. So this is the South Tahoe Refuse Project that Wordman Friedrich was speaking about. And they are currently working on the environmental analysis and design for that project and will be getting back to us. And then the other one is the North Star Community Services District is pursuing the implementation of a biomass facility that would produce heat for one of the North Star Village buildings. The picture on the left is the Carson City Sawmill. We've all seen this. The Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California has partnered with Tahoe Forest Products. They anticipate to produce about 50 million feet of lumber per year and employ about 40 people year round. It's currently focusing on purchases of Caldor fire, salvage, and cleanup, and focused on large logs with the idea and the potential to retool for smaller logs in the future. Next slide, please. And then funding and prioritization. So we have been fortunate to have record levels of funding for forest health and fuels reduction in the Tahoe Basin. And this is across all sectors that we see. In terms of federal, in the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act, we received $5.5 million in fiscal year 2023 funding for forest health. The Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, SNPLMA, close to $1 million of SNPLMA funding was invested in 2022 and 2023 on 3 forest health projects. And round 19 was just approved in 2023, and that's going to allocate another $12.8 million for forest health projects, including Lake Tahoe West, the resilience corridors, and the Marlet hazardous fuels reduction project that you saw. In terms of the state of California and Nevada, you saw on the Tahoe Conservancy slide, there have been millions of dollars in California funding going to capacity building. And as always, Nevada continues to fund forest health work through their bonds and license plate sales, making a huge impact on the East Shore. I also want to highlight there have been private investments. We've got STR on board who's willing to invest to help bring the biomass facility up to speed. Nevada Energy and Liberty are both investing in leveraging federal and public dollars to get those resilience corridors done. And then in terms of nonprofit, we have the Tahoe Fund and the League. The League participates in forest stewardship days where they get volunteers out on the field. And then the Tahoe Fund has been able to provide seed money for undergrounding of utility lines, specifically in Glenbrook. So it's really bringing all of the partners, all of the different funding streams together to really hit and get a comprehensive amount of treatment done in the Tahoe Basin. Next slide, please. Now here we are, evacuation planning. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we have all heard a lot from the public on evacuation planning recently. And we would be remiss if we didn't do due diligence and work with our partners to understand the system and to report back to our board. I do want to note there are clear roles and responsibilities in the system. Planning for and conducting evacuation, especially in the Tahoe Basin, involves many critical players. So the local fire service, that can include fire protection districts, state and federal resources. Their job is really evaluating and monitoring incidents and fire risk. They're the responders going to the fire. Then there's local law enforcement, all the sheriffs that you see in the room today. They are the ones that are authorized to call and conduct evacuation orders. And so what is TRPA's role? TRPA's role is really to support our local law enforcement, fire service, and emergency response services as needed or requested, whether that's information sharing, convening for lessons learned. That's where we see TRPA's role. Next slide, please. As I've mentioned, I participate in the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. We sit on the MAC with Chief Lindgren. And so I took it upon myself to start having some conversations with fire protection districts and sheriff's offices to understand what the system really looks like. And these are just some key themes that I've heard. Evacuation is dynamic. And depending on the hazard, it becomes even more complicated and dynamic. And so it's important that all options are always on the table when we're talking about evacuation or evacuation planning. Everyone mentioned that there is strong regional coordination and communication and relationships, that working through the MAC, working through the Regional Lake Tahoe Fire Chiefs Association, through trainings, they're building those relationships, building the lines of communication, and they all feel that whether it's cross county or cross state, that they have good working relationships with their partners. There are pre-attack plans that are created and kept internally. These identify all major roadways out, temporary refuge areas, critical infrastructure for protection, and everyone is participating in some level of unified command trainings or exercises regularly. I heard often, sorry, I didn't want to use regularly again, that defensible space around critical infrastructure is key. So this is evacuation routes, neighborhoods, temporary refuge areas, that it's really important that we maintain and implement defensible space around all of those key pieces if an evacuation were to happen. And then lastly, I heard this yesterday at the Placer County Board of Supervisors, the importance of education and outreach, that it is imperative for individuals to understand that they need to be ready and set and go and have their go bag and have a plan in the event that an incident should happen or evacuation should need to take place. Next slide, please. So while the Tahoe Basin has a challenging geography and includes multiple counties and states, we do have a lot of resources, and we are blessed with the ability to pull a lot of resources, whether that's from Reno, Carson City, Sacramento, you name it. And so all of these resources, all these partners are really the experts and are busy continuously improving and training and practicing their skills, including that coordination and communication. So the Tahoe Basin Critical Incident and Fire Preparedness Training Exercise just occurred out in Olympic Valley. This was last week. It involved Placer County Sheriff's, CAL FIRE, Placer County Office of Emergency Services, Truckee Police Department, Truckee Fire, California Highway Patrol, Liberty Utilities, you name it, they were there, and they went through scenarios, including 3 regarding wildfire, and how they communicate and how they plan and how they're going to move people if that were to happen. Next month, Incline Village is going to have an evacuation exercise. This will be for the Second Creek neighborhood and involves North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District, Washoe County Emergency Services. And that will be a great opportunity for the public to participate in an exercise and learn more about how this works. And then lastly, this is still more in its infancy, but the South Shore Public Information Officer Joint Incident Command Training and Practice. Public information officers in the South Shore are working to stand up a training and scenario planning and practice for everyone on how we communicate and how we get messaging out to the public during emergencies. Next slide, please. So while we've done all this great work, there are always lessons learned and there are always things that need to be implemented. And we see that regularly. After each fire in the basin, we have made improvements and grown as a partnership as individual agencies. So for example, after the Angora fire with the Blue Ribbon Commission, which Bud Hicks was a chair of, they were able to produce the emergency California, Nevada, Tahoe Basin Fire Commission report. That report, which you see in the middle there, outlined 90+ recommendations across 6 categories, including things like governance, community, homeowner and fire prevention, fuels management, fire suppression. And over 90% of those recommendations have been completed or are ongoing. And so we have taken these incidents very seriously. At TRPA, as our local partners, we have all continued to try to adapt and develop lessons learned and put those into place. I do want to just note that for more information, as I mentioned earlier, the TahoeLivingWithFire.com website is a great place where you can go find information on preparedness, fire districts, links and websites, how you even get ready for a wildfire, information on defensible space and home hardening and go bags. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Chief Lindgren, the chair of the MAC, just to make some comments on evacuation planning from his perspective, and then we can hear from Deputy Almos as well.
I can't even work the microphone. Great job, Kat. Really good overview. I think one of the highlights is that we have a really good cooperative relationship. As everybody in here already knows, Lake Tahoe is complicated. 2 states, 5 counties, multiple jurisdictions, but we all work together really well through the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team as a great resource of that. And then whenever we have an incident, you know, the Caldor fire was predominantly California side, El Dorado County of the lake, but it affected everybody around the lake. And so whenever we have anything that happens around the lake, we all help each other and come to each other's aid. We're trying to get messaging on the same page, especially when it comes to evacuation. In evacuation, like Kat said, you know, the authority for evacuations lie with the sheriff's departments, and each of those local county sheriffs themselves have that individual authority to use whatever terminology they want. And that kind of causes some problems in the public when you have multiple counties affected by one incident, if their terminology is not the same. So there's been a lot of work done trying to get that terminology on the same page. There's also been a lot of work done to try and have reverse 911 systems and pre-planning systems for evacuation on the same page. There's a new one called Perimeter Solutions that 4 of the 5 counties around the lake now have all come together on and are going to use. That is a really good live program for evacuations. And basically it's not an app, it's a website that gets blasted out through social media. You click on that link, it takes you right to it. It shows you where you're at in proximity to the emergency and identifies areas that are being evacuated and also what route you're supposed to take. In the public's eye, everybody's concerned about evacuations for the right reasons. We need to be concerned about it. We need to be concerned about wildfire and evacuations in the basin. We only have a couple ways ins and out, right? But everybody seems to want a simple solution that says, a pre-plan that says, if there's a fire, everybody goes this route. Well, all emergencies are fluid, as I think you guys know, and you can't have that one route already pre-designated because you might not be able to go that way. During the Caldor fire in South Lake Tahoe, you couldn't go 89, you couldn't go 88, you couldn't go 50 south towards Sacramento. You pretty much had one way to go, and that was 50 eastbound, which I like to call northbound, right? And so we have to be able to adjust to those on the fly. And that's where the communication all comes into play. We learned huge lessons during the Caldor fire. Some people will say that was a very successful evacuation of over 20,000 people in less than 5 hours. Actually not a very successful one because it gridlocked our system on Highway 50. It happened to not be communicated very well with the cooperating agencies in Nevada and the surrounding counties, even though we were having a meeting twice a day, every day at the incident command post with all of the players coming together and making decisions together. It happened independently, and that caused a lot of confusion. But there were a lot of great lessons learned that brought all of these counties and everybody together at the table to plan a little bit better. And so that's what this perimeter solutions has come about. We think that that's going to be a huge thing. Another thing that is a huge concern of me and others in the room, and obviously the public, is nobody wants to burn up during an evacuation like happened in the campfire in Paradise, California, right? And we have that possibility of that happening here in the Tahoe Basin in certain areas. So we really want to concentrate on doing some fuels reduction along our evacuation corridors. That little set of priority, right? That priority is the #1 priority for the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team with the fuel break program that we're working on. We have to be able to get people out safely, and we have to have a coordinated effort. So we're all working on that, but we're very limited on our abilities of which way we can get people out. Right. So we have to concentrate on the communication and working together on that. I think that's what I got right off the top of my head. I'm sure Deputy Almos might have some more, and I'll take questions if you haven't.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Almos. I represent the Office of Emergency Services for El Dorado County. I'm the designee here of South Lake Tahoe. I've been here 22 years now, 18 years I lived here. I don't currently live in the basin anymore. Cost of living got a little too much, but I've been through every major fire that we've probably seen, from the gondola to the showers to the, Angora fire. I personally was on the Angora fire, was one of the first responders, tied in with command. From 2007, the firefighters, CAL FIRE, Forest Service, under fire scope has created, incident tactics under the incident command system. And that's worked really, really well. We have incident management teams, and, dynamic is the key word in these events. When they occur, they sometimes happen very rapidly. Sometimes, we can get ahead of it and have better planning. But they're dynamic, and, we see that all the time. They're chaotic in the beginning. And then as we grow, we come together and we battle that incident. Paradise is one of those ones that's just, all the stars align. Like Chief stated, is there possibilities? Yeah, there's a lot of areas around the basin that are on our radar all the time. In El Dorado County, our West Shore is very vulnerable. There's only one way in and one way out. Well, there's two ways, depending on where the incident is. Getting people out to the south or the north, depending on the time of year, is challenging. And, we have a lot of pre-plans within the county. We meet very regularly with not just the Lake Tahoe Basin chiefs, but we also represent our West Slope, where we meet with all the chiefs, and representative from the basin chiefs is a part of that. We meet regularly, and we discuss pre-planning, how are we going to all respond? I don't want to say fortunate, because it's not fortunate, but it's a reality. On our Western Slope, we go to fires every single day, almost every single day. Our Office of Emergency Services, we're kind of unique within El Dorado County. we definitely, represent, we have somebody on 24 or not, well, not 24 hours a day, but 7 days a week, between 5 of us. And so we go to fires almost every day, and they may just be show up and handshake and say, hey, you got it? Yep. Or like just the other day, we had one on our South County area where we actually had to evacuate a couple of streets. But the key point was just a couple of streets. We do that a lot. Sometimes we do it here in the basin. When we start talking about a very large, evacuation like we saw during the Caldor fire, that typically falls under that incident management approach. And it's not just done in a bubble. Yes, were there lessons learned during Caldor? There were. And that was dependent on how fast that fire ended up moving from, basically Strawberry to the basin. And it happened. We did have a pre-plan for that. There was about 4 days of planning for that. Unfortunately, in this circumstances, it got triggered very quickly based on what the characteristics of that fire. And we saw what we saw. We saw gridlock, but you also see that in, just about every major, event throughout the, United States. Hurricanes, you see that, large areas like, New Orleans and things like that. So I do come back though, that at least under my guard in 22 years now with El Dorado County, we've never lost a soul on any of our fires, and we want to keep doing that. So it is important that we continue with what we're doing. I know in El Dorado County, we talk with Placer most of the time. We do meet with the Nevada side of very regularly. The DEM director for this area retired, and they have a new one, but we're collaborating with them, regularly. I know our California Office of Emergency Services as well. So we, like this forum, we're there and we're doing it. I'm just here for any questions you may have from a law enforcement perspective, as well as Placer County, and then CAL FIRE as well. Thank you.
So I want to jump back in because I don't want it to sound like we're all patting each other on the back, and because we have a long ways to go to protect the Tahoe Basin and our citizens with fuels reduction and evacuation planning and everything else. We're not candy coating it. We've learned lessons. We've done a lot of pre-work. We have good relationships, but we've got to stay after it, and we've got to keep it at the top of the list. It's like nobody's worried about fire until there's smoke in the air. It seems like, when we had a bunch of snow, nobody cared about wildland fires, but we need to be thinking about it year round, 24/7, 365, and making sure that we're planning appropriately for when these incidents do happen. We got lucky during the Caldor fire. We really did. We got a break in the weather. We had some really good aggressive firefighting that took place to stop it. And we got a break in the topography of where that fire was at. And it all aligned and stopped at the right time. But if it hadn't, it could have been a lot worse for us here. So we need to take those lessons. We need to learn from them. We need to build from them. And we need to stay after it. We need to keep our communication going. We need to keep on planning. We need to really step up our fuels reduction and our programs in the WUI and surrounding the WUI. A lot of those acres that Kat talked about, those are all great. And they're talking about different private land and state land throughout the basin. The majority of our land in the basin is national forest, and we have not done a lot of work on the national forest. When it comes to the national forest coming up to our neighborhoods, we have to stay after that. And if I could just highlight real quick, the Tahoe Fire and Fuels plan for fuel breaks, we need to get in some fuel breaks that connect the dots around the basin, because we don't connect the dots. We did some good fuels work here, bunch of nothing, a little bit of good work here, and then nothing. We need to have continuous fuel breaks. That's where we were talking about the shaded fuel breaks and everything else. So the number one priority, once we get going and approval from the Forest Service, is doing the fuels reduction along the evacuation corridors, first and foremost. That should be pretty easy for us to get done as the top priority. The second very close priority is protection of the infrastructure around the repeater sites, around the radio, cell phone sites, and that thing, so that we can communicate during emergencies, right? We've done some work around those sites already. We need to improve it. That's number two. Number three is fuel breaks around all of our communities that are on that Forest Service land that protect that community from fire coming from the untreated forest areas. And then the last one is some strategic locations of fuel breaks to get ahead of large fires like the Caldor and be able to stop them out ahead of them. So I just wanted to cover those because that is the crutch or that's what Tahoe Fire and Fuels team is trying to accomplish. It's going to take a lot of work and a lot of coordination, but we're headed the right direction on that. We really are. We just need to stay after it, but we got a lot of work to do. We really do. And we don't want to let our guard down. So I just wanted to make that little quick point because I think it's important to say that we got a long ways to go.
Thank you both. And with that, you can go to the next slide and I will open it up for discussion and questions.
Well, thank you all so much for participating. I want to thank the rest. We'll probably get a few of the others up to talk about North Shore as well. And with that, I'll open it up to board members for questions. Yes. Ms. Conrad.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your candor and just talking about the work that remains and also the honesty and how hard it is to coordinate across 5 counties and across so many different organizations, and even to bring together these multiple sources of funding to get the work done. So really appreciate the report and the work that you're doing on a daily basis to bring that effort into the basin. I had and I noticed, so Lake Tahoe Basin unit is not here, but I did see some prescribed fires happening, the LTBU out over the last month or two doing some of those prescribed fires. So just wanted to note that the Forest Service is doing work, and obviously there's so much land and in Forest Service hands that it's a drop of the bucket to some level, but I have seen them active.
And that is a coordinated effort through the Tahoe Fire and Fuel teams all
Awesome.
working together.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, but we hear so often from public comments that the Forest Service is doing nothing. So I just wanted to reflect that there is an effort in the unit, with the Forest Service, that this coordinated action is happening. I wanted, we hear that the evac corridors, fuel breaks around infrastructure, that's your top priority. Once you get that work done, how do you prioritize sort of the next level of treatment that needs to get done? And I know obviously that will take a very long time, but if we had enough funding for concurrent action, how are you working to identify those next highest priority areas?
So that's a great question because of the fact that it's multifaceted in multiple jurisdictions. Everybody has their own priorities within those jurisdictions and their own limitations on what they can and can't do. The priority is actually doing the fuels reduction first, but then we have to have a plan to maintain it. You've got to come back and do it again. There's a lot of area in the Tahoe Basin that was treated 2008, 2009, and you go look at it now, you can't even tell it was treated. But when you look at a map that shows treated areas, it's still showing up. And so one of the keys to maintaining it is once we get the initial work done, we've got to have a plan that is every second or third year that you're coming back and you're redoing it. So when you're talking about broadcast burning, for instance, we have too much fuel in the Tahoe Basin. Our fuel loading is too dense, meaning that if we were to try to do that broadcast burning, it would generate too much energy and kill a lot of our drought-stricken timber that is still drought stricken right now because it wasn't able to absorb all the moisture that it needed just out of one winter. It needs multiple in a row. So you got to reduce that fuel first by thinning by hand, pile burning, mechanized equipment, or hauling it out of there. Get that fuel reduced first, and then you come back and you broadcast burn low intensity. What's really nice this year is we have a bigger window of opportunity. Typically, you have a really small window to get those burns done where you can do them once, where you can actually get it to burn and then have it burn before it gets to the critical time where it will escape. It's a very small window. This year, we've had a bigger window, and that's where we've seen more burning done, in June and into July, just up until last week or the week before, where we haven't seen that for years. So setting those priorities of the area based on the threats is what we're trying to do. And then we're also trying to pick some low-hanging fruit, because sometimes the NEPA process and the CEQA processes and all those processes just bog you down. And even though this might be your highest priority, it's going to take you too long to get that done. But right over here, you've got already have approval to get work done. We want to try to grab that low-hanging fruit and try and get it done.
Yeah, and it seems like you've taken advantage of some of the California laws where the high priority areas you can bypass CEQA for some. Okay, that's great. And then in terms of the, other factors and scientific input, what's your relationship with, say, the Forest Service ecologists and some of those who are identifying those high priority areas and updating those maps over time? Are they regularly engaged with your group as well?
The wildlife biologists are not, but they are through the representatives that we have from the Forest Service, if that makes sense. So Vic Lyon sits at the Tahoe Fire and Fuel team, Brian Garrett, both are members of it. And so they bring that expertise with them when they walk in the room. So does that, okay.
Yeah, and I guess my final thing is just that I completely agree with you that, right, we see these fire return intervals that are significantly greater. And I think for a lot of folks, there's this, people appropriating budgets, there's an idea that you treat it once and you're done. And so I think the more we can have this messaging around what an annual budget looks like for management and maintenance, the more we'll be able to advocate for that in the right halls. And I think there's a lot of disagreement. Is it every 7 to 15 years? In WUI areas, is it every 2 to 3 years, as you're saying? So I think the more we can get a sort of annualized budget on regular management and maintenance for both WUI areas and then wildland areas, the more we can be advocates and sing the same song around not just implementation and suppression, but also that long-term care.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, but that's a really hard one to make because the weather, the fuels, the topography all changes when you can do those things, as I think you know.
Yeah, I think the challenge is that when it comes to budget appropriations, no one wants to hear those nuances. They don't want the uncertainty. So the more we even have a ballpark number with a range on it, I think that can be incredibly helpful.
For sure. And one of the big points that we need to really make with everybody is with the funding that comes in for this, everybody wants to know, how much did you get done? How much did you get done? How many acres did you treat? How many acres did you treat? It absolutely should not be about the quantity. It needs to be about the quality. The quality of the work in the right locations needs to be the factor, not how many acres did you get done. I mean, I'll use a quick example of that from my time with CAL FIRE. And they were in the same way, coming from the governor's office in CAL FIRE. They wanted to know how many acres. They set quotas of how much you had to get done. And we were straight up told that we needed to go out and get as many acres done as we could. So what you saw us doing with CAL FIRE, me specifically in the Amador El Dorado unit as the chief there, was we'd go down to the low country, the west slope of El Dorado County, of Sacramento County and San Joaquin, and we would burn off a couple thousand acres in an afternoon of rolling grassland, cattle land, right? Because we can get that acreage quickly. Was that beneficial to the environment? Yeah, there's some noxious weeds. There's some vernal poles with endangered fairy shrimp. The ranchers love it because they get better feed for their cows. But is it truly fuels reduction? Is it truly a fuel break in the WUI? Is it something that's going to protect us? No, but it was getting us those numbers. Where at the same time in the Amador El Dorado unit, specifically El Dorado County, we were focused on fuels reduction around Jenkins Lake, Slide Park Lake, and the Pollock Pines area. And that took a long time to get done. We spent 3.5 months to get 17 acres done, but that was critical fuels reduction to protect the watershed, the lake, and the community of Pollock Pines that made a massive difference during the Caldor fire. And so it didn't look great on the chart when it took 3.5 months to get 17 acres done when we did 2,000 acres in an afternoon in the low country, but we have to look at it that way. It has to be about the quality of the work. So please get people to focus on the quality and not.
Well, and I do think that's been a change because we've done an extensive shaded fuel break from Colfax down to Auburn. The North Fork and CAL FIRE led that effort, and it clearly was more expensive and more time consuming, and yet much more vulnerable infrastructure and priority for our communities in the foothills. And I've been negligent in recognizing our CAL FIRE partners and our Placer County Sheriff, who are also in the room. So if at any point you want to respond to these questions also, I want to encourage you, since you've shown up here today as well. Ms. Dis.
Thank you. I want to start by saying thank you. This is really a great presentation, so comprehensive. I feel like I learned a lot today. And I wanted to sort of zero in on one thing that came to mind when you were talking, Kat, and that's the slide. Oh, sorry. Okay, the slide about roles and responsibilities, because we do get a lot of public comment about this, both written, in person, on the phone. And I think what I would be interested in hearing a little bit more about today, if possible, is if you can talk about the interaction between the TFFT, the MAC, and all that, and our planning processes, because what we hear so often is that every single project that comes to us, there's a large amount of concern from the public that we're increasing difficulty in evacuations. But we don't often or always get to hear from the first responders themselves to tell us whether that is in fact true. You know, is approving a new hotel or a new multifamily dwelling contributing to problems with evacuation? And just sort of the role of the regional plan and how these groups interact and provide feedback to the extent necessary when we have area plan amendments or anything like that.
Madam Chair, if I may, and Julie Reagan, TRPA Director. Before Kat and our first responders jump in, I just wanted to also mention something that we probably take for granted because we've all worked in this so long, but after the Blue Ribbon Fire Commission, even preceding that, we were actively engaged in creating a 10-year fuel strategy. And that really was the first big chunk of work of the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team and all the fire service professionals in the basin with TRPA in standing up that work together, the Lahontan Water Board, all the agencies together. And that was groundbreaking. And that was really building on work of community wildfire protection plans, looking at high hazard zones around the basin and focusing the limited dollars at first that were coming in into those high priority areas. And in fact, kind of a little known fact is that TRPA secured the very first dollars from the Bureau of Reclamation to get those community wildfire protection plans going and then to help stand up the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. So we were in that process and then Angora happened and then it changed everything. It really just got that partnership to see the urgency of coordinating the land use, all of those elements that you brought up, Member Dis. So I didn't want to lose sight of that and the fact that the Forest Service is actively at the table, even though they're not sitting in front of us here. We've coordinated with them on this presentation, and $170 million of federal funding has supported those 70,000 plus acres of treatments since the Angora wildfire. And of the 10,000 acres that burned in Caldor, roughly a third of them had already been treated. So as Chief Lindgren said, we got lucky, but we also were more prepared than a lot of other places in the West when that fire burned into the basin. So with that, maybe Kat, if you wanted to jump in and then we
or could I just
Yeah,
jump in?
please.
And I think it would be helpful too to understand state responsibility areas, national, because on our chart up here, we talk a lot about local fire service, but we have everybody's emblems. There are roles for state responsibility areas as well as the local. And I just want to make sure we have all the team responding here.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Bob Counts, Assistant Chief with the Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. As Cindy stated, there are three different areas. There's local responsibility area, which is typically city centers around city limits type stuff. State responsibility area, SRA, and then federal responsibility area. So those three factors come into play, and around the basin, there's a large amount of federal responsibility area or FRA, a smaller amount of LRA, and then the SRA. So all three are protected. All three are members of the TFFT, where a lot of these ideas originate from, and we all collaborate with that.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure when we talk about local that it is a bigger local than maybe you see with badges and present.
Yeah, and not to complicate things, but it does change from California to Nevada on those things that Chief Counts just talked about. In the LRA, the FRA, and the SRA, that's a California term, if you will. On the Nevada side, it boils down to jurisdiction. There's not a lot of that same kind of thing over here, so it gets confusing. So the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit of the Forest Service, who has a big chunk of that land, they have to adjust the different rules when they cross the state borders because they are different, but they all do work together very well.
Thank you. And Kat, I jumped in there.
Yeah, I'll try to answer this question, then I might tap John Marshall as well. So in terms of TFFT projects and what comes through Tahoe Fire and Fuels Team, those are primarily focused on forest health and treatments of some sort. So those projects, in terms of our planning at TRPA and permitting, either can run through an MOU, and if we don't have an MOU with one of the partners, they have a separate path that they need to go through in terms of submitting a plan and review. Even if you have an MOU, those plans still sometimes have to go through our forester for review. They come to me, they come to Kim, and then they go to Julie for final signature. So when we talk about the forest health piece and Tahoe Fire and Fuels Team, that's how the planning works for those projects at the TRPA level. Development projects are different. So those don't really come through Tahoe Fire and Fuels Team. So a brand new hotel isn't coming through Tahoe Fire and Fuels Team. It comes to TRPA. We'll get tapped as subject matter experts. So I would get tapped to review the forest health component. Michelle might get tapped to review the transportation piece. And so that's how those pieces get sorted out there. And then it's also at the local level in terms of local jurisdictions permitting, fire marshals see projects before they go forward, that there's some level of review. I'm going to also hand it to John Marshall to fill in any blanks.
So just to kind of add a little bit of background to Kat's description, which I think answers, your question, but fundamentally there's questions within our initial environmental checklist that trigger looking at evacuation planning and the impact of any programmatic or individual project on those set of plans. So you have to disclose whether or not there's going to be a substantial adverse impact to any of the evacuation planning that you've heard from our local law enforcement agencies. Most recently, we did that on a programmatic basis with the 2020 RTP. There was an initial environmental checklist and an initial study under CEQA that was done. And there's, I can provide you with the kind of explanation of how any impacts associated with adverse impacts to evacuation planning was examined, but that was treated specifically in that expanded environmental checklist. And then each project that you see has an initial environmental checklist or an environmental analysis associated with it that also looks at whether or not that individual project has an impact. On the California side, that's done under both CEQA and TRPA Article 7, and on the Nevada side, it would be under just TRPA. However, local jurisdictions are also looking at that impact, and they will have in consultation with their local sheriffs and fire as to whether or not there could be any potential impacts associated with any development project that might be considered by this board.
Can I add to that? You may remember from a recent project on the North Shore that both the sheriff and the fire district showed up, gave their comments. So we get the comments from the district. Also, there's a part of the building code, there's a fire code. So when the local jurisdictions look at the specific buildings, you know this, but I'm going to just say it for the public record. We are not subdividing any new land and spreading out into any new areas. So that issue is addressed. But what we are trying to do a little bit longer term, and you'll see a little bit more about that in the work plan, is we're trying to look at intelligent transportation systems. That's coming up a lot in the destination stewardship, keeping Tahoe moving stuff, because, if you're looking for parking lots, well, that same system, if you had one system where you could come in and find a parking lot during a peak time, that same system can be used to tell people where they should and shouldn't go during evacuation. So there's a lot of different pieces to answer your question.
Thank you. That did answer my question. And I wanted to I should have sort of clarified. I really wanted that all to just sort of be on the record, because I think that the board has a lot of awareness about all of this happening before it comes to us, but the public doesn't necessarily always know all of that information. And then there's a real fear there. And I think to the extent that any of what you all have described does not look at or assess this sort of idea of the cumulative impacts is what we keep hearing from the public. And I think at least I know I would, I don't know if my fellow board members feel the same way, be better equipped to answer those questions and concerns from the public. If we had just sort of a like, yes, we are looking at the cumulative impacts, because one county's fire marshal saying that this meets that county's standards does not necessarily answer the question of whether it's creating a cumulative problem for a basin that only has about 5 exits, that's sort of where I was coming from with wanting to
Right.
get that all. on
And it does
record.
have 5 exits though.
Yeah. Five.
And,
But
yeah, 7.
7, thank you.
And could I ask Lieutenant Connors to come up from yesterday's presentation? Because our Placer County Board of Supervisors had this same discussion yesterday, quite at length, because as you know, there's a lot of, obviously, we all share this concern. We talked a lot about contraflow yesterday and highway capacity, so I learned a lot. So if you could share some of the North Shore's ideas on what we're going to be able to do in those situations, I think that will help inform the full board.
Thanks, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Lieutenant Ty Connors. I'm with the Placer County Sheriff Emergency Management. It's a new position. The county, thanks help with Cindy in supporting it. Placer County adopt a new model when it comes to emergency management. And so we have a county representative, a fire representative, and law enforcement representative full-time into the OES. And so yesterday I did the Board of Supervisors presentation, and we talked a lot about evacuations and preparedness and what can we do. And one thing I really learned from obviously our side, 89 and 267, 267 from one side of the asphalt to the other is over 50 feet. And when you talk about contraflow, or basically turning a 2-lane road into a 4-lane one-way road, it really helps out with the overall, direction of traffic and traffic control, using the roadblocks and different things when traffic control points and getting everyone out as quickly as possible. So contraflow is a really a useful tool when it comes to trying to get a bunch of people going out at once and basically turning 267 into like an I-80, trying to get people out.
Thank you for sharing that. And the graphics were great. And I'm happy to forward the presentation along to the rest of the board, because I thought it was very helpful for the public as well to see that there are traffic control measures that will take place by law enforcement to ensure that people can quickly exit, and by your staging, because I firsthand got to see the mosquito fire evacuation of Forest Hill and Todd Valley and Michigan Bluff, and unfortunately the Colfax River fire too. And so in both situations, the measures traffic control takes at that time and the sheriffs took metered traffic to get the most vulnerable out. And it was a different situation because it was much more urgent actually than when Caldor did come into the basin. So in Forest Hill in particular, it was on the doorstep and at that time. So thank you.
And I know that, again, they've talked about with the notifications, getting the public notified and how do we do that, trying to do as fast as possible. Obviously you have all the different counties around the basin to how do we do that. If you're in Placer County but you're over in El Dorado, they might have different ways of doing their notifications. So again, trying to have a consistent message. But we're starting with our media campaign, trying to get people up to speed and prepared and understanding how Placer County, if you are in our area, how you're going to get those notifications. And we're kind of doing the life cycle of a fire to kind of really teach people and understand what the process is, what to expect. And we just had our first kind of media post about, we had a victim from the mosquito fire talking about being ready and kind of putting, again, that ownership back on the homeowners and knowing and understanding your area, know how to get out, the temporary refuge areas that were also mentioned. And we're also working on, again, on our side, the pre-incident maps, basically trying to identify those infrastructure and the things that if we have mutual aid coming in, we have these maps that are going to be able to identify all that stuff. So that way they know and understand how they're going to proceed with their planning.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Aldine.
I want to reiterate what everyone else has said. This is a great presentation, and it's unfortunate more people who have concerns about evacuation are not in the audience today. I'm hoping they're online and have been listening in on our conversation, but it's been very informative. I think that educating the residents is one thing. Educating visitors is entirely different. When you have people coming up for the day who are staying in local hotels. And I'm just wondering, I mean, you've alluded to an app, a parking app, using the parking app for emergency alerts, much like the old emergency alert system. But I mean, is that, John Hester, I'm looking to you because you're the one who brought it up. I mean, I mean, is that just in its infancy, or is it something that you can actually contact people within a certain geographical area through this system? So if you have somebody visiting for the day or with their family up here as visitors, everybody has their cell phones today connected to something. So presumably that would be the best way to, to inform them of an emergency. I mean, so is it being developed? How long will it take before we can launch it?
There's this long answer to your question, so
Well, it was a long question, so a long answer is perfectly fine.
I think it was last week, U.S. Forest Service and some of our staff met with the Central Federal Lands people and talked about developing such an app, and they said apply for a grant. So we're probably going to be doing that. I talked with our research and analysis folks who do the boating app, and they said we could stand up fairly quickly one that says where they are. The trick is getting the real-time information from each parking lot, so that, I mean, I can tell you where that you can find them all, but I don't know how full each one is. That's something we could work on. Brooke was at the same meeting I was where they talked about that. And so it's also part of this intelligent transportation system concept that we're talking about in the regional transportation plan update. So it's coming. It's not there yet, but we're starting to work on it.
So, I mean, I'm not so concerned about where they are if they're trying to find a parking space. I'm concerned if somebody's on the beach with their family and there's a conflagration, just a few miles away, and all of a sudden they get this obnoxious emergency alert system horn.
Well, you can already get those.
Well,
I
but I
already
mean,
get those on my phone.
yeah, well,
You just
no,
have to sign up for that.
you can, but I mean, how do we advise people proactively that there is a risk when you come to a mountainous area like Lake Tahoe? There is a risk of fire. We do have narrow roads, even if we use them as one-way streets, to evacuate people out of an area. That certainly increases capacity. But I mean, to me, in an ideal situation, you'd have something like the emergency alert system. Before there were cell phones, if you're watching your TV, all of a sudden, you'd be advised that there's an emergency. You still receive those as part of flood watch, flood warnings.
Yeah.
So, again, I'm not as concerned about, having people be able to conveniently find a parking space. I'm more concerned
No,
about
it's-
advising them of a serious threat to human health.
Same
and safety.
infrastructure, and what it would probably be multiple tiers. So you've seen the signs like on I-580,
Right,
accident ahead or whatever.
sure.
It would be that when you're outside of the basin. It would be when you get into the basin, probably on your cell phone, and you can do what's called geofencing, so you can make it apply to a certain area.
Okay.
So all of those concepts are being brought to bear and developing this. So,
Okay.
yeah, please do.
So with Placer County and as well as all the 5 counties, we in El Dorado County, we use a platform now called Rave. It's offered by California Office of Emergency Services to us. Placer County uses a platform called Everbridge. All of these platforms are designed that if there's a visitor that wants to come in, they can actually register for that time that they're in the basin or anywhere in that area. They would get that what we call subscribed message. In addition, if an event requires the notification of mass amounts of people, we can actually do what we call an all hands, where it goes straight over cell phones and it hits every provider that's out there, and it goes off those towers and makes the same notification. We don't do that in El Dorado County very frequently because unfortunately with the 5 counties, 2 states, if Tahoe Douglas decides that they want to announce that it goes off Cave Rock, well, it also hits every single person on the Western Shore. And it does create confusion. We have experienced that down in Washoe County, Washoe Valley, they had a fire down there and they did the same process. And unfortunately, it ended up going off some towers that met the basin. And even in El Dorado County, we had folks receiving a message that there was a fire and that they needed to evacuate. So we don't use it all that often, but it is there. And we know about that. The other options that we have is through Rave. You can also subscribe to the app. So if you are visiting, you can at that time subscribe to the app, and the app will tell you if there's a fire in El Dorado County or a fire in Placer County. I've participated with particularly Lake Valley Fire in trying to message the industry, the visiting industry out there, to have this messaging system within the homes. So, you know, if they come to a house within El Dorado County, there should be, we're advocating. I'm not saying it's there because I don't know what the visitors association is doing with every individual you know, site out there. But ideally, if they come into the home, there should be some kind of a paperwork saying, hey, well, if you're going to be here for 7 days, you may want to register with, you know, the El Dorado County Emergency Alert System, you know, or vice versa, Placer County, and then they can get that information. We have QR codes that they can do. You know, it's a pretty simple process. My encouragement to you folks is, though, if there is a movement on your part to have an independent notification system under parkings, is that you work with your local law enforcement to ensure that that is done in partnership, not independent, because we do not want independent messaging out there. We have found that sometimes during, you know, mass incidents of large scale, we'll get the school districts that'll start sending out messages to their, you know, hey, there's a fire. We have to, you know, it sounds like it's going to be a big one and we have to have, you know, the next 3 days off, things like that. We need to make sure that that's a partnership with the incident management system that we align with. Same with this group of, you know, I can't stress that enough. Any disaster notification system should fall under the law enforcement, you know, role or the incident management system. You know, because we do not want to be, you know, sending wrong messages out there. And we unfortunately see that all the time now. You know, social media kills us during incidents. You know, and we have a full-time PIO now as part of the sheriff's office, whose sole job is just to get on there and figure out what's being said on Facebook. El Dorado County Watch, you know, every county has them now, and there's so much wrong information on it. So we'll respond to it and say, this is incorrect, you know, and so.
Well, I appreciate that. There's a shame it's not possible to override, you know, any of these conflicting messages. But obviously it's an evolving technology. So hopefully we'll come up with a solution that meets everyone's needs. Thank you. Appreciate the input.
And I just actually, during our board of soups presentation yesterday, I had a graphic showing this exact thing, where we had basically a overall picture of the Tahoe Basin. And we had all the different counties that were involved around the Tahoe Basin. And kind of the project that we're working on, I'd like to work with trying to contact all the different entities around the basin, is creating kind of obviously a graphic map, something that can be posted at bus stops. It could be posted at anywhere when it comes to having a QR code that you basically go into it and then you see where you're at in the basin to find out, and it'll direct you into the location that you need to sign up for that notification. And one thing about, well, like with us, is that once you register through Placer Alert, so they QR code it. I'm in Placer County, they go to Placer Alert, they sign up, same thing like for El Dorado and around the basin, is that once you're alerted, or once you sign up, if you're within the boundaries of the zone that is created for the evacuation order or evacuation warning, if you're within that boundary, you'll get the notification. So it's not just because you sign up for it, you're going to get all these notifications. It's only if you're within the boundaries of that zone that's created. So I think it'll be a good visual to show people how many different entities are around the basin, but also just kind of another one-stop shop when it comes to just hitting a QR code and it sends you to the county that you need to register with.
And we're also trying to make the vacation rental industry the ambassadors of their home, and make them a part of the neighborhood. So what we try to encourage them is if it's a second home, even though they may come here one time a year and they live in San Francisco, they still register that home to themselves. So they will get that alert notification and they can notify their own guests. Okay. So we publicize that and educate that process too.
And requiring landlines in short-term rentals, that sort of thing. I know, Mr. Honigman has had his hand up for quite some time. Vince, I'm sorry to have been delayed. We're having quite a good conversation here. Do you want to chime in?
No worries. I wish I could be with you. Yeah, first I wanted to thank all the professionals that have been working on this for a long time and continue to work on this to make everyone safer. We're an odd entity at the TRPA, being composed of multiple counties and multiple states and the federal government, and in a basin where most of our land is managed by the Forest Service. So I'm wondering, is there anything that we can help you with? Are we in a unique position to do anything? What could we do to make this work even better? Is there a role that we're not quite meeting yet?
Actually, I think that you're doing that. Being a part of the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team and all the efforts that we're doing together cooperatively is making that work. And, you know, obviously evacuations aren't the jurisdiction of the TRPA, but here we are having a major discussion about evacuations at the TRPA. It shows that you're stakeholders. It shows you're a part of it. So I think we're headed the right direction with that already. And I think we have a good working group on it, and everybody knows each other. And if we have an issue within a specific state or a specific county, we all go to each other and we communicate. So I think, to answer your question, I think we're doing a pretty good job of that, probably better than I've ever seen in the basin. I mean, the cooperation over the last probably 10 years, Angora obviously kind of changed that, but that spurred the Blue Ribbon Commission, spurred everything in the right direction. And now we're at where we're at today, which is a really good group of people that communicate between the water districts and the GIDs and the cities and the counties and the towns, and you name it, we all come together. And it's working out pretty well.
Great. Ms. Hill and then Mr. Friedrich.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to reiterate how excited I am that we are doing an emergency evacuation test in Incline Village on Wednesday, August 16th. It's also a preparedness fair, so community members can come out to the rec center and from 9 to noon and learn how they can be prepared. And I really like, Ms. McIntyre, how you spoke about the Firewise USA. And I was looking at my community in Incline Village in Crystal Bay, and I only see that there's one HOA that is registered with Firewise USA. And we have so many HOAs in Incline Village, and I'm sure around the lake, that there's a lot of opportunity to push that message to ensure that neighborhoods also take some of this accountability and educate their community members. So I'll be doing that work as well. And thank you all for this great presentation.
Mr. Friedrich.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation and your service, and follow up on really Shelley and Jessica's line of questioning and maybe ask it a slightly different way. We think of the Paradise scenario, or Caldor to a lesser extent, people, in line on Highway 50, but more, those things Paradise and people are stuck, fires raging around them, they can't get out. So my question is, I imagine there's a concern about the coincidence of high visitation days and road congestion scenarios, whether it's driven by development projects or day visitors, and say red flag or high fire risk days. And so I guess the first question, is that a concern? Is that monitored, or is there any kind of analysis on what level of potential road congestion exists that coincides with very extreme high fire risk days? Is that something that's tracked or thought about, or should be a concern?
It is. El Dorado County, we start, my work days are Thursday through Sunday. So they intentionally put me here in the basin those days because those are the highest visitation days. And most of the time it's the higher days we have problems. Yes, most of the time I'm contacting my partners, usually with CAL FIRE and our locals, and especially if it's gonna be a red flag day, and we'll start talking, like, what are we gonna do? They'll tell me their lineups for the day, and I'll tell them what we have. So that happens just about every day almost. The local fire departments actually publicize that by email. So, you know, there's a lot of communication.
You know what? You bring up a really good point on the fact of the road construction and those projects. We do not coordinate those on red flag days, on extreme fire behavior days, and we probably should. Anybody that's driving around the lake right now at all is hitting multiple of those projects, and we probably, I know it's all going to boil down to costing that project money, but it could be a significant impact on our evacuation if we're not planning ahead with that. And that's a really good point that I haven't heard us talk about before with the Tahoe Fire and Fuels teams or any of our groups, but I think we need to. It can impact us huge.
But it doesn't, in the end, isn't law enforcement able to shut down the project? I mean, and
Yeah, depending on, yeah.
yeah,
Absolutely.
I mean, Caltrans and
And
I would assume, but am I incorrect there?
It's very difficult to shut down a state highway.
Well, I meant shut down the
You know,
construction project if there was an
Oh,
emergency.
absolutely, 100%.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
The Caltrans is, you know, even during the Caldor fire, they were part of our incident management team, the entire process. You know, it's very engaged. You know, but there's going to be challenges. And, you know, like he said, they're not going to just shut it down, you know, because we think there might be a fire. You know, we will collaborate with them and we'll communicate with them. And we'll just keep more of a watchful eye on it, but you know, I would resonate what you're saying.
Yeah, on a daily basis, we coordinate pretty well with the construction projects because we're running emergencies every day, all day with just small emergencies, right? And each of those construction sites that do the metering of the traffic, they pay attention to our officers and our fire and ambulances coming through there. But on a larger scale, it could be something else that we need to coordinate a little bit better. Chief Counsel.
And I think it is important to know, we talk about unified command where the sheriff's office has a jurisdictional authority for evacuations is at the back of the pickup truck with us. We're making coordinated, informed decisions. The other player that's also there is the California Highway Patrol or the Nevada Highway Patrol. And we're coordinating with them for traffic control points where we can say, hey, I want you to shut down this road here and here, create that contraflow and all of that. So we are coordinated with them. And they do have the authority to shut down those construction projects if need be, but we are very coordinated with those highway patrol officers to create those conditions.
Thank you for all that good information, I guess. So just a related, maybe this is a TRPA question or management response, but if we had an idea of this many cars could be safely evacuated even with contraflow, and on peak visitation days and whatnot, we're exceeding it by 20%. Or is there any thought to management responses or preventative education? I mean, we send messaging out to not visit during winter emergencies or COVID emergencies. Should we be messaging to carpool or reduce the glut of cars coming into the basin during high fire risk days, number one? And then I think just again, what the public is often asking is, are we doing a cumulative impact analysis to see how various developments all lead up to increasing risk on peak traffic congestion times and kind of understanding how that relates also to the capacity for evacuation? So, and maybe you know, maybe that's a harder nut to crack than what we do about letting people know, hey, you're going to contribute to a very risky fire situation. If we have it's a red flag day, we're 20% over the number of cars that can safely get out, even with all lanes going out. What do we do about that? Is there any thought to messaging or any kind of management strategies to prevent that risk, as opposed to messaging people what to do once the fire happens?
Julie, did you want to?
Sure, I'll be happy to jump in. Thank you for the question, Julie Reagan, TRPA Director. A couple things, and I wanted to go back also to the construction piece as well. I think Vince asked a really good question. What can we do to help as a compact agency? And I think the makeup of the governing board is very well situated to add value. In the Caldor, for example, well before the evacuation mandatory order happened, we were in touch through the members of our board, Director Settlemeyer's predecessor. We were in touch with Brad Kroll through the governor's office. And as a result, construction on Highway 28 did shut down before it was really getting close to that mandatory evacuation, but it was only through the communication with the unified command and the incident team, through the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team, through the public information teams that we stand up. So we have a value add role there, and all of you would be essential in some of those examples and have been in the past. So in terms of the peak, I'll let our first responders jump in on this as well, but that is a big theme in the destination stewardship plan that just rolled out, in bringing the visitors authorities together with local government officials, with nonprofits, with representatives of the community, TRPA, help convene that group. And this is coming up a lot because, as we've heard, we have a lot of entities, and mixed messages can cost people their lives. So this is really serious. I am struck by what we looked at in the Blue Ribbon Commission. Bud will remember, communication was a huge discussion. We have made a lot of progress since then with these notification systems, but we still have to be really careful about those messages and making sure that we communicate clearly and succinctly and in coordination with those that are in charge of it. So we're working on that through destination stewardship. We're working on that through Take Care. We actually have talked about red flag days and how best to message that with the public information team. But I would love to hear from the first responders on that as well.
And I think in particular, if you could address phasing, because in talking yesterday, and I'm sorry, because I just spent 2 hours on it yesterday. But we talked a lot about, what are the odds that you'd ever evacuate the entire basin at one time and so then we're looking at all these various scenarios. And that's where, at least from my observations at Mosquito Fire and others, we phase evacuations, we phase the priorities and the zones and how we get people out. So if you could address, I think, Mr. Friedrich's concerns with those thoughts.
It's a two-part answer, I think, here. Are we always worried about that? Yes. South Lake Tahoe City during the winter event that we had, was concerned that we were sending a message that the Lake Tahoe Basin was closed, due to the impacts of the winter storms. And this is a ski industry. I mean, they thrive on snow. So the balance has to be met on what is the right message. I think education is the key word here, is educating people to be, prepared, understanding, the diversity that Lake Tahoe presents itself, whether it be in the winter or be in the summer. Restricting the amount of cars, I mean, that's way above me. I mean, that's that has to be my sheriff speaking for the El Dorado Sheriff's Office on that. I can tell you how I feel. I've lived here for a long time, and I've always heard like we need to put a park entrance at Echo Summit and things like that. This is California, and this is everybody's land. And the stewardship is the key word on finding that balance on how we provide the recreation, the skiing industry, the hunting industry, all of these factors that come into play with what, these lands that everybody owns comes together. And, we as an emergency agency, I feel that we are prepared if we have to evacuate the entire basin. I'm hoping it's not going to have to be like that, but I feel that with the partnership with everybody in this room, the Highway Patrol, Caltrans, NDOT, all of these factors, if we literally had to do that at a moment's notice, it's not going to happen real quick, but it's going to happen. And I think we'd be successful at it. Would there be challenges and, criticisms? Of course, you're always going to have that. But I stand, that we're going to hopefully preserve life. It's best we can. And I think we're prepared for that. I don't know if that answers your questions, but that's how I look at it.
Yeah, and I agree. And same thing goes with us when it comes to, like Cindy mentioned about a systematic evacuation, trying to do everybody at once will create that congestion, the bottlenecks. But that's where the traffic control points really do come into play. But that's where also working on our unified command with our fire partners, knowing and understanding the fire behavior, what the fire is going to do is going to dictate what areas that we're going to evacuate, do an evacuation order, and which ones should be going into a warning to pre-plan for the future of maybe pushing into another order on a zone. So again, doing it systematically and working with a unified command, keeping that communication going really does help with the fact of not just doing a mass exodus all at one time.
Mr. Rice?
Thank you. Two things that I want to bring up. One is precautionary. I don't know how we would deal with that, but when the fire happened, my county phone blew up because people had left the hill to rent larger vehicles so they could evacuate their home, and then they couldn't get back. That was a big concern because their wife, their 3 kids, and their dog are still up here on the hill. And they're down there with a great big vehicle that they can't get back up the hill in. So that's one of the things that we need to keep in mind.
And we've had that actually at the mosquito fire where people got evacuated immediately because it had a run and people went to work and then they couldn't get back. But then again, that's where that messaging or that communication through unified command is if we had kids that were left home, that weren't able to get back to parents. But that's where, again, the roadblocks and to have that communication with our unified command, we go in and go get the kids, or we do an escort. That's what we're trying to deal with constantly when it comes to, as soon as you hit that order and you leave and you can't come back, that's stuff that we all work together with all our partners to try and solve all the situations. Life-saving medications that were left behind because they weren't prepared or because they couldn't get back in. The ag pass is another thing that's going through with our side of the county, livestock and all that. So, but that's part of the education too, is when you do go under evacuation warning, if you do have a lot of livestock or animals you have to deal with, or you need transportation assistance needs or elderly or anything like that, evacuation warning time is probably the time you should leave and not wait for an order to come in.
One of our problems that we're having at the moment in Douglas County, and I don't want to cause people concern again because we've already resolved it. But NDOT was talking about reducing the lanes in certain parts of Highway 50. And in the event of a evacuation, instead of having 4 lanes, we now have 2. And that wouldn't be received too well, trust me. The second thing that I wanted to talk about is Chief Lindgren, you really spiked my curiosity a few months ago talking about the first strike water dropping helicopter. And unfortunately, due to some certain, I still can't talk right. Due to some injury, I haven't been able to have that cup of coffee with you. But I would like to know, how is that program coming, trying to get that helicopter?
Yeah, so what Commissioner Rice is talking about is a cooperative effort, a lot like we've been talking about here with, we actually have 21 different partner agencies in and around the Lake Tahoe Basin that have come together and are trying to stand up a dedicated fire rescue helicopter for the Tahoe Basin that's here and located here. And it can also serve other areas as needed. It's a big project, trying to raise a lot of money, trying to get a lot of grants and do a lot of things, but there's already 21 different agencies, 1 law enforcement, 20 fire agencies that have come together and said, we're in, we want to work on it. That's probably a presentation for another time, but it is something that is going to be able to aggressively help keep fire small. The Tamarack was a fire that could have kept small for 14 days before it exploded into the fire that we know that it became. Those types of fires, these resources are the ones that we need that we just don't have in the Tahoe Basin or surrounding area. They come from a long ways away. So we can talk about that a little bit further later, but it's moving along. We're getting new leads every day. More agencies are coming to the table. It's probably going to end up being having a JPA, a joint powers agreement of some sort that brings all those agencies together to service the area. But it's in the works. There's just not enough firefighting aircraft in the nation. And there's definitely not enough rescue aircraft either. So it's a big need that we have. So we're working on it together.
That's great. And I really
Thank you.
appreciate your efforts. I know we've pre-positioned with CAL FIRE one at the Truckee Airport. So we have close proximity on the North Shore to those assets, but it is important for you all at South Shore. Any other board comments or questions? Okay, I think we're ready for the public comment then. Is there anyone in the room who would like to address the board? Yes, Mr. Nolan.
Steve Dolan, Incline Village. Boy, two reports almost. Well, Mr. Friedrichs is gone, but to our new Ms. Hayes, this issue of peak impact days when travel is here and cumulative analysis based on all of the different proposed, not even existing, but proposed developments, I think is a very important question that you posed. And I think that that's probably the most serious, because regardless of it, whether it's a red letter day or a red fire day, that's really the perfect storm that can happen. The first half of your discussion regarding Native American burns, ladder fuel and venting the forest, I fully agree with. I think it's a great plan. And there is a unique basically education area for you that will help reinforce your proposals and your actions. It's up at Third Creek, my favorite place on the planet. It's about a mile, no, 3/4 of a mile southwest of the old Incline Lake. There was an avalanche there pre-contact, clear cut. It shows there are some trees that are 600 years old. And it shows the same trees that seeded that were knocked down during the time of the Donner Party giant storms. And this avalanche shows the footprint of the ancient trees, the forest before, contact. And you can look at that and find the size of these trees, the space between them. And they're all pointing the same direction because of this giant avalanche, and they haven't decayed because of the arid and elevation and everything that goes there. So it's a really special spot to study. You could use pictures from Google Earth to actually reinforce your spacing with regards to the forest venting and whatnot. Thank you. And if you'd like that, I'll give you the GPS. Here, I'll just give you a card.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. Are there any other members of the public in the room that would like to address the board? Okay, then I see some hands going up online. So anyone else online that would like to address the board, please raise your hand and staff will call on you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 6 hands raised so far. The first hand up was Alan Miller. Alan, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Let's see, I actually don't want to speak on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Next hand up is Nick Exline. Nick, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Speaking with you today. I hope to be brief in what will be ideally the beginning of numerous conversations, both with TRPA and the other regulatory agencies. And so I'm here on behalf of a client or a series of clients of mine that reside at Sierra Sunset. And for those of you not familiar with that area, that is abutting Round Hill Pines. Most people in attendance, or if not everybody, I'm sure is aware of the upgrades and things that have changed in terms of ingress, egress for Round Hill Pines. Unfortunately, like many things in this world, that resulted in negative consequences, in particular for the abutting neighbors at Sierra Sunset. We've gone through the environmental review and many documents as it pertains to Round Hill Pines, and there was a lacking of discussion in regard to trips, transit, and safety, which has really put kind of the community at Sierra Sunset, those using Round Hill Pines in a tough place. And so what we'd love to do is be able to work with TRPA staff, other agencies, NDOT, and we've begun conversations with all these groups to look to see how we can start to address the environmental concerns created through kind of the overuse, some might say, and the excessive parking within the right of way. These safety issues that is caused by the parking within the right of way as people, kind of run back and forth across the road. The challenges with individuals of Sierra Sunset to exit their properties in a safe manner. And really to see how we could look to utilize things TRPA is already working on in terms of transit and other methods to start to address these concerns. And so, do really appreciate your time for, taking the opportunity to listen to this and look forward to, continuing this conversation with TRPA staff. So thank you so much.
The next hand raised is Julie Chaiken. Julie, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Good morning. I am one of Nick's clients just north of Round Hill Pines. And I really appreciate you all taking the time to learn more about what's going on the hundreds of cars that are now parking on the highway, and taking a look at the environmental impact on what that means and the safety impact. I'm very concerned. I've seen people running across the highway with small children. This is a new problem this year since they moved the driveway. And I think with unintended consequences, the situation is now worse than ever. And I'm very concerned that it's only a matter of time till someone gets hit and that there's more damage done to the lake. And I would hope that you'll consider, as I wrote earlier, looking at the parking app reservation system that's being implemented elsewhere in the basin, and then not allowing for people to be parking on the highway, stirring up dust, and then obviously causing danger to those crossing the highway. I'd also like, and I'm not sure if it's right to bring up in this meeting at this point, but just to bring your attention to the water going on at Round Hill Pines, and how there's kind of a scum of sunblock by the end of the day on the water, given how much sunblock and how many people are using that beach. So at some point, I would like to find out how that might be addressed or looked at, or what you all think best to start to address that, because it is a very serious thing when we can feel it next door on the water surface. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next hand raise is Ann Nichols. And if you unmute, you can address the board.
Good afternoon. Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. Just a few comments about this meeting. Regarding Julie Regan's comments about, well, the governing board was a big help in the last fire. Most of governing board doesn't even live here. That doesn't make us feel any safer. And then as far as the stewardship, Tahoe stewardship helping with all this, it's a bunch of tourism agencies getting together to, fill up the shoulder seasons and stuff. So that, these kind of comments don't really help with our community angst. And for the governing board to be saying, well, these people are so concerned, we are concerned. And it's a bit patronizing to say, gee, I wish they were here to listen. I mean, it's, this is, our lives, everything. So, and you keep approving projects, and you won't deal with capacity, and you won't deal with cumulative impacts. And what's missing here is critical thinking. It's just a lot of backslapping. It's always that, except for just a couple of you are, really think about it. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Next
hand up on Zoom, it's John and Beth Davidson. If you unmute, you can address the board.
Hello, this is Beth Davidson, and I live in the middle of Incline Village, probably 2 blocks from the lake, in a condo development. And I
Ms.
believe,
Davidson, can I just ask you to speak up a bit so we can all hear you?
yes, let me try to fix my,
Maybe just get closer to your mic.
how does that work? Is that any better? Hello? Yes?
Just a little bit. If you could get a little closer to your mic.
Oh, okay, all right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Yes, Beth Davidson, and I live about 2 blocks from the lake, middle of Incline Village, in a condo development that's been here for a while. And this condo development is unlikely to be able to get fire insurance this coming season. They're having great difficulty with that. First, before I go into that, I should say thank you for the superb presentation by fire and law enforcement. Learned a lot. Glad to hear that you are planning to do quality clearing along the evacuation routes, understand how important that is. And I have been paying attention to this for a while. I think the idea of maps for people will be very helpful. So getting back to insurance, I hope TRPA and at whatever level necessary will be looking at the people who are here and the insurance considerations that already exist, because perhaps the insurance industry has information that will feed into the data that you're collecting. I do know that Redfin recently had an article about the wildfire prone counties in the United States. So that should be helpful to people buying property. There's a lot more information. I saw in the Financial Times an article about fire throughout the world in terms of how that is impacting decision making. And so certainly glad to see that TRPA is moving on this and bringing to bear whatever resources you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last hand raised is Doug Flaherty. Doug, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Doug Flaherty, Incline Village, former fire battalion chief of Southern California, living and working in the Santa Ana Canyon and having the privilege to lead numerous strike teams up and down California and into Nevada. I'm going to be talking about the need for a roadway by roadway fire evacuation capacity evaluation at the end of the meeting under public comments. But for right now, I want to just say thank you so much to Mr. Friedrich. And really, we're very privileged to have Chief Lundgren here as part of the Tahoe Basin Fire Chiefs. He's from what I can tell, a proponent of aggressive and undeniable initial attack. Folks, you're talking here about evacuation issues that are going to be set in place as to whether or not they fail or are successful within the first 60 to 90 minutes of a fire. Slope and wind fires can shoot burning brands 1 to 3 miles ahead of the fire, causing multiple fires. I applaud the law enforcement and fire departments for all their efforts. They're going to do whatever it takes, whatever they can humanly do to provide safety for us in evacuation. However, a fast-moving fire and the messaging that is adopted by the public, some of that will take place on an app that you guys send out. However, social media will drive the public perception. Social media in an overcapacity Tahoe Basin during a wildfire such as Paradise moves 7 miles in the first 90 minutes from the source to Paradise. Social media will dictate actions. That action will be panic and chaos. I want you guys to really consider the question, why is TRPA so reluctant to provide a roadway by roadway fire evacuation capacity evaluation. My theory is that once you do that, you're doing everything in this meeting you can to prevent that. I hope the board members will provide leadership and start to protect lives. But once you do that, you know your game's going to be up on approving increased height density and coverage over capacity. So I'm pleading to each of you board members, who's going to step up and protect the public? Law enforcement and fire resources will do anything they can within their power. But if we continue to allow this overcapacity, like you guys are doing, it is absolutely negligent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Are there any other public comments on this item?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment on this item.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment. And are there any other comments or questions from the board? And I'm not seeing any. I believe we want to take our lunch break next. So thank you. First off, thank you, Chief Lindgren, and our law enforcement that are here with us today, CAL FIRE. Appreciate everybody's assistance on this important topic for our communities. So with that, I think we want to go to lunch break. And Julie, how long should we? About 45 minutes for those of you online, and our board members that are online. We'll take about a 45-minute break. Can I make that 40? Yeah. Okay, so we'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. Maria, my clock and watch say 1:30. Are you ready? Okay. Board members, we're going to reconvene the board meeting. It's 1:30 PM and we're going to move on now to item 7B, our annual work plan. The information on this can be found on page 85 of our packet. And as a reminder to the public, after staff presentation and board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on in the Zoom webinar or to be unmuted by TRPA staff for your comments. So I'm going to turn it over now to Julie Reagan, our Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director, and thank you for the setup. I'm going to walk you through the agency's annual work plan, and I must confess, in the 20 years I've been here, I've been through 20 different presentations on annual work plans, and they are usually a bit of a yawner. So I'm going to make this a little more interesting, I hope, and tell you just how proud I am to present this to you. And I'm looking at this, and in some years they're on consent. So obviously we're not doing that because this is a really important document that I wanted your full support on and educational awareness around. Because it is where the magic happens. It is where the work comes together and the team. And we have an amazing staff at TRPA that really worked very hard on this document and came together under my new administration as your executive director. So many of you are new to the governing board. It's the perfect time to get into the magic of the work plan. And I must also thank all of those past members of the board. It was so wonderful to be able to celebrate Bud Hicks and so many others that were mentioned because I do feel like where we are today in the agency's history is building on a lot of leadership at the board level, past leaders of the agency and executive directors and staff, and we're in a good place. But we have so much in the way of challenge that just, rewind to the last conversation. So two key things, once we get into the nuts and bolts of this, that I wanted to keep coming back to, two key messages. One, that we have an incredible staff, and a goal of mine as the director and of our executive team is to retain those staff. So what you'll hear over and over as we work through the priorities and then the budget, which follows this presentation, we have a goal to retain our staff. We have no openings right now other than the new positions that you'll be contemplating in this work plan. So that's exciting. And we want to keep it that way. And that takes a lot of hard work in the challenging times that we all operate under, with staffing shortages across the nation. And then the other key message is that we are getting stuff done. This plan is aggressive in what I view in looking at what we've heard you want us to deliver. We want to make some bold changes. We are giving you a work plan to do that. It may not be quick enough for some, but I want to talk about that because we have a very big regional constituency and we want to bring the community along with some of these changes. And we all know that that takes time. So what I hope that you'll find as we dig in, that we have given ourselves a recipe for success in actually delivering and not taking on more than we could deliver, because at the end of the day, it's about action and getting things done.
Madam Executive Director.
Yes.
Who's the long-haired hippie depicted in the picture here?
So Mr. Middlebrook really rocked the look when he was the mayor. But then when he got promoted, he cut the hair. So he's the government affairs manager now, but we had to actually memorialize that because it looks great. It's a great picture. It's a great picture. And I do want to emphasize in terms of the staff retention, like none of what we do as an agency is possible without the hard work of the team. And we cannot achieve the goals of the compact nor our mission without our staff. So that is certainly a key message. And then if we go to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about our core mission. And it's very interesting how the compact sets us up to be that regional convener as the interstate compact. So we are actually responsible for the intent, the legislative intent of the compact, which is probably one of the most visionary conservation pieces of legislation in the history of the United States. But it puts us squarely in the accountability seat to achieve and maintain our threshold standards, to execute on a regional plan. But we cannot do that alone. We actually have to rely on our partners. And the compact is really clear in many sections about the collaborative nature of the watershed and the shared governance model. And I've been out talking to the community and community conversations about all manner of things of the future of Tahoe. And I'm constantly getting questions, particularly from newer members of the community that are really confused. Who do I call for X? All of you who are local elected officials get that all the time. And it's not ever a black and white straight answer. And the compact recognizes that in this shared framework of 2 states, nearly 80% of the land managed by the U.S. Forest Service, and there's about 10 federal agencies that work in Tahoe, 6 local jurisdictions, and the private sector, the Washoe Tribe, the science community, our nonprofit partners, and on and on. So we work in this partnership model, but it also makes us rely on our partners to deliver on the regional plan and to achieve and maintain our thresholds. And that comes with a lot of core day-to-day activity that's really crucial. And we're going to talk a good bit about our strategic priorities, but I didn't want to forget some of those core activities, and I'm going to touch on that. I'll take the next slide. So as we discussed in our retreat back in April over in Incline Village, and then again in May in the discussion, the achieving and maintain thresholds is in the center of the wheel. That is our core function. The compact directs us to set the standards and then to have a regional plan to achieve and maintain those. And we do that in a way around the wheel, looking at preparing that plan, implementing that plan through permitting and compliance, which is our biggest department. But we are not just a regulatory agency. So we have this incredibly broad authority that gives us land use authority across watershed, the authority to implement, but we go beyond that in the quadrant number 4 on the right through projects and programs. So we have this now almost 30-year partnership around the environmental improvement program, and that is the capital investment strategy to achieve the regional plan. So I wanted just to lay that out because it really affects our day-to-day operations, and sometimes we lose sight of that backbone support. The next slide, please, Tracy. Water quality and BMPs, the lake is our touchstone. At the end of the day, it's about Lake Tahoe, and we've got 10 threshold categories from, air quality and scenic resources and recreation and soils and vegetation, but it really rolls around to the touchstone of what people care about, and it's keeping Tahoe blue. It's making sure that when those who come after us look out at the splendor of the lake, that they see the same incredible specter that we did. So water quality really is job one, and we've approached that through best management practices. And we have an incredible team that works with our local jurisdiction partners. We have a Tahoe total maximum daily load adopted by the US EPA in 2 states now, more than a decade ago, and we're making progress on all of that. But what's interesting that we'll talk about later, and you heard John Hester at the retreat talk about stormwater infrastructure, because Tahoe developed as just a seasonal community of a lot of cabins, we did not have stormwater infrastructure. We don't have stormwater utility functions with our local governments. So we've gotten ahead of that with doing parcel by parcel BMPs, but we know that the solutions have to be bigger. And we've been recognizing that, and the regional plan mentions that, and there are certain policies directed at that. We also know that science is evolving on water quality. I went to the State of the Lake report over at the Grand Lebacan on the West Shore last week. UC Davis has been doing their State of the Lake report for many years and has, been doing the SECI readings on the lake for more than 50 years. And the lake is changing, and we know this. And we know right now in 2022, we had some of the best clarity that we've had since the 1980s. That could be largely driven by the ecology and the food web. Maybe not. There's differences of opinion, and scientists are still working on that. But we do know that with climate change and some of the stresses that we're seeing across the board, the water quality challenges aren't getting any easier. Fortunately, we have this incredible program to go back on, and our staff have been working tirelessly to make this more a part of our daily ethos and how we do things at Lake Tahoe. So when you hear about the complete communities concept, we're not forgetting best management practices, but we're just taking it to the next level. The next slide is on transportation, and we're going to talk about that in terms of our strategic priorities. But there are also just some basic fundamentals that we have to fulfill under the compact, as the reducing dependency on the private automobile. That was in the 1980 compact amendment. And it's been a challenge for this community. You heard it in the previous comments, Traffic has always been a part of the resort town that we are, and we have always suffered from being a small rural community, less than 60,000 people, that swells with visitation. And managing that in the face of, not a lot of funding in the scheme of the big transportation destinations is a challenge. We are fortunate to get designated as a so-called large MPO after we got the first MPO destination, Metropolitan Planning Organization. And Megan, we won't quiz you on all the acronyms at the end of the meeting. I promise we won't quiz you. But the interesting thing about the compact is that it does give us this incredible authority and jurisdiction to connect land use and transportation. And that's different in most MPOs. Most MPOs just, do transportation planning, but they don't manage development and they don't connect those permitting authorities together. So it's a challenge, but it's a great opportunity. And then on permitting and compliance, this is the largest department that we have. And I just don't want to forget the folks that are approving more than 1,000 permits a year and doing that in a way that enforces our regional plan, maintains the thresholds, and make sure that the development that does come online, which has all been analyzed, remember just as comments earlier, what you see at the board level and what we are going through at the staff level in terms of our permitting or our local jurisdiction partners have all been contemplated in the existing regional plan of 2012. Those development caps were set, and that's what we are executing on. And we can talk about whether those are the right, sets of numbers today, 10 years later, but I just wanted to make sure to be clear on the record that our team is going off the rules that we have today, and some of them need to be updated, and we're going to talk about that. But I also had a stat that we had our team pull together. You've heard us mention before, just the values really growing in Lake Tahoe of real estate values in recent years, and the statements of, Tahoe's never been inexpensive, but we went to bed as Tahoe before COVID, and we woke up as Aspen after COVID, just with the ratcheting up of pricing of homes and rentals. But right now we are almost at the $30 billion assessed valuation of assessed parcel data in basin. That's just assessed values, not market values. So 30 billion, and just a third of that is in El Dorado County and the city on the South Shore, because there's more parcels there, and a lot of the newer development has been in the southern end of the lake, and larger homes are expensive, and that's part of what we're trying to look at. But our team is working really hard to honor the public service that requests that we get and to serve the community well. And so we're actually trying to take that to a new level with one of the new positions that we're adding for the front desk, and to have a very robust customer service program, because our rules are complicated. And our goal is to have folks just come to us to work through the process, not necessarily to have to hire a consultant, which consultants do a great job, but we can do that for no charge. And so we're going to be bullish on that in our work. The next slide. Science and monitoring. I wanted to just mention that because we did talk about the microplastic study that got worldwide attention. 38 different lakes around the world were sampled. It was what's called a snapshot survey, that microplastic study. So it was one day, 3 samples on Lake Tahoe. That's it. That was in that study. So that's why more research needs to be done. But it's there, and it's consistent with other research that we've seen, that microplastics are on the beach and they are in the water. They're in everything that we do in our modern day society, but there is a lot more work to do. And so that's why the Science Council is standing up this working group on microplastics. I wanted to also mention the threshold evaluation report. We've had a lot of comments from the community about, well, where are we on the threshold? Just a reminder, we're more than 60% in attainment of the standards that we have, and some of which we have not data to measure, but of those that we do, the majority of standards, we have the data, and we are at 60% attainment. And we are going through this year in 2023 an update of that threshold evaluation, gathering all the data, and then in 2024 that's going to come back to you so that you can see our progress. And that really looks at more than just lake clarity and more than just water quality, but across all of those threshold categories. And our staff are also busy out doing hundreds of samples of stream zone areas, looking at aquatic invasive species, even doing long-term data collection on bike and pedestrian activities, counting bikers on trails. So that's part of the work that we do just on a day-to-day basis that sometimes just doesn't get mentioned. I'll take the next one. So then we boil all that up into these 3 categories. And I really want to thank the board for taking the time at the April retreat to roll up your sleeve and talk about the 6 initiatives that we had and that we ended up finding our way into 3 main categories. And the 4th was the threshold and the update of our standards, which we have an ongoing process. And I do believe it was the breakout with Vice Chair Williamson and with member Comrade Seda, where we said, you know what, that should be embedded in every single thing that we do. So that was a wonderful suggestion that we folded into really 3 strategic priority areas. Housing, for sure, Tahoe living, keeping Tahoe moving, that's transportation and sustainable recreation, and restoration and resilience. And that's the EIP and all the things that we're doing in the broader partnership around restoration and planning for more extreme weather events in the future. And I will say, we had a lot of great ideas at the retreat, and our team went back and looked at all of them and really tried to draw a through line in the work plan. And you will see them throughout the work plan. Those ideas are folded into these categories. And for those that aren't, they're still on the table, but I just wanted to give a basic admonition. We have finite resources. So anything that we do differently, folding out of this conversation is something that we have to move resources to somewhere else. And we'll talk about that in terms of the budget as well. The next slide. So I'm just going to highlight the initiatives. You've had a chance on your packet, I'm sure, to go through this, and there's just a lot more detail. And let's see the packet. I'm sure you've already looked at this, but the page number is right here somewhere. 85. Thank you. There's a lot more detail in the packet on these 3 initiatives and 3 strategic priorities, but I'm just going to give you a couple examples for each of them, and then we can get into discussion. So the Tahoe Living Working Group is probably one of the areas that the RPIC committee, the Regional Plan Implementation Committee, has been most familiar with, but we've tried to vet those concepts and discussions here at the full board so that you all have the same information. And we know that we are living in an affordability crisis in the Tahoe Basin. So we're looking at modernizing our land use practices and really making some serious reforms and looking in the mirror of what have the consequences been to limiting growth and development in the way that we have to driving prices up, and what could we do to remove friction to get more affordable units on the ground? Because we know that not just in Tahoe, but in resorts across the West, the prices have been driven high, and it's largely tending to be this high upper end single family home. And we want to see more multifamily, smaller homes. So we have a plan for that in the work. We have a plan to deliver complete communities. We've been working on something called complete streets for a long time, where you don't just build a road for a car, you build it for a sidewalk pedestrian or an off class 1 trail for a bike. You put in lighting and landscaping, and you make it a more complete experience. We want to do the same thing with our communities on the land use side and look at things like stormwater infrastructure, more walkability, mixed use commercial on the ground floor, parking management, all that sits within this full framework of the Tahoe Living Working Group. And I must say, a lot of the conversations I've been having with some of you leading into this presentation is around some of the development rights working groups initiatives. And if you think back, I think maybe Shelley, you were the only member of the team that participated in the development rights 2018 when we brought that to the board. And you and Bill Gates have a great picture memorializing that. We're pointing to the posters on the wall, your Vanna White moment. And if you really think strategically about that massive initiative that took a number of years working with the community, that not long after that, we went into COVID, just 2 years after, and nothing was happening. And so we're just coming out of this pandemic, and some of the policies that we initiated and that we embarked upon are just starting to come out the other side. Did anyone see the Federal Reserve met today? Interest rates were increased. Yesterday, it was all in the news, something called the long and variable lag of Milton Friedman's economic writings of the 1960s. And the idea is you could put a policy in at a scale of the United States economy. You could put a policy in on one day, and it might take 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years. for it to work its way through impacts. Not always, but that was the idea of this lag. And I do really feel like that is something that's happening today with the policies of the regional plan and the development rights working group, that we are now starting to see on the ground examples of some of those. And maybe we need to refine that, and you'll see that reflected in the Tahoe Living Initiative. Keeping Tahoe Moving is the next initiative, and that really is the transportation and sustainable recreation initiative, strategic priority area. And, you know, we don't need to belabor the transportation challenges. I do want to thank the commenters from the last item that mentioned the Round Hill Pines Resort. We need to work with our partners on that. We're not there yet in terms of the solution around around Highway 50 on the South Shore, nor are we there on the 28 corridor as well. There's a lot more work to do. That will take a lot of initiative of funding and investment. And we have unprecedented opportunities from the federal government, from our states, to invest in transportation solutions. Destination Stewardship is working hard, and there is a lot of work underway in this initiative with the intelligent transportation systems that John Hester mentioned. And we were just brainstorming after that last discussion with the team of incorporating some of the ideas even that we just had in the last hearing into our work plan in this priority, as well as in our EIP program. But I did want to mention one item that's in the work plan, and that is the update of our regional transportation plan, which will be of keen interest to all of you and to the community. That will kick off next year. It's already starting in some regards now with certain pieces of it, and that will be coming back to you for action in either late 24 or 25. So that's in the work plan. And that, of course, reflects our new VMT and transportation and sustainable communities threshold standard to reduce vehicle miles traveled by just under 7% by 2045. So that's in the work plan. Restoration and resilience is our third bucket of strategic priorities. And this really encompasses all of the EIP and our whole team that works with the community, with our 80+ partners that are doing the projects. And bless you, we are almost at 800 projects. And when you think back at the first summit of 1997, when President Clinton and Vice President Gore came, we had a binder full of like 900 projects, and now to say that we're almost at 800 projects, and our goal at that point was 900 million. We're almost at $3 billion invested from federal, state, local, private sectors in those focus areas that you see on the slide. It's amazing. And I must give credit to Jim Beachy, who was the executive director in the 90s, that stood up at that summit and basically heralded this as the new strategy for the restoration of the basin and for achieving our thresholds. Because what we found in the 90s is that regulation alone was not getting the job done. So much of the land use pattern developed before we had a regional plan and before we had these conservation standards that we could not ever, expect in our lifetimes to achieve some of these thresholds. So the EIP was born, and we're so proud of that accomplishment. And there's a lot more work to do, and we have a great partnership that was stood up to do that. So I feel like this work plan is getting us down the path of taking our really heavy regulatory approach from the 80s and 90s, then add in the restoration EIP, environmental improvement program, of the 2000s to present, and marrying them up. And so you'll see some reference in the work plan to linking the EIP more with development projects that come through the door. Very routine projects all the way to big projects like getting more micro transit from the Tahoe Event Center, for example. So we're going to do that in this work plan and just work our way down the path of integrating these programs more. And then I just have a couple more slides before we go to discussion. I don't expect you to belabor this in terms of the organizational chart, but I know some of you have asked what is the organizational chart of TRPA, and we have just been promoting about 10 people in the agency, and we've solidified a lot of these positions. All you see on this organizational chart is the tier of the executive team, 8 members of that executive team, myself and General Counsel John Marshall, John Hester, Kim Chevalier, Dan Segan, Chris Kyler, and Angela Ashley. So from human resources and finance to implementation and partnerships, to the operations and the permitting side. And then elevating science and the role of science was really important to me coming into this position. And Dan's been just doing a great job over the last month in that role of just making sure that we are accounting for the latest available science in the data, in the work that we're doing to bring policies to you for recommendation. So in this, what you'll hear in the budget presentation that we have next is that we are, in terms of the organization in this budget, we're looking at 74 permanent positions, and 2 of them are full-time or part-time rather, plus our seasonals, our boat crew, which we bring on every year, and we have 3 interns. We are looking at a new front desk public service specialist to make sure that we are open for the public 5 days a week. We've only been open 4 days a week in the front since the Great Recession. So with this budget, we'll be open 5 days a week, and we'll be continuing that trend of online work as well, because our community members have really appreciated the ability to do online permitting. 80% of our permits are now online, and we want to continue that. We are also adding a staff attorney, which has been discussed in previous work plans. So we have the budget to bring in an associate attorney. And we also have 2 planners to assist with the housing work. One of them may end up being an AmeriCorps position that's funded differently, but we do have that in the budget. So this reflects the vision forward that our executive team and our operations managers, they are the next level of management at the agency. And I really must thank them for pulling this together, sitting down with the teams. There are new people and new jobs. We had to wrestle a lot of things to the ground because we're trying to envision things differently and doing things differently to do it in a more efficient way. But at the same time, recognizing that we are short positions. I just went back and looked at some of our previous budgets to remind ourselves that before the recession, we were almost at 100 employees roughly. And we've been gaining ground on that ever since, but we're still short. And so this budget isn't getting us all the way to where I think we need to fill some critical staff needs, but it's moving us in the right direction with these few extra positions to get at our mission and to make sure that our staff don't get burned out and move on, because we want to retain the incredible talent that we have. So looking forward, I really think this is our opportunity to advance our mission. Budgets reflect priorities. Budgets reflect the will of the policymakers. And I hope that you find the work plan is hitting the mark on that, and also keeps us firmly in that partnership model of epic collaboration, because as you'll hear from Chris on the budget, and our operations committee heard this morning, we have substantially increased revenues in this budget, and it's fully to implement the EIP through our partnership. And that's a great honor because they're trusting us to pass through those funds to make sure that they get on the ground and that we can increase the pace and scale of the critical projects that we know we need to do to achieve our mission. So with that, I will take your questions. We are eager to get to work and eager to hear from you, and appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Julie. Board members, questions, comments? Yes, Ms. Aldine.
Thank you. So Julie, this is on page 95, under strategic priority description of Tahoe living. Under the time frame, in the time frame and action box here, you have obviously a reference to the current efforts underway to increase density, height, and coverage to facilitate the development of deep restricted housing. Even though it's not mentioned, I'm assuming that part of the mission is going to be to look at creative ways of encouraging the private sector, especially large private sector developments, to incorporate employee housing on site, rather than in some cases, having, as I said once before on the record, I appreciate the fact that Palisades, has acquired a couple of buildings in Kings Beach, for employee housing, but that still requires those employees to travel from Kings Beach to Palisades for work. I don't think that's what we envisioned. So is that going to be kind of an integral part of this, is to, if for example, a major employer comes in for a permit, I mean, you can coax them into doing it, but, maybe if they come in for a permit, that would be the opportunity, give us an opportunity to talk about the importance of large employers providing on-site employees.
Actually, I can just take that now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
yeah.
you, Shelley, for the question. Yes, and I'm going to let John Hester jump in, but thank you. We agree. I can tell you a couple of the big projects that are in the pipeline. You know, you just approved the revision to the Waldorf Astoria. There's on-site employee housing there. I've met with the Calneva new ownership group, and they are doing employee housing on site there. And it has to be a strategy going forward. So I'll let Hester comment on where that lives in the overall scheme of the Tahoe Living Working Group.
It's in there and in the hit. I know you know that we just piloted inclusionary for that incline. And that's kind of the model we're going to further develop and bring back to you. And I think we mentioned that when we roll past that last meeting.
No, I just want to make sure that it's part of the program going forward and acknowledge part of the program. Because I think it's an opportunity, you know, to address the workforce housing needs on site, you know, and to me, that's far better than having those, you know, those units scattered throughout the basin and maybe not in close proximity to where they're needed.
Absolutely. I do think the local jurisdictions are doing that work moving forward. It's how we make up for past development, and those people were housed in a variety of locations, you know, for that particular ski area. I'm sure Heavenly as well. You know, people spread out, and that was the makeup of our bad planning previously. So as we move forward, I know at least our jurisdiction is.
I'll get into more detail.
Yeah.
What we probably will be bringing to the RPIC in September is the code amendments you mentioned. And those, part of that will be what is the need jurisdiction by jurisdiction. And we're looking at different ways to measure that. One is the regional need is 5,000, and that's 10%. For the jurisdiction gets 10. We've got RENA numbers from several California jurisdictions. We've got the Mountain Housing Council and Tahoe Prosperity Center need numbers. So that's one of the things we'll bring to you. And then those code amendments, as you know, are kind of a baseline for what the market will deliver in terms of achievable. And what we want to say to the local governments, I think, is what we've been hearing in our meetings with them is, this is what you can get with our default set of code amendments. You can propose an option to get the same amount a different way. And in terms of something like inclusionary, we've heard loud and clear from both Glasser and the city of South Tahoe. We've got programs. Can we substitute ours if they're working for what you come up with? They said absolutely. So that's kind of where we are. It's not, I'm previewing the RPIC meeting from September with you, but that's what we're working on. Okay.
Great.
And
Preserving.
Can I interrupt just for a second?
Sure.
We just been asked from the admin staff to speak up. Apparently there's a little issue with picking up on the mics, and it's a very low feed. So if everyone could use their outside voices.
Okay, okay. So on page 109, under preserving existing housing, output through a third-party contractor process compliance forms for all 5 operational deed restricted achievable units. 5 is a rather small subset. I'm not quite certain what that means. Operational deed restricted achievable units, and then it says audit 10% of deed restricted affordable moderate achievable units for compliance with existing deed restrictions. I mean, 5 seems like a small subset. I'm just wondering who came up with that number, that objective.
You want to answer that, Karen?
Hi, Karen Fink for the record. So yeah, I want to explain that just remind everybody, in 2018, we established our official compliance program for deed restricted units moving forward. And so any deed restricted unit that was permitted after 2018 received a deed restriction that specifically said that they would need to fill out a compliance form. And only 5 units have actually been constructed and have somebody living in there that need to meet that program. Yet we've permitted a lot more, and many more are under construction, for instance, Sugar Pine Village, but they don't actually have people living in them yet. So those were the 5 that we specifically requested to fill in our compliance form. online, and next year we expect that there will be many more. And then the other element to our compliance program that we added when we came to you in April of this year to update the language, the achievable definition, was we also specifically specified that we could audit any of the other deed restricted units. If we audit them, they need to send in documentation verifying that they are in compliance. So they actually need to show us a tax return or a pay stub or something that shows that they're meeting it. So that's what we are going to audit 10% of the units this year.
So Karen, I guess then under expected outcomes, it says 100% compliance rate for deed restrictions issued after 2018 based on the 10% audit. Is that?
Based on what they say in the compliance form. So we are going to audit the entirety of our deed restricted units, which is about 250, including those 5 new ones. So they could, they might or might not be one of the ones that we asked. We focused our audit this year on the Incline Village units because those were the ones that we had been hearing about that there were concerns with.
So that would be 100% compliance of that 10% they're audited, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
What
we meant by that was that of those 5 units that are new that have to turn in the compliance forms, we expect that 100% of them will be in compliance just based on the self-certification in the form. Then we need to go out and audit the entirety of the other units. And based on the fact that particularly those units in Incline Village, we've been hearing some issues with them. We anticipate that at this time, about 85% of the audited ones would potentially be in compliance. And then we're going to follow up with them on a case-by-case basis to bring those that aren't in compliance into compliance.
So if I can try to, so we have, I think Karen said about 250. 5 of them are the new type, 245 are the old.
Right.
So we could probably, with someone's help on the board who often edits minutes, state this a little more clearly. If that board member is willing to help us do that.
I'd be happy to.
Okay.
That would be great. All right. Thanks, Karen. Thanks, John. So then on page 115, under the compliance program, at the top of 115, it says compliance quickly and effectively resolve and abate any problems associated with code violations. Prior to that, maybe I missed it, but there doesn't seem to be a reference to any, for example, an effort to acknowledge receipt of a complaint within a certain length of time, like within 48 hours. If you look at the following page, they're talking about reviewing applications, all general emails responded to within 2 working days, which is 48 hours. All general phone calls responded to within 2 working days, which is also 48 hours. So I'm assuming the same thing applies when you get a complaint. The objective would be to hold ourselves with the same standard and acknowledge receipt of that complaint. Not a resolution, obviously, but just receipt within 48 hours.
Correct.
Okay.
We'll be happy to accept edits on that one as well.
Okay. And then just to toot our own horn a little bit on page 126, under communications and government affairs, under outputs at the top of the page, the last bullet reads, or actually the expected outcome is TRPA is recognized as a community leader that is engaged, so on and so forth. I'd like to add TRPA is recognized as a national, regional, and community leader. I mean, the work we do, has greater implications than just for our local community. So,
Thank you. Happy to make that edit.
and then just to reiterate what we already know under finance and administration, that one of our objectives is to advocate for fiscal accountability. I would just for the benefit of the public, because that's obviously an important aspect of what our finance department does. Okay, and I think that's it. I'm good. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Aldine. Other board member comments? And again, this is a time when we're looking at the overall work plan for the year, that we're bringing out any issues that we need to discuss as a board. So I urge you to weigh in.
Hi, it's Belinda online. I had a comment. Okay. Great. So thank you. I mean, first of all, I just want to
presentation. I think I'll just maybe And I have several comments in different sections. I'll start with one, not to hog all, didn't make time. So John Friedrich for the record. So on the Tahoe living section, I took note, Julie, of your comment. We went before the COVID crisis, we were Tahoe, and afterwards we were Aspen. So that does suggest some need to revise the way of doing things, and in response to, as you said, the affordability crisis. We do have a crisis, and I think so. A question is on one of the sections that on page 94, the equity and climate assessment. I think that covers a number of key items that could be considered in the trade-offs category of are we using our development rights for, as this says, luxury development on limited development sites in this section? Are we using it for affordable and achievable housing? This talks about limited pool of development rights. Is that aligning with regional workforce housing goals and mitigation requirements? This section talks about looking at the growth management system, conversion and transfer of development rights, mitigation fees. To me, these are all of critical now in response to the crisis, waking up as Aspen issues. These are kind of get to the heart of, as we're thinking about being more expansive, I guess, in our allowances for affordable housing density, height, and coverage, and with associated, presumably, some more impacts for coverage, traffic, what have you, and to maintain, as you said, our focus on protecting the lake. There need to be some trade-offs. So to me, that would be in this section, looking at those trade-offs to say, how are we prioritizing the development we need and want, and disincentivizing the kind of development we don't necessarily need, at least on a community needs basis for workforce housing. So that being said, my question is, are there actions we can take shorter term? And some of these, I think, were in the longer term category, like scaling development rights to include equity and climate update, the TRPA programs, mitigation fees to include equity and climate updates, et cetera, that I think probably square with the phase 3 of the How Living and Working Group kind of analysis, next steps, which might be also in the longer term. But so my question is, in response to this crisis, are there some things we could front load, move faster to address this crisis, such as Shelley said, a basin-wide, or maybe you were saying this, or how I interpreted it, some version of a basin-wide inclusionary housing ordinance. Maybe that's what I would want to see evaluated, requiring TAUs for vacation rentals. Or we've talked at various points about looking at our fee structure, RUUs, it doesn't matter the square footage, if it's an ADU or a monster home. I believe it's the same air quality and water mitigation fees, if I'm not mistaken, right? I remember, John, you mentioning that. Or other development fees in the climate codes workshop. They talked about an energy fee for very large homes. I thought that was a good, interesting proposal. But just things that incentivize making very low fees and cutting, green tape or whatever for family size housing, and making it, if you're going to build a huge home that is, market driven and doesn't really meet a workforce need, pay more for it or whatever. And or eventually perhaps looking at, are we carving out larger amount of our development rights for affordable and achievable housing? I know Vince has said we should all be that way, all future development should be those. I would tend to agree if we're talking about meeting needs. So all that being said, I guess my question is, are there some number of those type of items that we could front load for more immediate action, and not, I think that the takeaway in the climate and equity assessment was a 3-year study. Some of these, to me, I think could be done faster. Inclusionary housing, changing the fee structure, look at the TAU for vacation rentals, some of those kind of things that don't require an EIS in my view. So I guess that's a long-winded question.
Well, did you just ask and answer a question?
No, the question is, could we move things up front on the work plan that are action items along those lines?
Sure, I'm happy to jump in, and I do want to let Belinda know we could not hear. Apparently, she was talking. Member Fastinos, we'll circle back. We couldn't hear your questions. So just wanted to flag that. But thank you, John, and we've had a chance to talk about this. RPIC is very bullish on these progressive policies that you're talking about, John. What we've tried to lay out is this 3-year plan, which was funded through the state of California through the Housing and Community Development. And a big thanks to Ashley and to Vince and others who supported us in Sacramento to get the $2.5 million that it will take to do that work. These aren't easy lifts. I will say that up front. And we are going to need to work a lot with our communities to bring folks along. And there may be different strategies that we can use to get to the overall end goal. I mean, overall, it will be up to the board if we want to move things around in the timeline of the Tahoe Living Working Group. But maybe I can have Hester at least tease out where we are in those different phases.
Yeah, I think John, Vince thinks it'll take 2 weeks, is what he said to Karen and I. But I think we're probably toward the end of the year, the beginning of 24, to finish up the code amendments we have now, which will give us, in a sense, one form of requirement for all the local governments, where I wouldn't call it inclusionary, but it's use this code or come up with some code like it that will get this amount of achievable. So that kind of moves that forward, but I think it would be safe to say that not everything in phase 3 is going to take 3 years. I think we could have like a 3A and a 3B. I'm looking at Karen, she's agreeing because she's the one who's delivering it. So I think we could probably look at some of the things that don't require an environmental analysis or that there might be agreement on. I can tell you, giving all of the unused development rights to affordable housing, there's not a total agreement on the board here. I've heard somebody already say that. So some of those things may take a little bit longer than work out. We'll get to the 3As as fast as we can.
And some might require more study, correct?
Correct.
If jurisdictions already have inclusionary housing policies, even through consideration of single family new development, those sorts of things. So I think we all need to be briefed on what everybody's doing, and before we jump in thinking we need a regional fix that may be being resolved. The California jurisdictions have certain requirements already.
And some of the climate smart ideas you have, I think we're about to process or just processed a small subset of those already. And we'll be processing some more of those. They don't have to wait 3 years. So those we didn't necessarily put in here, but we put them in regional planning. On whatever page it mentions climate smart package. So
Yep, and that'll be coming this fall to the board.
let me see if I can.
Belinda, did you want to weigh in now? See if we can hear you.
Only if John's done.
John's looking
I'd like
something
to
up.
have him
Go ahead.
finish.
Belinda, we can't hear you.
Huh. Okay. Don't know what's going on.
We can hear her online.
Yeah.
Belinda, here we go. We're starting to hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Just if John is finished, I do want to emphasize what he recommended, but I'd like to have him finish if he's got more he wants to.
Go ahead, Belinda. I have other things, but please jump in.
Okay, well, I'm just ditto what you just said. I think it's really critical that we try to move those issues up as quickly as possible. As we know, we've recently had to take some actions that were based on prior approvals that all of us kind of gritted our teeth and did, but felt that we had to really address this issue more comprehensively. And so just on that specific issue, I'll say that. And I do have some other things I want to bring up, but I'll wait for you to finish.
Okay. And John, did you finish your?
Well, I know you were kind of, I was
Looking up
looking
here.
at page 110, and what were you pointing out there?
If you look under regional plan administrative and code maintenance, down in the outputs,
Yeah.
that's where the climate code's mentioned. It also mentions mixed use and the process improvements. Process improvements, I think you're going to get, or RPIC's going to get next month. So those should be here pretty quick.
Okay. I'm going to come back to some other topics, assuming other people have things to jump in on this or related, but just to finish the thought, I mean, so I guess maybe one upshot in that back and forth, I think as Cindy said, there are probably some items like inclusionary housing. We need to look at how that fits with what jurisdictions are already doing and how it would work basin wide. And I think there are those some items that we could take faster action on, like fees, right? Like, can we scale fees based on, the type of, the size of the unit, for example, or so,
I think the concept is easy to say,
yeah,
actually coming up with numbers. and
Okay.
that People can,
right.
that's gonna take a little time.
But I imagine that would have no environmental, study and needed in my view, right? You're just basically trying to adjust your send a price signal that says we're encouraging community supporting workforce housing and not as encouraging as much those just the market-based large mega developments, the luxury developments as is described here.
Yeah, but I
So
think turning those into a code with numbers.
Yeah.
I think, the approach the agency, from my history with the agency prior to even joining the board is looking at carrots more than sticks, because then you avoid litigation if you start trying to set fees as disincentives versus discounting fees for incentives. And let me know what you're thinking, because some of the concepts that are being thrown out could end up in property rights disputes, taking away development rights. We've seen those efforts. So I just want to make sure we think about that as a board at how do we incentivize and encourage.
That's why I'm saying it might not be it's easier to say than.
Yeah, yeah. Because I appreciate what you're doing. This is what we're trying to do every day. I mean, how do we incentivize and buy out housing and unlock the current housing? That's what some of the programs we're working on in North Shore. And that's what we've come to, is that, mandating people versus encouraging them.
Yeah, I guess I was saying both. So it's just by way of example, at the city of South Lake Tahoe, we're looking at inclusionary housing ordinances that would be scaled such that your impact fees are very low for, say, under 2,000 square feet, and they ramp up such that in the future, if you go by like Johnson Boulevard, there's a monster home on the golf course, you would pay more for taking up that square footage and, having those impacts. Same with building permit fees that would be on a scale such that you are incentivizing those who are building smaller family supporting homes. And if you're going to build something that's not that, you're paying more for that privilege to build that in Tahoe. So I would look at it as both. We're happy to share details on how we're structuring.
Yeah, and I think it's just, I think from my understanding, because we've talked a lot about this with VMT and other things, is just making sure the board is aware of we're going to have to prove those impacts are greater for some of those larger houses. There are some people who can afford and choose to live in a much bigger house, but may not have any more people or impact on the environment than I do with my running around driving to meetings.
If
So,
I may, Madam Chairman, I think this dialogue just between the two of you illustrates my point that it's going to take a little time to get consensus.
well, and I was just trying to throw that out there to help, help feed this discussion that staff is not going to easily be able to resolve all these issues quickly, because they do have profound impacts on people's private property rights as well as our public discourse. So.
Yeah, so I guess to me, it just illustrates it'd be good media things to bring back as soon as we can. I mean, not necessarily have consensus up front, but that's the point of like a board, right? To have the discussion, and wrestle with tough issues and, and see where we shake out. But so anyway, given the nature of the crisis, I think whatever's within our power to bring back faster that doesn't require an EIS is my point, or that, we might not be all on the same page initially, but, let's at least get those on the agenda and take some, look at taking some action where we can.
Absolutely. Were there any other items that you had, and then Ashley wanted to weigh in?
Good. I'll come back to
Okay.
the other items.
I guess I don't want to prolong this discussion, but it does seem like we should have a brainstorming session to think about this sort of permit pricing or processing fees pricing, things like that, in light of everything we're talking about and inflation, right? We're trying to raise employee salaries here. And so there is an inflationary cost of just doing business here at TRPA. And so I think we should have that pricing discussion across a variety of topics. And it could be more of a workshop where everyone maybe sends in their thoughts ahead of time. And so there's some time to contemplate it, in a list of potential options. And we think about it more of a visioning strategy versus a reductionist strategy.
And in addition to the board, may I just add, is there a place here for APC, our planning professionals, to really be weighing in and discussing, like we're giving direction to them to come back, or working groups to bring back recommendations?
You know, they.
Because those are our people on the ground, boots on the ground
Yeah,
doing
the
this. work.
Tahoe Living Working Group, which has this board is chaired by the APC chair. And they're actually where most of the work is starting, and then it comes up, and it comes to the RPEC, and eventually you all. And I would anticipate we'll have some workshops. You may recall last July, we had a workshop with you all, and that pretty much led to this set of amendments that we're looking at right now. So we'll probably repeat the process.
So it may not all, we may get some good foundational work from the APC to bring to the board from our local planners and our regional. planners.
Yes, and we'll just commit to do as much as we can as fast as we can, and that, as John articulated, I mean, some of these will take some time, but where we can speed it up, we'll definitely do that.
Shelley, did you have additional comments?
No, I was just going to add it to your laundry list. You know, maybe there should be a system where, you know, you can only import coverage if you're developing affordable housing or an achievable housing project. There's a lot of these mega mansions are being built with increased coverage that they buy. Now, I know it's going to have an adverse impact on the, you know, the sale of those commodities, but it might be something to give some thought to.
Yeah. Other
I like
tools
that. I just want to, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I like that idea. I mean, one could imagine looking at the conversion, commodity conversion. Do you only allow conversion of CF, commercial floor area, and TAUs if it's being converted to an affordable or achievable moderate house, for example, and not for a luxury development, a monster home, a luxury condo, a vacation rental. That would be, that would take more time to analyze than whether we're putting relative higher fees on different size houses. But to me, that would be get at, again, as this says, the report, there's limited development sites and rights, and there's limited commodities, and and there's different ways to control how those are used. You can buy them on the open market, but if you limit how those can be converted, then that kind of focuses the development, scarce development rights and land and coverage for the purposes that we need. And as we've identified before, there's a lot more need than we have current residential allocations. So the more we can do to kind of carve out and make that encouraged for the community benefiting uses, the better. So.
Thank you. Other board member comments on the work plan? Not seeing anybody else. Okay.
So on the Keep Tahoe Moving, a couple of questions on the same topic of, are there things we can bring back sooner? One is, the comment that came up in the previous item about the dangerous situation near Round Hill Pines and Zephyr Cove. We certainly see the same around Emerald Bay. I'm like, people parallel parking and U-turning and just a mess. And so is that an item that we can bring back faster to prohibit parking in those areas around the lake? So that's one, that would be an example of just an immediate kind of destination stewardship, kind of transportation management action that I think would be important. And then another just question I have about transportation. Most of our development projects that we contemplate have a traffic analysis and a mitigation requirement. And we usually kind of base approvals on kind of the anticipated those anticipated mitigation measures. And I'm wondering what plans are to enforce those mitigation measures. And I would just give by way of an example, the event center was approved with a requirement to have 15-minute headways for fixed transit or on-demand transit. And I'm guessing we're not quite there yet. So maybe, by way of just example, like how do we, what are the plans for enforcing those mitigation measures that are used to approve projects? Maybe you can just kind of answer the event center by way of example. So those are two transportation questions. One is on the management of on-road parking, and two is on the traffic mitigation measures and how we're following up on those to make sure that they're being met, because if they're not, we might want to just rethink about the basis upon which we're approving projects, or, do we need more resources for that kind of permit, those permit conditions and enforcement?
Sure, I'm happy to jump in, and I might call on John Marshall to build. First, on the parking on the roadways, I think we all agree we have a lot of work to do. Like, it is not sustainable. I drove between Tahoe and Carson City on Sunday, by Zephyr Cove, by Round Hill Pines, little kids in wagons, over the fog line. Like, we have to figure this out. So on page 97 in that Keeping Tahoe Moving bullet point, two places, John, destination stewardship and corridor plans are really where those live, in addition to the transportation action plan that we're trying to fund through the 777 funding strategy, where each sector contributes more. But we're really looking hard with destination stewardship at the big land managers like the Forest Service, and they are at the table. They've agreed to co-chair the new stewardship council that's going to flow out of the destination stewardship plan. And look at reservation systems, working with local law enforcement, with judges in terms of how, what ticket prices are for illegal parking, because you can see the no parking signs with people just parked right underneath them. So it's a complicated issue. We've got to do better on shuttles, but we're working through that with our partners in those two areas. And everyone's, eager, to get a handle on this, because it's not sustainable in the current form that it's taking today. On the mitigation, I'll just say on the event center in particular, the micro transit service Lake Link launched a year before the center was open. It's still not open yet. So we have a whole team that is a stakeholder group that we meet with to make sure when that center is open, that all the mitigation measures will be implemented, and that service has been really successful, and we need a lot more vehicles because it has been so successful. And to the city's credit, the city is looking to get involved in El Dorado County in maybe expanding that all the way to the Y, because right now it's basically from the college, up to state line. But I'll let John jump in terms of just general mitigation. We follow through with mitigation measures as a regular course of business.
The only thing I would add with the event center is that the mitigation obligation is linked to when they open, and they haven't opened yet. So there is no active mitigation requirement for 15-minute headways on the fixed route, which I think is to Round Hill and back. And so we'll be looking at that project to make certain that when the obligation is required to be met, that they are implementing those transit programs.
I believe doesn't the mitigation measure say before it opens, you have to have 15-minute headways to the center?
I can go back and look at the exact language, but
Probably a condition of.
we have.
Yeah, it was
opening.
it was a condition of opening, right? So I'm just saying,
Yeah.
as an example, it just seems important to, if we're approving projects based on those kind of conditions, that we have a way to follow through on them and make sure that they happen. And so, and figure out what resources are needed do we need to increase Lake League funding from ticket fees or whatever it is, to fulfill those measures, because presumably that traffic impact was judged to be, zero or less than significant based on that condition, among others. So just to say, and I think you could look at other projects where there's traffic analysis done and there are certain mitigation measures proposed to offset the impacts that equal a no significant impact finding. And we are making those all the time. And so just give that by way of an example. I think it's important that we enforce or fulfill those mitigation measures and figure out how to support
So
through funding
Can
if
I
we
just
don't.
summarize that you definitely want enforcement of the conditions as part of the work plan? Right? Because
Well-
it's all conditions that we'd be looking at. I'm trying to link this back to our discussion today, not about a project, but about in general. This work plan should include those measures and active enforcement of the conditions.
Yeah, I guess, or
Yeah.
monitoring and consequences,
Right,
and
right.
just, and maybe that relates to the budget discussion or future budgets perhaps of do we need more staff for those purposes to be able to
Right.
accomplish that?
Good.
And just, and anytime we're evaluating a project on its traffic impacts, just, I guess, let's take a critical eye towards our ability to have those measures enforced. And are they real, you know?
Great. Thank you. Belinda, you've had your hand up again. Whoops.
Yes, but on totally different issues. So is it okay to jump into
Yeah.
that? Okay,
ahead.
great, terrific. So just I want to start off by saying that, Julie, I agree with you. This strategic plan is the best one we've had yet in terms of being a really engaging document that I think puts the issues squarely in front of us in a very compelling way that we understand, you know, what the priorities are and the expected outcomes. So I really appreciate that. And it also just brought several issues to mind. And I'll take the first one, which I think is a more cross-cutting issue that I think is intended to be in this plan, but I couldn't find it. And if it's in here and I missed it, please correct me. But how we engage with our tribal partners has, you know, always been a big issue of mine. And I know that during our strategic planning session, I thought I brought up that issue, but if I didn't, I just, you know, have it in my head that I did, then, you know, so be it. But, you know, it's definitely not something that shows up in the plan in any significant way. And one of the long-term, you know, objectives I think that, you know, we should all be thinking about very strongly is, you know, how we make sure that tribal interests, you know, not only, you know, participate in committees at the local level and that kind of thing, but which is important, but also have a seat at our table. You know, being a board member, I think, is something that I view as critically important to making sure that we're addressing tribal issues in an effective and equitable manner. So I would just put that out there. I don't know where that fits in all of this, but I think that frankly is one objective that I personally would like to see us work on. And I know that's a big issue because it's then impacting the compact and how it's written, which I actually personally just have to go back and take a closer look at and see whether or not it was addressed in the original compact. And then, you know, one of the big issues, I'm sure you all are aware in your many responsibilities that you have on boards and commissions, is that, you know, the whole issue of co-land management and land back is something that I don't think we've ever touched. And I would like to get a better understanding about what our role may or may not be on that. So maybe I'll just stop there. I have a couple of other issues, but Julie, is that something that in terms of just how tribal interests are engaged in all of our initiatives across the board, can you just generally give me an idea of how that, and the rest of the board, how that works?
Sure, I'm happy to, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA Executive Director. And first, thank you for your comments on the document. And I must thank John Hester for his tireless work on this as well, to bring this to you today. The Washoe engagement shows up in a couple of ways. First and foremost, the Washoe have a seat on our Advisory Planning Commission. We added that seat within the last 5 or 8 years. We have the Tahoe Interagency Executive Steering Committee. That shows up on page 120 in the Environmental Improvement Department. Most of our engagement with the tribe, Belinda, really flows through the EIP because the Washoe have a seat on the steering committee. And we, in recent years, have much more actively engaged the tribe, and they are under the leadership of Chair Smokey, are very much more engaged than they have been. So we're doing it in a number of ways. Supervisor Lane brought the chair to a field tour that we had a couple of weeks ago with our California delegation from the legislature. We're actively engaging them on the Meeks Bay Restoration Project, in the Destination Stewardship Project. We actually even have a land acknowledgement and we have a new conference room that we're dedicating and have an event that we're planning with the tribe. And we will make that more explicit because I think you're right. It didn't really pop out in the write-up, and we can do that. If you really get into the photos in the work plan of the staff, you'll see Victoria Ortiz is in 2 different teams. She's with the general EIP team, and she's also with the communications team, because one of her new roles is to be an official tribal liaison with the tribe. And we can just flesh that out in the final edits to this document that we'll upload to the website. So happy to make that more explicit. And then maybe I'll invite Kim Chevalier just to share a little bit more of the work that we're doing with the tribe, if you'd like to chime in.
Absolutely. Kim Chevalier for the record. We are working with the tribe quite a bit through the environmental improvement program, just as Julie referenced. And one of the ways we are working is getting those capacity building grants to the tribe. You heard about that from Kat McIntyre in her presentation on forest health. They really would like to get involved more on co-management of some of the historical land, including cultural burning, tending gardens, all of that. And they're engaging with the Fish and Wildlife Service on reintroduction of Lahontan and cutthroat trout. So those are just some examples that have really been elevated over the last couple of years. The bipartisan infrastructure law has given them some funding as well. So a lot of it is about building the capacity to engage, and that's what we're really focused on.
Yeah, if I could just follow up on that, and I appreciate all those things. I think that's great. One of my concerns, and I think we all have experienced this and have been in careers like we are in over the years. Funding kind of is cyclical, and so right now we have, thank goodness, an administration at the federal level that is funding these kinds of activities. But for the long haul, I think organizations and entities like ours, which have a permanent responsibility and statute, need to ingrain these issues into the baseline way that we do our work and not rely on, frankly, one time or maybe, 2-year funding to sustain this kind of work. So how we change our practices so that we are actually providing the capacity, not only for tribal participation, but community members that typically aren't going to have the ability to participate actively in these things because they have 2 jobs and it's going to be hard to get their participation anyway. But somehow we need to, I think, focus more attention on figuring that out. But I do appreciate the fact that there has been a lot of work done on this issue, and I don't want to seem like I'm not acknowledging that. I think that it's great that there has been some significant progress. It's just, we always need to, I think, keep the eye on what the end goal should be. So if it's okay with the chair, I'll bring up a couple of other issues that I just wanted to touch on very briefly. So in the EIP program as well, one of the things that I think is really important for us to acknowledge is that large landscape issues are critically important for resource protection and watershed improvement. But I also think about, those local parks that need to be within walking distance of communities, in particular in our town centers, where, you have, small children of, every, shape and color that want to experience parks. So I know that that's not our role, that's a municipal role, but I just want to make sure that we elevate those issues, that there's a recognition that, the access to recreation and open space is critical at every level. And that encouraging that as part of our work plan, I think would be, desirable in my view. The other thing I just want to note is that, given all the work that we've put on our transportation department, I was looking through this and looking at the staff assigned to all these different issues. I just want to recognize the fact that a lot of work is being done in our transportation department with it, but looks like, just a few staff, and maybe I'm looking at this wrong, but if you could enlighten me, it looks like our transportation group, I just see 2 folks in here, and I'm losing the page here that it's on. But anyway, that just seemed to me odd. Yeah, so that's on page 123 of the report, our transportation improvement department, and maybe just folks' pictures didn't make it in here. But
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you, Belinda, for the couple things. Number one, I should have pointed out the transportation improvement team of Nick Haven and Judy Weber is now living under EIP. That's a new shift. And Nick is our MPO director. Because there's so much emphasis on funding and securing funding for transportation, the programming of the Federal Transportation Improvement Program, which you just took action last fall. It's $100 million program of work of transportation. Nick and Judy do that under the team of environmental improvement. But if you jump back to the regional planning department, a few pages back, there are 10 members of that team, and that's where the MPO heavy planning function is combined more with the long range planners. So I should have pointed that out because but still, there's only a handful
Right.
on that team as well. And the amount of requirements that we have as an MPO are substantial. So we're doing a lot with a few people. But Nick and Judy are living under the environmental improvement umbrella in this new organizational shift. And Michelle Glickert and her team working on, active transportation and commute Tahoe and some of the traditional MPO functions are living under the regional planning department,
Okay.
and they're reporting through John Hester.
Great.
112.
Thank you. No. Thank you for that, Julie. I was
Yeah.
thinking I was missing something. I wasn't quite
No, I
sure.
appreciate. Thank you for teasing that out for us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Belinda. And maybe, I'm reflecting on John's comments and Belinda's and my own knowledge of some of the other efforts, like on parking studies that are being done by Tahoe Fund with 38 partners looking at parking management around the basin. It seems like maybe an org chart that explains all the advisory groups and collaboration that's going on would help all of us as board members, because I know some of them, but I don't know all of them. And I think that's important because we're not doing this work alone. The local jurisdictions are, the states are, nonprofits are chiming in and helping. And then the culmination may come to recommendations for policies from us. And Julie, am I getting that? close?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, that's exactly right.
And-
There's so much work that the partners are doing together. We're working collaboratively.
And so we touched on, I was going to jump in before and then I go, well, where do we stop informing that there is an effort on phase 2 of that parking management study, but it includes both states, all the local law enforcement. We're talking about different fining structures. I mean, we've got to have a seamless Tahoe Basin parking plan requires law enforcement and everybody to come together. So there's a lot of effort on these things that isn't being driven necessarily just by TRPA, but is certainly you are involved in those efforts. And I think it's important for us to know those as we look at all these issues in the basin. And if we don't know, I'm sure the public doesn't know all of the meetings that are ongoing, trying to establish that. So it may be something reflected in the work plan on how much we rely on all these partners and advisory committees.
And actually, Kim and I have started working on a big table for
Good.
your next retreat that has just that, because we wanted you to look at your committee structure as well in light of all. So if you want us to put it in here.
I don't know if it needs to be in there. I'm just reflecting on some of the comments from the board and thinking we all need to be better informed on who's working on what, who's on housing, local government committees, who's, the TTIC, the planners in transit and transportation working, from the local jurisdictions and the 2 states with our staff. So yeah, there's a tremendous amount of coordination happening by our agency, but with all these collaborative partners.
It's TTIC, TTAC, there's some more too.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's why we need an org chart.
We probably would double the size of this document. Maybe we should bring it at your retreat.
No, but I think just to help better inform all of us and the public, of course, always the public. Others? Any other comments on the work plan? I don't see hands raised from the board, so we'll now open it up for any public comment. If you're interested in addressing the board on this item, you can raise your hand here in person or raise your hand in the Zoom world and we'll call on you. Any comments? I'm looking at our member of the public. Okay, I don't see any here and I see 2 hands online, so go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Alan Miller was the first hand up. Alan, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Okay, hi, I'm just online now with your staff, Jeff Cohen, because I had raised my hand during an earlier item and I wasn't acknowledged, but that followed after I had been acknowledged. So I don't know if there's something going on where, all I said was I don't intend to speak during this item, and then I could no longer speak when I changed my mind. So I'm just trying to see what's going on here. So this is just a check-in. I thank the board for the annual work plan and the information therein. And so thank you for the acknowledgement. This was a test. I do intend to speak during the public interest comments, and I've given my phone number to your staff if there's any problem connecting. That's all I have to say right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. The previous item, I thought you said you didn't want to speak to, so we moved on. Okay.
Well, that was correct. But then again, I raised my hand after some of the other public members spoke.
Oh, okay.
I
misunderstood then. I thought your hand had just been left up. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Miller, and we'll look forward to hearing you under public forum. There's one other line.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then other hand raise is Gavin. Gavin, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Hey, thank you. Good afternoon, board chair, members, and TRPA staff. Gavin Feiger on behalf of the League to Save Lake Tahoe. First of all, just, thanks for all the hard work you all do, board members, staff, everybody. The annual work plans are really impressive. And it does show, the breadth and depth of issues you're working on, and there's no end to it, we all know. And as our role, in the basin as a partner and collaborator, we keep pushing what we see are the most pressing issues and needs. So a few things on the work plan specific to thresholds. As Julie opened up, the compact directs TRPA to develop, achieve, and maintain the thresholds. At the retreat, you guys talked about it a lot. Thresholds maintained as the center of the wheel, I think is how it was described. And then a lot of those thresholds are, achieving, maintaining, and updating thresholds are folded into the work plan, as Julie said. But there's three that I want to extract that we think need focus this year. So the first one was forest health. That was obviously a big topic today. The threshold update initiative started in, was it 2017? And there's not that many thresholds have been updated yet. And, we don't worry, we recognize we're partially responsible with the long and still ongoing VMT threshold update, but we'd really like to see the forest health thresholds updated this year as a priority. We have some staff time dedicated to supporting you in this. So hope to see that one happen. Stormwater and BMPs, man, this is, I think really where this is going to come is around the Tahoe Living Working Group, and especially coverage. We're going to have to figure out how to treat stormwater if there's any consideration of increasing coverage allowances in town centers and outside of town centers. And John Hester has some good preliminary ideas. So I want to pin that one as we try to accelerate those policy changes. And then the last one is a VMT threshold. So, spring 2021, the VMT threshold update was approved. We supported it because the RTP the 2020 RTP had to be approved too. There were two pieces that still had to be done. One of them was a project impact assessment tool, and it's still not done. And now it's starting to cause problems as projects come in and look at whether or not they screen, what their impact is, how much they pay, how much they have to mitigate. I mean, it's a core piece of the VMT threshold that's still not done. And now we have to start updating the RTP again. And, transportation staff is fantastic. They all do a great job, and they have so many important projects they're working on. But we got to take care of this unfinished business before taking on some new challenges. So those are our three: forest health, stormwater, and BMPs for affordable housing, and finishing up the VMT threshold. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Appreciate your comments. Mr. Dolan, you had your hand raised. I'm sorry, Catherine, or I didn't see any other hands online.
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised online.
Okay, Mr. Dolan then raised his hand, so.
Might as well do this now. Steve Dolan, Incline Village. First, I think you mentioned something about trade-offs. And I just think we can't have any trade-offs when it comes to preserving Lake Tahoe. Just none, zero. And part of that is why I left this at each of your seats. The rows, or the Mr. Green's article that involves Thoreau and philosophy is relevant and representative of our community. It really is. There's a balance that needs to be made, but we really cannot, ignore our heritage and regard to tribe and lake clarity and lake quality. We just can't ignore those things or any form. And I know part of the edict for the group is that you try and enhance public enjoyment of the lake. But the Native Americans say that if the land suffers, the people suffer. So take care of the land first is really the best idea. That's what brought us here, and that's what's going to keep us coming back. Too many people is not. So I just wanted to say that, our trust is in you, and funding and results are part of the requirements to earn that trust. And we need you to really pay attention to that. And I suppose most of the locals here have read this, some people maybe not, but I think it's a really good barometer for how the community is feeling, because the July 14th Tahoe Daily Tribune, they're pretty good at focusing on the feeling of the community when they put their articles out there. So please read this and think about the row. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public? Okay, then I'd ask staff if there's anything you want to respond to that has been raised that either by the public or by the board.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, Julie Reagan. I will just say the VMT implementation is very much still in the work program, and we'll be bringing that back to RPIC this fall. We've been doing a lot of work with stakeholders. We didn't get a lot into the transportation funding 777. That's linked to the VMT. So we'll be bringing that back. There's a lot of threshold update work underway. And also by the end of the year, we'll be bringing back some updates in the area of aquatic invasive species in the water quality area and stream environment zones. And then the other items around forest health are still being looked at, and stormwater BMPs and coverages included in the Tahoe Living Working Group work. So I think from what I heard, those issues are being addressed.
Thank you. Any other final thoughts or comments, board members? Okay, then I entertain a motion to approve the work plan.
Moved.
Okay, I think Ms. Williamson beat you to it then. Oh, thanks. Okay, Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane, yes. Mr. Settlemeyer, Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
Okay, thank you all. And so now we have an operating plan. We better talk about how we accomplish that. So we'll move on to item 7C, the fiscal year 23-24 annual operating budget. This is found on page 135 of our packets. And as a reminder to the public, after the staff presentation and board discussion, you may raise your hand in person or to be called on in the Zoom webinar to be unmuted by TRPA staff. So once again, Julie, we'll start with you, and then I'm sure you're passing it to Chris.
I will be very brief and just thank you for your vote on the work plan, and we'll commit to make those edits that we discussed and keep coming back with regular check-ins. And a reminder, we are hoping in October to have more strategic planning time with you, either in the day of the meeting, if we can accommodate it all in one day, and if not, we might have to go into a second day. But we'll keep talking about this and we'll bring it back. So, Madam Chair, as you rightly said, we have to pay for the work. So I will kick this off to Chris and maybe go to the next slide and just reiterate my thanks to all the members of this board that have supported our work in the state of Nevada, to have Nevada be at the 1/3 share of our general appropriations fund, 2/3 California, 1/3 Nevada. We had a great show of support from our Nevada delegation. in the legislature. It was a lot of hearings. It was a lot of work. I want to thank you all. And the same in California, the new grant funding that we have in the state, and to be whole in times of budget crisis in California. We're grateful for our California delegation as well. And then we have a lot of federal money that's been coming into the basin, and it's a real testament to our ability to move those dollars into areas of critical need. And Chris will walk you through really the details of the budget, but I appreciate your attention and all your engagement on the work plan. So I will turn it over to Chris. Thanks.
Thank you. For the record, Chris Kyler, Finance Director for the agency. As we're starting out here, we see they have three priorities, excuse me, late in the day, three strategic priorities that you did in the offset. The budget itself is net zero. It's balanced except in two areas. One is there's a small deficit in the shoreline fund, and that's going to be paid for out of prior fees that have been accumulated there in a small reserve. And the other is that, as you don't recall, about 3 years ago, we refinanced the long-term debt that we used to acquire the building, take advantage of lower interest rates. We set aside $500,000 in that to do long-term maintenance and upgrades of the building. And we still have about $250,000 of that left to go. And so we're funding for that. As Julie indicated, there are 4 new positions in here, possibly only 3 if we do the AmeriCorps volunteer for the HIT grant. So that would take us to either 73 or 74 permanent staff. The next chart, please. Here's the numbers. Bottom line is 27.2 million in revenues and 27.5 million in expenses. I'll do a comparison from last year or this year in a minute. We are up $5 million. And just note that over about the last 10 years, our revenue has actually tripled. And that's mostly in the grants area. The negatives on this chart are the shoreline and the bond monies that are being spent. But you may notice there's a big negative on that planning fund. And what that reflects is the planning fund is not currently collect enough in fees to cover all those costs. The differential, to be honest, is really the administrative and overhead expenses that we charge to the planning fund. We are talking about fixing that in the long term, but that would require roughly a 50% increase in planning fees to zero that out. So we're not proposing that at this point. I would also note down in that AIS line, under special funds, most of that stuff is paid for by grants, but in AIS it includes $750,000 of state funding that's earmarked to that, and for the prevention program, and almost $1 million of fees for the inspection stations, decontamination stations. Next chart, please. Now I want to talk for a minute about the revenue side. So here's a pie chart showing that our grants are now 52% of our revenue. That's up from 46% last year and up even more from prior years. Nevada, because of the success in the budget, we are up to the 2/3, 1/3 ratio, really for the first time in about 12 years. And in fact, when you add in additional monies that they gave us for staff salary increases and for our scanning project, Nevada will actually be ahead of the 2/3, 1/3 ratio. So that's good. There's one open item on the state funding, and that is we are going to be asking California in the fall if they will kick in some money for the staff salaries as well. So we'll have to see how that goes. The little other sliver on there, if people are interested, that's interest, that's the state, sorry, the local government's contributions and our outside rent for the tenants in the building. What's not on these numbers is we did get the state of Nevada $330,000 to TTD. In talking with our auditors, we're thinking that we may have to show that as revenue expense for us. So I'm going to bump these numbers up by that amount. No big deal there. Next chart, please. Here's a comparison between the 2 years. The general fund is up 1.2 million. And again, that's mostly the Nevada contribution. Our outside rent's a little bit larger, and also interest rates are up, so we're getting more interest income. Planning fund, we're showing an increase there. This is every 2 years we do a buoy lottery. Shelley was kind enough to draw the winners. Now those winners get to file an application for a new buoy, and so we'll have some extra revenue from that. Here, sorry. So, and just to clarify for everybody, the annual fee for a buoy or a pier goes into the shoreline fund. And the shoreline fund pretty much just pays for the administration of that program, the online permitting system, the enforcement side of the shoreline program, And we do a lot of outreach, mostly in the area of power and non-power water complex. When you apply for a new pier or a new buoy, that's a planning action. So that would appear on the plan. So there's shoreline activity in both funds. Getting down into the special funds, you might be surprised that AIS is down $500,000. That's because last year, if you recall, the Tahoe Keys demonstration project had a major effort on herbicides. As part of that, there was a substantial monitoring program there with a series, I think there were a total of 3 contracts with about $1.4 million to very carefully monitor those herbicides and make sure they did not get in the lake. That activity, there will be no herbicide test this year or next year, so that's gone. In total, we take that out, we're actually up a little bit in AIS. On the EIP line, our EIP grants in the past have all been kind of little nitpicky things here and there. But now, because of the LTRA money, we actually have a couple of really large grants in there into LTRA and in the areas of forest fuels and area-wide watershed. That's watershed, sorry. What do you want to call it? Watershed restoration. Thank you. Excuse me, I need to take a drink. So that's what's driving that EIP number so high. The transportation line, that line is boost. That actually combines both transportation and the other what formerly long range now area planning department. And that's really Karen's REAP grants for housing and things like that. In that EIP money, a lot of that money is really going to be passed on to partner entities and things like that. So it's not so much driving TRPA expenses. This next chart, please, I wanted to show you, this is not directly tied because this is grant awards rather than reflecting the actual amount of effort we're putting in the current fiscal year. But I did want to highlight that over the last 12 months, we've actually brought in over $18 million in new grant funding for various projects. And you can see as you go through the list that it's really dominated by those LTRA monies, the REAP money, and we have some money in the infrastructure bill. Fish and wildlife, so coming to fish and wildlife. So it's a good news chart in terms of where we've been in terms of we're securing the grant funding. Again, a lot of this money will be passed on to the partner entities. If I can switch now to expenditures, you see the distribution here. Traditionally, we've been kind of 50-50 split between contracts and labor, but because of all this extra funding that we're bringing in and parsing out to our fellow entities, we're now up to like 62% grants, to 62% contracts, and balance of compensation. If I could go to the next chart, please. This again is the year-to-year comparisons. The general fund increases are mostly headcount related. Also in the planning and permitting side, the increases in special funds are primarily contracted out, as I said, in those other funds. We are assuming that we'll give on-call cover that. Get the next chart, please. A little bit different graphic. This kind of shows the dominance of the contracting effort of the AIS program and the EIP stuff. In AIS, the biggest contracting area, the biggest chunk of that is our contracts with TRCD. These contracts cover both the prevention side, because they run the inspection and decontamination station, and they also play a major role in the treatment side as well. We are looking at really changing that relationship to be less of a contractual relationship and more of a partnership type thing. There's a number of other contracts there under AIS. UV light continues to look a lot of work on that. Getting down into getting new. Oh, okay. On RNA, that's a combination of two things. There's 1.3 million is in there for the ongoing monitoring of the basin. The balance of the money is in various process improvement type stuff. This is really keep our LT info platform, our GIS work, and our Excel permitting software all in there. And then down, actually broke out on this chart. The transportation is the OWP. And up in the upper right-hand corner of the regional planning, that's the REAP grants. Now going to labor, these are two quite different charts. The one on the left is a headcount chart, so it's kind of headcount by department. You can see our largest department is the permitting compliance. The chart on the right is how we pay for that. And if you look at that permitting and compliance and the general fund together, about 80, just under 80% of our total compensation costs. EI on there shows 7%. That's really just the grant funded portion. The EI department in total is about 14% of our expenditures on the labor side. So I'd like to joke on this chart saying, yeah, John has all the headcount, but because Kim spends all the contract dollars, Kim has all the money. If we can have the next chart, then what we're asking you to approve, approve is this, a whole long laundry list of things, basically approving the expenditures, approving the contracts, approving the 5% salary increases, approving the current planning fee increases and stuff. I did add one item on here, having spent a lot of time in Nevada budget hearings. They always tacked on at the end the authority to the staff to make technical corrections to the final budget. So I thought that was a pretty good idea, so I threw it on there as well. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any governing board comments or questions? Yes, Ashley.
I mean, we heard and we can see here we were looking for that 3.5% increase for permitting. But you mentioned before that there's definitely not enough, even with that increase, to cover the actual costs. So is there an escalation plan to get to a point where we can break even? Because 3.5%, given what inflation is, seems like a drop in the bucket. And I'm wondering if there's a way to propose a higher increase.
We could. Our rules of procedure say that we use the Western states, I think, CPI index with the annual inflation adjustment. We can, of course, adjust the rates any time you would like. Arlo's been looking at this as part of his process. You will bring a few changes in. But before we make the full leap to jacking up planning fees, it's probably a good idea to finish the process improvement work that he's doing and that we're going to be doing in permitting compliance so that we have a better grip on the cost side of what that equation will be. I would also say that they're starting a process, probably take us about 2-3 years of doing a little bit of OR operations research type stuff. So start tracking time a little bit and getting a better concept of how much time we spend on different types of permits. That's one of the first things Arlo noticed is some of our fees are not correlated to the amount of labor effort required to do that. So we're starting those processes, probably need to wait till the end before we have that.
Okay, yeah, I would just say, I mean, the work is being performed in direct response to a request from the public. And so ensuring that request, it basically is that we're compensating the public sector for the work that we're doing on behalf of a private request, I think is really important, just to show that we're being really mindful of the way we're spending public sector dollars. So I'm glad you're truing up the accounting and making sure that we know better what the actual cost is, but I would suggest a slightly higher increase might move us closer a little faster to what the actual expenses are. But I hear more work is necessary. I'm just registering it.
I should probably also say that a lot of the reason for the gap is after the Great Recession, we kind of held off on raising fees for many years, which was probably a mistake. It was good for the community, but we probably should not have done that.
Okay. Shelley, did you want to provide?
Chris, my recollection originally, the proposal was to increase the amount related to inflation to 6.4, and we backed off to 3.5. Was it strictly in connection with the fact that we haven't finalized our process changes?
Well, no, the original 6.4% was because when we started the budget process, that is what the inflation number was, but it's come down quite a bit in the last few months. And that's why I just was down to 3.5.
It's not down to 3.5 though, is it? current inflation rate
The particular index that we use is 3.
for the western states?
Yeah.
Okay, okay,
I
all
looked.
right. Okay, what's excluded? Can you remember
You want us to rewrite that? So when-
offhand? No, no,
Check
no.
it.
No,
No.
I mean, what do they include in that, as part of their evaluation?
It's the general CPI for trying to get the exact composition right. It includes, I think, all of western states.
Right, but sometimes they exclude certain costs.
This isn't,
It's not cost-based.
it is cost-based, but it's not, there are other CPIs that, yeah, that are more consumer oriented. or
Right.
More capital goods oriented. This is the general CPI,
is
so it's the more
okay.
inclusive version. of the
But that's
CPI.
what's shown as our procedure, but we could adjust rates and fees if we've fallen behind beyond that.
Sure.
Yeah.
You can change fees.
Yeah.
At your discretion, and as long as you follow the rules and procedure.
Well, it's always a delicate balance between discouraging people from making applications, based on the fees they have to pay, and wanting them to make the application so that we can collect those fees to compensate for the work we do. So I understand and I agree that it needs to be, we need to have a pretty robust cost recovery plan so they don't end up with large deficits. But with that, Madam Chair, I just wanted to report that the Operations and Governance Committee heard a similar presentation this morning and recommended unanimously to adopt this 2024 budget.
Great, thank you. Are there any other board member comments or questions? Vince or Belinda or Alexis?
No questions. Great job, team.
Yep, nope.
No questions for me.
Okay. Since I can't see your hand, Alexis, I need to call on you. Okay, with that, we'll look for any public comment on our budget. Anyone in the room? I'm not seeing anyone. Anyone online?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised to comment on this item.
Okay, so I'm ready to entertain a motion on this item. In order for the motion to pass, we need an affirmative vote of any 8 board members is required. Thank you, Mr. Settlemeyer. And Maria, will you call the vote?
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. And I made a mistake in my cheat sheet. The 8 votes were required for the last motion. This one was just a majority. So thank you. Sorry for that mix up. Yes. Yeah, we weren't sure if we were going to make it. Okay, we're on to item 7D, Transportation Equity Study, Proposed Policies Endorsement. This is item found on page 149 of our board packet. And as a reminder to the public, after the staff presentation and board discussion, you may raise your hand in person or to be called on in the Zoom webinar to be unmuted by TRPA staff. So I'm going to pass it over to Kira. Welcome. Good afternoon, Kira.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the governing board. 1 minute. Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the governing board. My name is Kira Smith, Senior Transportation Planner with TRPA for the record. I'm also joined today by our consultant, Kendall Flint with DKS Associates. She'll be available to answer any questions that you have on this item. So today I'm going to present a set of policies that were developed through the Transportation Equity Study that has been ongoing for the last 1.5 years. We are seeking the governing board's endorsement of this set of policies, which will later be formally adopted into the next update of the Regional Transportation Plan. Today, I'm going to quickly run you through a recap of what we did for the study and discuss how we developed the policies. And then I'll walk through a few of the policies in each of the 6 policy categories. Next slide. So TRPA kicked off the transportation equity study following a recommendation from the 2020 Regional Transportation Plan Environmental Justice Assessment. And this is the very first focused effort on transportation equity for the Lake Tahoe region. And while this effort was born from the RTP, development of this study and the set of policies was really critical for our region to both identify transportation barriers and burdens and to remain competitive for transportation infrastructure funding. We're seeing that more and more funding opportunities at the federal and state levels are increasingly tied to equity, and communities must demonstrate how their transportation investments will benefit disadvantaged communities. So for example, the Justice 40 initiative requires that regions prove that 40% of their funding will go to supporting disadvantaged communities, but the federal government doesn't actually provide a very clear definition for what that means. So through this study, we were able to clearly define who our transportation disadvantaged communities are and set policies to ensure that we can equitably distribute transportation investments. Next slide. So this project and development of the policies kicked off with the adoption of the Regional Transportation Plan in April of 2021. About a year later, we then contracted with project consultants DKS Associates in February 2022. We spent the next year, most of the next year, conducting public outreach, and then we had a policy workshop with you back in February. At that workshop, we brought forward a set of policy ideas that were generated through analysis and public outreach. You vetted those policy ideas at that February workshop, and we've been working behind the scenes to develop them into the policies that you'll see today. With your endorsement, we will incorporate these policies into the Regional Transportation Plan update, which will be ongoing in 2024 and into 2025. Next slide. So just a quick reminder, and looking back, this project included really extensive public outreach and stakeholder engagement. We spent nearly a year meeting with community members and representatives of our most transportation disadvantaged communities. And this level of community engagement was necessary for this project to see us through policy development and to this final set of policies that we have today. Next slide. So it's a little bit hard to see, but that's okay. So while we were meeting with the community, we were also conducting an equity analysis to determine focus areas within the Tahoe Basin for transportation access. We wanted to better understand where our priority communities, so our seniors, people with disabilities, zero-car households, youth, people of color, and low-income households, where those communities were facing the greatest challenges accessing essential services like grocery stores and healthcare and public recreation sites. By examining the relationship between population density of these priority communities and distance to certain locations, we were able to identify certain hotspot locations within the community. So one example that's shown here is a look at the distribution of zero-car households. So that's that map on the left, the distance from grocery stores, that map in the middle. And through a spatial analysis, we can put those two variables together to see which neighborhoods have a higher density of zero-car households and are further from grocery stores. So you'll see that map on the right. Which again, it's a little hard to see, but those circled areas are the focus areas. And we can then focus certain transportation improvements, such as expanding transit access or building sidewalks within these areas. You might also notice that the 5 circled areas align with the locations of our community priority zones that were identified in the RTP. And those zones are Tahoe Valley, Sierra Tract, Bijou, Incline Village, and Kings Beach. So this method of analysis is really just a starting place for us. And I just wanted you to see this example because we do plan to expand upon this in the next update of the RTP. But for this study, these analyses really helped us focus our community engagement on certain hotspots and also provided data-based evidence to support what we were hearing from the community about access issues. Next slide. So, in developing our list of policies, we used a mix of qualitative data, what we heard from the community, in quantitative data, what we learned through that spatial analysis to inform these new policies. The 38 new policies are organized into 6 categories. And I'm just going to review a couple of the policies from each category in the next few slides, because I know it's been a long meeting. So we'll try to get through them quick, but hopefully you had a chance to review them all. Next slide. So in your packet, the engagement policies will start on page 154. There are 9 proposed engagement policies aimed at improving TRPA's outreach tactics and ensuring that marginalized communities have a voice in transportation decision-making. So the 2 policies here, and then there are 9 total that are included in the packet. So the first one on this slide is to improve our communication channels with underserved communities by focusing on place-based engagement. So this could mean that TRPA conducts more boots on the ground outreach at farmers markets or community centers rather than relying solely on passive engagement through online surveys is just one example. The second one listed here is to review our contracting processes to identify barriers that might be onerous for smaller consulting firms or disadvantaged business enterprise firms from working with TRPA. Next slide. So in your packet, there are 4 new year-round access policies beginning on page 158. These policies are aimed at addressing critical transportation access issues and ensuring that our most transportation disadvantaged populations have access to services, but also that they have access to decision makers like you. So it's kind of a twofold for access. So this first policy on the slide speaks to snow removal. This is an issue that we heard a lot about through our public outreach efforts. So where we can through the regional transportation plan, our permitting and project funding, we want to help local jurisdictions prioritize sidewalk clearing, snow removal, and installation of transit shelters within community priority zones. The second policy on this slide is to support opportunities for appointed officials associated with TRPA, such as the governing board, to connect more with community members within the basin. And we can kind of work out specifically what that might look like, but the local community was really excited about this as a possibility in elevating their voices to decision makers. Next slide. The infrastructure section begins on page 161 of your packet and includes 11 new policies aimed at improving the way that we prioritize infrastructure investments by considering equity in every stage of project prioritization and selection. So this first policy is to ensure that proposed transportation projects are beneficial to disadvantaged communities. And this really speaks to that Justice 40 initiative in identifying beneficial projects and ensuring that funds are distributed to disadvantaged communities. And we could do this by incorporating equity into our project evaluation processes. The next 2 policies on this slide are a little bit more specific in setting goals to expand electric vehicle charging infrastructure around the basin, but specifically targeting installation within community priority zones. Next slide. So there are 7 new policies in the services section, and this begins on page 167 in your packet. The services policies are primarily focused on improving transit services and working to ensure that our priority communities have sufficient access to transit to get where they need to go. So the first policy on this page is to ensure that transportation services and programs are affordable. We know through our outreach that on average, Tahoe residents spend about 28% of their income on transportation, and that for low income residents, that number is even higher. So to implement this policy, we could establish transportation affordability targets and then implement services and programs that could help us meet those targets. The second policy on this slide is to support opportunities for crisis training for bus drivers to help improve the overall transit experience for riders. Next slide. The environment section begins on page 172 in your packet, and there are 3 policies aimed at addressing environmental preservation and considering the climate resiliency needs of our priority communities. So this first policy here is to expand our educational programs to encourage alternate modes of travel. We could do this by continuing to promote programs like Tahoe Bike Month, which hopefully you all participated in, or working with transit operators to provide travel training for seniors and people with disabilities so that they know how to use paratransit services. The second policy here, I think this is very relevant. We've heard a lot about it today. But this policy is to provide an opportunity for local jurisdictions and transportation agencies to begin coordinated discussions around evacuation planning. We did hear a lot from the community and from the board during our policy workshop about their concerns surrounding evacuation. And so I think we're still kind of figuring out what TRPA's role might be in evacuation planning, but this policy speaks to our commitment to being part of that conversation. Next slide, please. So finally, we have the technology section that starts on page 175 of your packet. There are 4 new technology policies that aim to advance the intelligent transportation systems infrastructure within the basin while ensuring that our priority communities still have access to and benefit from smart services and systems. So this first policy is to continue deploying ITS solutions around the basin to improve public information. And a future action here could be also to explore more bilingual messaging and information sharing. The next policy on this slide is to coordinate with Caltrans and NDOT to install transit signal of priority to help transit become a more competitive option and a more attractive option for those who really depend on it. And we could do that through some sort of MOU with NDOT and Caltrans. Next slide, please. So I did just go through just a few of the policies. There are 38 new policies total included in the report that with your endorsement would be included in the update of the regional transportation plan when we kick that off. And I also just want to note that some of the policies could potentially replace some of the existing policies. Some could be additional. But with that being said, there are still opportunities to adjust some of these policies when we go through the RTP update. So with that, I'm just happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kira. A great presentation. Questions, board members? Yes, Brooke.
I do have a question. I just want to kind of understand what the relationship is. So as for example, under year-round access policies, policy A1, it says ensure that community priority zones have adequate or comparable snow removal and other services to ensure year-round access. Like all kinds of different groups manage that during the winter, and it's not TRPA. So what is TRPA's role in ensuring that that's getting done or not? And what would you do about it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one way, there are a couple things, and I think that there are opportunities for us to explore different options to supporting local jurisdictions. One way is that operations and maintenance is a major project list category in the regional transportation plan. And so where we can, if we can identify opportunities to increase the amount of operations and maintenance funding that local jurisdictions receive, that's one way that we can help support. That's probably the most significant way. I think also in working with the local jurisdictions when we're permitting these projects, ensuring that there is a maintenance plan for snow removal of a new sidewalk, for example. That's another way that we can support that.
You know, one of the problems that we're having here on the South Shore is the county, for example, you could say the city as well. We're clearing the bike paths almost better than the roads in some cases. But the funny part, this is not the funny part, this is the irony, is that Caltrans, especially like out on Highway 50 leading from Myers into the Y, they have nowhere to store the snow except on the sides of the roads. So they're blasting through the highway and they're repopulating with snow all of the sidewalks and bike trails that we have just cleared. So, I mean, we have issues like that. Certainly funding is a big issue, especially when you have 20 feet of snow. So I would, that's great if TRPA is going to also provide maybe that level of support.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a really historic winter that kind of elevated this as an issue. And I think there are a lot more conversations that we need to have around this. And so acknowledging that this is a really big equity issue within our community, and just continuing to be part of those conversations and supporting local jurisdictions wherever we can. I think there's a lot more work to do, so.
Yeah,
Madam Chair, if
I
I can
think
jump.
given this year, that was probably a concern everywhere, right? That we couldn't keep the roads open and the trails all open.
It was, Madam Chair, I'll just add to that. Tomorrow, we have a very big meeting with our Caltrans regional representatives in Tahoe. I think some of the local jurisdiction folks will be there, the Conservancy. It's out in Myers at the CCC building. We also, thanks to Secretary Wade Crowfoot's leadership, have invited the Secretary of CalSTA, Secretary Omashakan, up to Tahoe in October, just to keep that dialogue. So I think it's just a good example of where our board, all of you, can keep that elevated at the highest levels of those kind of needs, because our, mountain communities are different than, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Sacramento.
Great. Shelley, you would.
I do, thank you. Kira, on engagement policies, policy E -3. I'm assuming it was just a unintended oversight. But shouldn't some of these advisory bodies and committees and commissions include not only voices of color, tribal communities, but seniors, as well as people with disabilities or people representing people with disabilities? I noticed that you, under service policies, make a distinction between seniors and people with disabilities. Some can argue that being old is a disability, but some could also argue that having glasses is a physical disability as well. So John, you're disabled. Two stripes. You mean the lack of hairline. Of course. You're not wearing your glasses at the moment. Anyway, I just suggest we add after tribal community seniors to engage the senior population as well. And then I just have a question there's a equity index scorecard under environmental impacts, projects and programs that reduce quantities of air pollutants. Reduction, 40 level of physical activity. What does that mean? Maybe that's just, the language was abbreviated to such an extent that it lost its meaning.
I'm gonna have our consultant speak to that.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, it's on, well, I don't know, you don't have our packet. It's on page 164 of our packet is the equity index scorecard under number 5, environmental impacts. I just don't know what that means. 40 level of physical activity.
That is a typo.
Okay.
I apologize. Sorry, Kendall, for the record, that is a typo. It should be for the level of physical activity. The idea being that you don't want to have an increase in pollution in areas where people are going to be walking or biking or extending physical activity.
Understood. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Okay. Thank you. All right. So that probably should be changed. And then.
So can consultant, Ms. Aldine? Ms. Aldine? You're in trouble.
No, not at all. Under technology policies, I'm assuming under policy T-2, when you're talking about cloud-based transit signal priority, giving priority to transit buses. So would that be in lieu of transit lanes? Because in some locations, we simply don't have the width to accommodate a third lane.
Yes, I believe that would be in lieu of transit lanes. I don't know if we actually do have transit or bus only lanes planned anywhere in the basin aside from 267 and 89. And so everywhere else TSP is, I think especially along Highway 50, I believe that TSP is the priority. And I know that Caltrans and NDOT are actively working on these projects. I don't know the exact implementation timeline. for them.
So how does that work? I mean, a transit bus moves into a safe lane of some sort?
So essentially, and I am not a technology expert,
okay.
so I'll preface it by saying that, but I think how it works is there's a sensor on the bus that communicates with the signal. And as the bus is approaching, the signal will turn green quicker than it typically
Okay,
would
so
have.
It's
So
like an emergency vehicle being able to manipulate the signal to allow them to pass through. Okay, okay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Yes, Ashley. Go ahead. Thanks for this thorough report, and I'm really glad with all the outreach you did. The one thing I noted is that, you know, the verbs are a lot of like ensure in some cases and then explore in other cases. And I noticed that when dealing with resorts and sort of the third party entities that are part of the massive draw for tourism in the winter, it was words like explore. And so I'm interested in being a little bit more strident with the resort operators and having TRPA engage more directly with them on, you know, Palisades announced parking reservations, but in that announcement, they said, and we're looking at ways to have shuttles, you know, available when parking reservations aren't there. You know, I just feel like the resorts need to be much more to finding those alternatives and to working really proactively to get them in place before they make announcements like that. And I know Palisades is not necessarily part of where we do our work, but I think that that's a great example of where they could have done a much better job of getting shuttles in place and parking lots ready and then making the announcement about reservations. So I would just encourage TRPA to set an example for what we want the desired future conditions to look like of winter travel and accessing the resorts. And so like, I love that you say ensure in some places, but with them specifically, with a lot of these private sector entities, I would just want us to push them a little bit harder.
And this is Haley. I see hands raised online. I see Belinda and then Alexis. Belinda?
Thanks a lot, Haley. So two of them. One that has to do with access. And I see the recommendations in here, which I think are great. What I'm concerned about is an employee population that might not have a formal employer, such as housekeepers. You know, how can we develop incentive programs that are not necessarily, you know, business-based or resort industry based, that probably, you know, employ a lot of BIPOC individuals. So has there been any thought given to that in terms of how to address that issue?
That's a great question. So TRPA is actively building our Commute Tahoe program. And we have been until now focused primarily on working with larger employers on and encouraging them to provide incentives for their employees. I think that there's definitely more work that we can do, and I believe that we will be looking at updating our employer-based trip reduction ordinance within the next year or so. And so that is something I don't know that we've looked at before, but maybe something that we could look at when we go to update that ordinance and working in that program.
Great. And I would think the same would hold for small businesses. I'm just thinking of, you know, the small restaurants that are independent, you know, that probably bring in personnel from outside of the basin that definitely impact them. So just don't want to flag that issue. And then in terms of the engagement policies, just want to understand these 5 focal areas that were identified. I think it makes sense the way that they were analyzed and determined. However, I guess I'm concerned about the significant population, I think, of low income you know, employees in the basin come from outside of the basin. So how was the input from that group captured in this process?
Are you, just for clarification, are you specifically referring to the community priority zones?
Yes. So yeah, I understand how you got to that, but in your engagement process, in terms of getting input from, you know, external users, is it how did we get input from folks that live outside of the basin but work in the basin? that are low income, people of color that, would get impacted by a lot of these issues?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we did focus a lot of our outreach within the community priority zones, within those neighborhoods, but we didn't exclusively conduct outreach within our community priority zones. So we worked a lot with the tribe. We had several meetings with the tribe, who the majority of them live outside of the basin. We also had a lot of pop-up events, I guess, pop-up booths to survey different folks at farmers markets. We went around in neighborhoods, and we went to these large employment centers surveying community members, and we had surveys available in English and Spanish. And then we also utilized data from our most recent onboard rider surveys that were conducted on board both TTD and TARP buses. And those surveys did capture a lot of those voices of commuters, specifically commuters who rely on public transportation to access work in the basin. And then I don't know, Kendall, if you want to add anything to that.
Thank you, Kara. Yes, I just wanted to also mention, we talk with a number of the larger employers in the basin, because we have a substantial number of folks that are coming up from not within the basin, but either from the Nevada or the California side. So we talked again with a lot of the union representatives that had a lot of the housekeeping folks, food and beverage, that sort of thing, as well as local hospitals, and of course, a coordination with the Chamber of Commerce. So in that way, coupled with the information that Kara just talked about, we tried to capture as many as possible. And frankly, we were also able to access some of the data from the destination stewardship effort, because again, we had a lot of people coming in from out of the valley that were in travel tourism positions coming in. We can't represent that we're able to get to everyone, but we did manage to get to a substantial number of the population that would be affected by these types of commute patterns coming in.
Right. Yeah. And I guess, the worry is always getting to the folks that never make it into the basin, and how you capture those opinions. I mean, that is a much tougher and broader question, but one that, I think we should do a little better job at. I mean, I just, thinking of folks in communities that are very rural in nature and just, don't have a way to access the basin at all. So anyway, but thank you. I appreciate all that feedback.
Thanks, Belinda. Alexis, you had questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This was great. I am so impressed, and I think this is a lot of data that my constituents really are asking as part of public transportation strategies. And I'm looking at the equity analysis that was put together, and I'm wondering, is there a more granular detail survey result that you can send to the board? Because I don't see it in the report on, and I see that with density and distance, what our focus areas are. And I don't see Incline Village being part of that, although you can see that we do have some red spots as part of that equity analysis. So any more detail that I could receive of, how many people and, what we were using as part of that, that would be helpful for me. And also making the argument that yes, indeed, many people in these communities are taking transit.
Yes. So we will be putting a lot more of that information into the final report. So we have the policies ready to go, but the report we're still working on a little bit. And that includes adding a lot of that information and some of the analyses that we did. We did look at a ton of different variables. So that example I showed you was just one of the relationships between two variables that we looked at, and we have so many other maps, and Incline Village is definitely one of those neighborhoods that pops up a lot in looking at a lot of those different variables. So I'd be happy to share that, and we are hoping to have the final report in addition to the policies within the next month or so.
Great, thank you so much. I'm just really impressed with the work, so great.
Great. Belinda, is your hand back up?
Yes, I just have a follow-up question, and this always comes up when we go through exercises like this, but very broadly. that what's the follow-up with the community? Gathering all this information is one thing, and then, having some recommended implementation policies. So is there a plan for communicating this back to the participants in the survey, and how, how basically we're going to our game plan, our work plan for implementation? Is there already a communications plan for that?
That's a great question. So we have been in constant communication with many of the different stakeholders that we engage with throughout this process. And so they're aware of this report, and we'll be communicating the board's decision on this report today. And then we are continuing the work. We'll be working very closely with Karen Fink on the HIT grant. They'll be putting out an RFP soon to conduct a comprehensive community engagement plan. And many of the policies that are developed as part of this study will be incorporated into that plan. We'll also be updating our public participation plan in advance of the regional transportation plan. And so there will be more opportunities for us to engage with these communities, but we do not plan on stopping our continued engagement with this community. We'll be attending these meetings regularly and trying to maintain the relationships that we've built throughout this study.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, John.
Thank you, Cindy. So I just wanted to, echo what Belinda said about thinking of the equitable access to folks, say, without cars outside of the basin. I mean, we've had discussion in the past about, governors don't like the idea of basin entry fees because of the equity issue. These are people who have cars and, spending a lot of money on gas. Theoretically, you could fund access to people who never can visit the basin because they have no car in the first place. So I think that would just be an interesting element to add, if I heard Belinda correctly, to that in the future. And then the question I have is policy, infrastructure policy 1.1, ensure all proposed transportation projects, programs, and policies meet the transportation needs and minimize negative impacts for all communities. So might that mean if the governing board were to be evaluating a proposed road bypass or other transportation infrastructure project, that would be, this policy would be used to evaluate the impacts on a disadvantaged community if that were the case for that project, and in a way that it's not being looked at now?
I definitely think that could, if once we do adopt this policy into the regional transportation plan, that could be one application. And I think that we're also looking at ways that we can incorporate equity into our project evaluation processes. So that's a great example. And I don't know if we've nailed down specifically what metrics we would evaluate, or we would use to evaluate metrics that relate to equity. So I think that there's still room to discuss specifically how we would evaluate projects.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Alexis, your hand is up. I don't know if you had another comment.
No, I don't. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. Anyone else have a question or comment? Did you? I had one, then I'll raise, or just more of a comment. So in the community priority zones, I know our jurisdiction is looking at housing in some other areas that currently aren't being reflected there. And obviously an engagement, we'll want to reach out to those individuals in the future if we're successful in getting achievable and affordable housing in some other areas that aren't currently shown on your map. So I just want to, as we're developing new housing projects, those zones may expand. Hopefully they will, that there's more population in different areas than where you have focused those priorities. So just a comment. Okay, with that, then we'll open up for public comment. If any members of the public here in the room would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Okay. If there's anyone online, if you'd like to raise your hands now, and you'll be called on in Zoom to unmute and make your public comment.
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised. Alan Miller, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Hi, Alan Miller, South Lake Tahoe. And I just wanted to mention that I have a friend who rides the bus on the South Shore here when he can. But he has told me recently that it's very inconsistent service. There are long lag times between stops. It's unreliable, and we've got this sports complex coming in view and so forth to come online, and I just really just want to opine that that's got to be improved, and that's my comment for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment on this item.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment. Are there any further comments from the board? Not seeing any. I would entertain a motion to endorse the proposed plan.
So moved.
Thank you. And Maria, will you, unless there's other discussion, I'll ask for a call of vote. Yeah.
Just to add any edits.
Yes. Motion to approve with the edits that were suggested. Thank you.
Ms. Holding,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman, Mr. Honigman, busted, Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes. Thank
Madam Chair,
you.
the motion passes.
Thank you. And great job, Kara. Thanks for all the hard work on this. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 7D, Tahoe Regional Trails Strategy Update. This item is found on page 177 of our board packet. And again, as a reminder to the public, after the staff presentation, we will go to the public for comments. So with that, Kara, you're up again.
You get me again. I'll try to make this one brief too. So hi again, Madam Chair, members of the governing board, Kira Smith, for the record. So this is an informational briefing on the Tahoe Regional Trail Strategy that was recently completed for dirt trails in the Tahoe Basin. This is the first ever trail strategy for the basin. And before I dive in, I do want to give a shout out to Alyssa Bettinger, also a senior planner with TRPA. Alyssa and I worked on this strategy together and would have been presenting this together, but she is on vacation rafting the Grand Canyon. So obviously we're jealous of her and hope she's having an amazing time. But I just wanted you all to know that this would not have been possible without all the work that Alyssa. I know I get to present and she gets to raft the Grand Canyon. It's a win-win, right? Okay, so there's no action today, as this project is really sort of part of the Destination Stewardship Initiative. So this is just an informational update. Next slide, please. So why a new trail strategy and why now? The trail strategy was a recommendation that came out of the Sustainable Recreation Working Group, and this was before they became the Destination Stewardship Council. Dirt trails are also included in the regional plan as a solution for more walkable, bikeable communities, but there has never really been a coordinated effort to create a long-term vision for dirt trails the way that there has been for paved trails and transit. Additionally, about 90% of the land in the basin is publicly owned by multiple land managers, and other agencies working on trails often focus their work in silos. But all of these agencies and land managers have cited the need for a shared long-term vision. Trail funders have also voiced the need for a shared vision so that they can better support regionally beneficial projects. So for all of these reasons, TRPA agreed to act as a convener to facilitate the planning process for the first ever Tahoe Trail Strategy. Next slide. So we started this process a little over 2 years ago by forming a steering committee. TRPA's involvement in this process was really just to bring regional partners together. Our steering committee was ultimately comprised of a mix of land managers, funders, trail stewardship organizations, as well as Achieve Tahoe, which is a disability advocacy group, and the Washoe tribe. So this set of logos, these were all of the partners who participated on our steering committee. And in addition to our core planning group, we also conducted extensive community engagement with various trail user groups, like equestrian user groups, OHV users. We met with homeowners and residents in areas where trails are adjacent to homes. Next slide. The specific contents of the strategy include a 15-year vision for a regional trail network for Tahoe, a list of new trail projects, conceptual trails, trailhead improvements, maintenance projects, and trails to be decommissioned. The strategy also includes a mapped inventory of the existing trail and trail network. And this was actually a really massive undertaking because there wasn't a mapped inventory before. And digitizing over 500 miles of trails is no easy feat, I'll tell you. The strategy also includes funding strategies and a list of possible funding sources to pursue for trail projects in the basin. And it includes signage and wayfinding recommendations. Next slide, please. So the goal of the strategy was to better understand what each land manager's priorities are, and as a group to help screen and prioritize trail projects based on regional benefit. This trail strategy does not include any sort of environmental documentation. It's sort of a precursor to that, but it's mainly just a vision document. So all of the individual trail projects that are included in the strategy will go through some sort of environmental review or have already gone through that review. And there is an additional public process associated with each of those environmental reviews. Next slide, please. So that's kind of a little bit about what the trail strategy is and also what it isn't. So let's dive into how it was developed. So as part of the multi-year process working on this trail strategy, we went to stakeholders and the public to help determine what should be included in the strategy and to identify where there are opportunities for improvement within the trail network. We heard from the community about the barriers they face accessing trails. So that's that graphic on the left. And then also about which trailheads they most frequently access. That's the map on the right. We learned a lot of other very interesting facts from the community and about their needs and wants. And we did end up conducting a public survey in which we received almost 1,000 responses from the community. That survey was available in English and Spanish. We had pop-up booths at farmers markets, and we went around neighborhoods and to popular rec sites and trailheads distributing the survey. So we had a really good response to that. And we also presented to the local high school to gather information from students about trail recreation. So we collected a lot of community input, and all of the information that we collected during public outreach really did help inform the goals of the strategy. Next slide. In order to determine which projects would be more regionally significant and should be prioritized in the strategy, the steering committee came up with 5 goal areas for projects that were informed by and vetted with public input. So the first is environmental sustainability. Projects that could be accessed by transit or paved path connections and did not cross sensitive wildlife habitat scored higher in this category. Connected projects that would create needed connections to the existing dirt trail and paved path network scored higher in this category. Equitable projects that would provide multi-use access, were located near a community priority zone, and would be constructed to allow people with physical disabilities scored higher. Enjoyable projects that would provide scenic vistas, lead to points of interest, or provide a unique experience scored higher. And then finally, feasibility. So projects that would be constructed by only one land manager, had broad public support, and did not have conflicts with private property owners scored higher. Next slide. So here's kind of what I mean when I talk about the scoring. So our project screening process included first understanding everyone's priorities over the next 15 years. So we spent a lot of time mapping out all of the potential projects that community members proposed, and we screened each of the proposed trail projects against the goals, sort of as shown in this table. That's one example. So we started out with maybe around 80 possible projects, and then we whittled that list down to about 30 using this screening process. And based on the screening process, over the next 15 years, partners are expected to implement approximately 53 new miles of trail connections, reroute 4 miles of existing trails to more sustainable alignments, formalize 7 miles of social trails, improve trailhead amenities at 26 locations, and add 6 new trailheads. Next slide. So there are a lot of projects that are included in the trail strategy, and I definitely encourage you to explore them all in more depth. But we did just want to highlight a few of the projects for you today to give you an idea of the breadth of the projects that are proposed. So the first project spotlight is the Emerald Bay to Meeks Bay single track trail. This trail will be a new single track connecting Emerald Bay to the Meeks Bay area, providing an alternate route for trail users outside of Desolation Wilderness. This trail will utilize some existing trails and roadbeds in the area, and will become a cornerstone section of the lake trail, which would enable a bikeable single track route around Lake Tahoe. This project is expected to be constructed within the next 5 to 15 years by the LTBMU and the Tahoe Area Mountain Biking Association. Next slide. We also wanted to highlight a few of the maintenance projects proposed in the strategy. Maintenance of existing trails and identifying funding for maintenance projects is a major goal of the trail strategy and something that all of the partners agreed on. And one of the more significant maintenance projects that is upcoming is maintenance of the Flume Trail. You'll see that on the East Shore, highlighted in yellow. And that maintenance project will be to help stabilize the slope and repair landslides. And that will be done by Nevada State Parks. Next slide, please. So the final project we'd like to spotlight is the proposed High Meadow Trailhead. This trailhead experiences high use in both the summer and the winter. Parking at the existing trailhead is an issue, especially in the winter for that neighborhood right there. But the neighborhood and the Forest Service are both supportive of expanding trailhead access by building a small parking lot up the Forest Service access road. And through our outreach and partner conversations, we also learned that there's interest in developing a public-private partnership with a local organization to maintain the trailhead and plow it in the winter. Next slide. So in total, there are 33 proposed trail projects and 32 proposed trailhead projects. The strategy includes information on each of those projects, including a project description, the project proponent, the land manager, the anticipated cost, and number of volunteer hours needed to construct it. So I definitely encourage you to check out all of that information in the strategy. Projects are organized into 2 phases. Projects that would be expected to be constructed within the next 5 years and projects that are expected in the next 5 to 15 years. Projects in the 0 to 5 year phase will be added to the EIP project list, included in the EIP project tracker, and the project information will be visible to the public. By including these projects in the environmental improvement program, it will open up opportunities for regional partners to lobby for additional funding for recreational trails. And as part of this process, a new EIP working group focused on trails will convene and update the priority list annually. The project list in this document is really meant to be a living list, and this trail strategy is sort of a report out on what this coalition has been working on over the past 2 years, but with the new EIP working group, work will continue and the strategy will be updated regularly. And Shannon Friedman with TRPA will be co-leading this new working group with the Forest Service. Next slide. In addition to the specific projects that are included in the strategy and based on the public feedback that we received throughout this process, the steering committee also developed a set of general recommendations that could be implemented with the strategy. And so I'll go over these in the next 2 slides. So this first one is to maintain what is already built. I think I mentioned that trail maintenance of the existing trail system is a really big priority for all of the land managers and trail stewardship organizations. So that's number one. Another recommendation is to communicate more often with trail websites like All Trails and Trail Forks. These are platforms where a lot of the members of the public receive information about trail recreation. And so as much as possible, if we can communicate with these vendors to ensure that accurate information is released on these websites to the public. Another key goal of the strategy is to improve trail options and accessibility for all, especially for people with disabilities. And so we have recommendations about including accessibility upgrades in new trail design and construction projects, and recommending that at least the first mile of trails should be fully accessible to further expand trail offerings for people with disabilities. And then as part of our inventory, we also were able to identify physical barriers that exist at some trailheads that could often be overlooked. These could be like boulders or gates that might prevent somebody in a wheelchair from accessing the trail. And so the planning process identified where these barriers exist and includes recommendations to remove them at specific trailheads. Next slide. In locations with high visitation or at new trailheads, we should be considering reservations and paid parking options that would also be paired with transit access. And these are efforts that can be explored and have been explored in the regional transportation plan. Another recommendation is to provide priority access to trails for people, for Indigenous peoples. And so this could be accomplished potentially through a parking pass or a tribal ID. Another recommendation is to provide safe crossings, especially at trailheads that are adjacent to major highways, such as Spooner or Echo Summit. And again, these are options that can be explored in the regional transportation plan and the active transportation plan updates and working with Caltrans and NDOT. And then another recommendation is to improve wayfinding and signage for trailheads, but especially for trailheads that are accessible through neighborhoods to ensure that people can find them and that they're not disturbing the neighbors. And then finally, we included recommendations for future iterations of this strategy to look closer at winter recreation access at trailheads and to look at decommissioning unsafe or unsustainable user trails. Those were some of the public comments that we received when we had the draft out. And next slide. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions, and I'd invite you all to explore the Tahoe Regional Trail Strategy at tahoetrailsplan.org.
Thank you so much, Kira. Great work. Board members, comments, questions? Okay.
Cindy, Kira, how do you, if there's a user conflict, you've got especially on a multi-use pathway where you've got bikers, hikers, perhaps equestrians, how do they lodge a complaint? Who would they contact if there are user conflicts that might jeopardize someone's safety?
That's a good question. I believe that they would need to contact the land manager directly.
Okay, so TRPA is not serving. I'm not trying to give
No.
TRPA yet another assignment, but the agency isn't coordinating the receipt and distribution of those comments then.
No, in practice, let's say the Forest Service as the largest land manager deal with those kinds of issues, Shelley. Sometimes law enforcement gets called too.
Okay, so is there somebody who might want to make a report, Julie? I mean, is there at the very least could TRPA in connection with our trail strategy post numbers and maybe contact information for each of and note you know, depending on where the trail is, who has primary jurisdiction. So a person doesn't have to look far to find a resource that they can use.
Yeah, sure. We could work together online to put that up
Okay.
there. Sure.
That would be great.
I think it would be part of the information at the trailhead would be a great access point for people to do that. Other comments, questions? Yes, John? And
Thanks,
then
Cindy.
Brooke?
Yeah, thanks, Kira. This one may perhaps overlap with your previous presentation. You mentioned transit options to trailheads or paid parking, and I'm alluding to this earlier Cindy comment, there's multiple agencies that are part of this steering committee, right? So could you maybe give an example of how that would actually be implemented, or any thought to like a pilot project? And if there were to be paid parking at a trailhead and connect with some kind of transit option, what would be the steps to actually make this happen, and what's our role to make that happen vis-a-vis the steering committee, other steering committee members?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think those recommendations are what you get when you have a transportation planner on working on this project. I think a lot of that work is being worked out through the Destination Stewardship Council right now. When we started working on this trail strategy, we talked about what it is and what it isn't. So we can make recommendations about hey, this trailhead, based on our data and analysis and public outreach, has a lot of parking issues. So we can recommend that that could be looked at through these other venues like the Destination Stewardship Council or the Regional Transportation Plan update. So those would be the venues where to explore some of those options. And this plan was really where we just looked at where some of these issues exist.
And I'll just jump in, Madam Chair, Julie Reagan. For the record, we also look at that through the corridor plans. That's really through the RTP now adopting the corridor plans as amendments to, your action. We work with the various partners. For example, the trail, the East Shore Trail, Sand Harbor to Incline is looking at that right now as a pilot with that, surge pricing at that parking lot, working with the Tahoe Transportation District, with NDOT, with all the implementers involved. So the corridors are another way to get after it. And we'll certainly be bringing that into the RTP discussion next year.
Okay, Brooke?
Madam Chair. I just received a text message from my lab, whose name is Chica, and she notes that you list equestrians as a user of the trails, and she feels that canines should be included in this list of users.
Only for canines who can text.
That's right.
With opposable thumbs,
She's
I
in.
guess.
She couldn't get on the Zoom call, but she was able to text. In all seriousness, you listed the High Meadows Trail as having some parking opportunities, which is awesome. Is there any discussion as to when that might occur? Is it is it one of those 0 to 5 year ones, hopefully?
I will have to look at that and get back to you. It's been a while since I've looked at this list fully. There's a lot in there.
No problem. Yeah, it's really exciting. One of the things, Mr. Hester and I were both attended a meeting with Fallen Leaf recently, and they were talking about an app that people are using when they hike. And the app is becoming problematic because what it does is it traces a person's excursion. And a lot of these people are not, they're forming their own trails. And then it's creating a trail. So I was kind of wondering if you were aware of that and if you have any thoughts on how that might affect what you're trying to do here, which I think is really good. But how do we interact with the public? Do you remember, John?
It's trail something.
Forks?
Trail Forks, that's it. Yeah, so it records and then it populates a map and then people try to.
And then people go back to duplicate it, and maybe it wasn't even a trail to begin with. Maybe they cut through some boulders and parked illegally, and now you've got people duplicating the experience, so.
And the Forest Service is having to go try to block them.
Yeah, that's a great question. That is definitely something that came up. in this process that the steering committee and the land managers, the trail stewardship organizations are all concerned about and aware of. One of the things that we did early on was creating that GIS inventory of our trail system. And so I believe that we'll be able to work directly with those app providers and have them upload, I guess, our official route system to their app so that hopefully that doesn't continue to happen in the future. But that was one of our general recommendations.
Other comments or questions from board members? Yes, Ashley.
I'm looking through the strategy. Do you have any private sector funds that are like adopt a trail funds to help manage and maintain the funds? Are those used at all? I have not gone all the way through to find the answer to that question.
Yes, so the Tahoe Fund recently established their Tahoe Trails Endowment. And I think you can find it and donate to it on their website. And that endowment is primarily to support maintenance of trails.
Not seeing other hands. I just had a comment that the most, at least for the North Shore, and I know we focus a lot on South Shore issues and I keep bringing up North Shore, but yeah, I know. I because I get to drive around the lake a couple, for these meetings. What I hear from the concern, we all agree, we don't all agree, but I think we understand why we need to disperse and make accessible public lands for public recreation in the basin. But the impacts to communities come in the form of three issues, and you've dealt with one, trying to look at the trailheads for parking. Trash is huge. And we have some public agencies that maybe aren't as well funded for trash pickup as local agencies are. And so we've been trying to work on that issue. I know in Placer County, 5 Lakes is a one just outside the basin. No restrooms, not a very good trailhead, tremendous use and tremendous impact. So I would just encourage us to continue to work with our larger basin-wide partners to find those ways, as John said, and I think Ashley alluded to, that we are getting funds and we're making sure if we're publishing these trails that we're taking people to where there's adequate services for them so they're not an impact to the environment and also to the neighborhood. So it's just, that's a strategy that it's really great to have trail builders go out and build trails. Not many of them want to clean the restrooms or pick up the trash as well. So they're great at building trails though, and hats off to them. But we kind of need that adopt a strategy or whatever it is that is going to help us mitigate those concerns on some of the trails, at least the ones I'm familiar with on the North Shore.
Yeah, that's a great point. And one of the things that we did as part of the strategy was inventory all of the existing amenities at all of the trailheads within the basin. So we even counted the number of trash cans that are at certain trailheads. And then we were able to look at which trailheads people are accessing most often and kind of reconcile where we need to add more amenities. And so those recommendations are included in the trailhead recommendation section.
Great. Especially as we look at educating the public, making sure we're directing them to ones where we have adequate infrastructure.
And Madam Chair, just to build on that, Julie Reagan, this, just to underscore the great work, this is really groundbreaking, but it is just the beginning. To be able to now inventory 570 miles of existing trails that were not mapped and were not coordinated among all the different land management agencies. And then, 53 new miles. So it really gives you a perspective of, we really need to take care of what we have. We're not looking to add a lot in this space. And the volunteers that worked on this, with our team were amazing. People like Chris McNamara on the South Shore, who's been advocating for this for a long time. We had the great opportunity to present this, Kira and Alyssa from TRPA at the Nevada Division of Outdoor Recreation meeting with Director Settlemyer there and the Lieutenant Governor and the Advisory Council for the state of Nevada, and it was very well received there. So there is a lot more to do, but it will dovetail into the destination stewardship program, and we'll make sure that we continue to brief this board as it evolves.
Great, thank you. Okay, if not seeing other board member comments, then we'll go to the public. Are there any public commenters not here in the room? I'm not seeing any online. Please raise your hand on Zoom if you'd like to speak to the board.
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised or comment on this item.
And I meant to do this earlier. We did receive a written public comment on this item. And so I just, as protocol, I'm going to try to work with staff to make sure that we outline that when the people don't come, that we did receive the public comment. And I think we all received that from Maria and read it. So thank you for that public comment, Mr. Grubb.
And he was here. He had to leave.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, well, there's no action on this item. Kira, great job and great undertaking, and it will guide us to the future of improving these trails. We'll move now to reports, item 8 on our agenda. We'll start with Julie Reagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of my items have been covered, but we do earlier in the presentation of the day, we do have something special that I would like to invite Member Aldine to help us with while John Hester is going to get our special awardee. We have something for Steve Biddle, who's constantly cooking for us, which on these days like today, like we would have all fallen over without the fuel that he provided for us at lunch. So while he's
I want to see his job description because he makes furniture. He cooks us meals. I don't know what all he does, but
it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. This is a very large building and we have multiple tenants and partners that work in this building, and he maintains it on his own and has had a little part-time help with Lance, who we introduced to you at the last meeting, and Lance is leaving us for the season, but it's just, he does an amazing job and cooks. So while he's coming into the room, I'll just do a couple other quick announcements. You should have all gotten an invitation to the Lake Tahoe Summit from our partnership with the Tahoe Fund and the EIP partnership, and also a letter from Senator Alex Padilla. Did you all get an email? Nodding heads. Good. Great. So that was excellent because that was a lot of work. I want to give a shout out to our team, Kim, and the communications team and Devin Middlebrook for working as we always do with all our partners to make what will be the 27th annual summit. That is on August 9th. Maria will be happy to RSVP for you. If you can just let Maria know if you're able to attend, we'll coordinate the rest because we always like to get special seating for the board at the summit. And then our team is also leading a tour with our partners through the interagency steering committee partnership the day before for congressional staff. And that might have even been indicated in the letter that you received. And I think we have, Kim, how many RSVPs? They're already flying in.
We've got about 25 so far.
That's amazing.
Mhm.
So for the Tuesday before the summit, we'll be doing a tour on the North Shore and the West Shore. And I want to thank our board chair. She will be kicking us off that morning. It's a busy day that Tuesday. We also have the Lake Tahoe Community College official groundbreaking for the student housing project. And I wanted to flag for members Ashley and for Vince. They have invited Governor Newsom to attend, but we don't know for sure if he'll be able to do it. So that's happening earlier in the day. We have the staff tour going on for federal staff as well as of the 2 states as well. And then I wanted to tease out what I heard Member Rice say earlier, just for this board, because you've heard so much public comment in recent months about the US Highway 50 corridor project, and Wes alluded to this, but at the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners meeting last week, there was just a discussion around the project to change the lane configuration, and NDOT's representatives basically attended and said they are putting that on hold. They're not doing a pilot. We're even thinking of doing like a 1-mile stretch pilot this summer, and they have decided to go back to the drawing board, go back to the community, and really look at other solutions to improve safety. Everyone agrees that stretch of highway from the top of Spooner to State Line, people are driving too fast and there are many unsafe stretches. So they're going to continue to work with our team to look at ways that we can increase different modes of mobility and better shuttles, deal with the on-road parkings. But for now, that US Highway 50 won't be coming back to this board anytime soon. So I just want to have you know that. And with that, Ms. Aldine, I would love you to do the honors. And Steve, bring yourself up to the podium there. We're going to embarrass you. Yeah. I don't know, the hot dogs were a little done today. I'm not sure.
We walked in and he said, "What's the failure?" And I didn't.
Before you joined us, we were just talking, we were remarking about how versatile you are. I mean, you're a facilities manager, you're a cook, what else do you add? What else is on your resume? I mean, this is you're a Renaissance guy. And so, but as members of the board, we used to have to walk down to the end of the street to have lunch. We'd have to go into town to find something to eat. And now, due to the hard work of you and your wife, and I understand she's a partner in your kind of informal catering business, we can stay here, which is much more, time efficient, and you prepare wonderful meals, and we're all very appreciative. So I thought, what would be appropriate to give to a chef? And I found this on Etsy. It's a carved cutting board, and it reads "Biddles, Biddles." So this is in recognition of all the wonderful meals you've served to us in the past, and we're expecting great things in the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And there's some, sure, and there's some Karen's pictures back.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Absolutely.
Now if we can just eat on time, you get better food.
Agreed. I was going to say that's the chair's fault, so you can blame me on that one.
Thank you, Steve. And then just finally, on August 17th, I will have my 5th community conversation in Incline Village at the UNR Tahoe campus in the Science Center. And we already have RSVPs coming for that. And again, welcome Megan. We are taking Megan on a field tour in the morning. We're going to sit and have lunch. We are going to really be a sponge. Megan has great expertise in the area of communications and community engagement. A great deal of the public comment and the discussion you heard today revolves around that. So we're going to pick her brain tomorrow over lunch to give us some ideas as we feed into our work plan on community engagement. So with that, thank you all for the really fantastic board meeting today.
Thank you, Julie. And we'll look to John Marshall for the general counsel report.
Just really quickly, last week in the Resi Upkind enforcement case, this was a enforcement case of an illegal mooring for commercial boat rental purposes. We had a judgment entered in our favor in the amount of $75,000 civil penalty and an injunction to stop him from future illegal activity. That's it.
Thank you. We'll move on then to item 9, governing board member reports. Are there any reports from any of the board members? Okay, then we'll go to committee reports. Are there any committee reports? This is item 10. You want me to go through each of them or just say there's no reports? Okay. Then we'll go now then to our final public comment period. Any member of the public wishing to address the governing board on any item listed or not listed on the agenda, including items on the consent calendar, may do so at this time. Individuals or groups who have already commented on items listed on the agenda are not permitted to comment on that same topic. The governing board is prohibited by law from taking immediate action on or discussing issues raised by the public during this public comment period. Do I have anyone in the room? Not seeing any. So we'll look online. We have also, I wanted to make sure everybody was aware, I think we all are, that we've received a number of public comment letters, and we take those into account as we're moving forward with staff. So is there anyone online?
Yes, Madam Chair. First up, we have, 2 hands raised. First up, we have Alan Miller. Alan, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Hi, I'm Alan Miller, professional engineer, South Lake Tahoe. And I'd like to thank those members of the public who've hung in today and who may listen later. I am optimistic. The board has my comments online, my litigation, Miller versus TRPA. I'm an activist against both the wireless onslaught and microplastics, both of which TRPA has allowed with absolutely no planning whatsoever in the public sphere. Now that microplastics are an identified scientific concern for Lake Tahoe, only I've publicly identified structures in the shore zone most obvious as sources, primarily associated with recreational boating. When a water supply for millions is at stake, all reasonably controllable sources must be controlled. And that includes these ridiculous fake pine macro towers with their industrial scale, uncontrolled plastic trash and microplastics in the tens of tons annually. Yes, all reasonably controllable sources must be controlled under prohibitions long established and water quality standards you shall not cause violation of. Fortunately, a partial solution to source control exists in exchanging toxics, forever plastics, and microplastics in the shore zone for natural wood, metal, and set concrete or stone. So I am here to tell the TRPA to comply with the compact by preparing environmental impact statements for both any new authorization of plastic structures in the shore zone and for the decades-long unfettered rollout of the wireless onslaught in collusion with the telecoms. I wanted to get online earlier and say to those concerned with fire safety and control, I say more landlines would be much safer in a fire emergency or other emergency, including a macro tower collapse or fire, as I've long testified to this criminal institution. There are safer alternatives. You know, with hardened wireless facilities against emergencies and you know, more connected landlines. So that's why I'll continue my refrain to roll back the rollout. Roll back the rollout of this wireless onslaught. Roll back the rollout and no more monopine. No more monopine. I'm grateful to the public for your tremendous support over the years in the face of criminal obstacles, including putting this meeting public interest comment information item only at the end of the meeting. I guess I'll just close by reading a short open letter that I wrote to Dianne Feinstein but never sent. And I think this is the time. And I'm sure many of you have contacted Senator Feinstein over the years, and she's known as
Mr. Miller, Mr. Miller, your time has been up for a few minutes or for a few seconds here. How long is this letter?
It's just one short page. Not even a double space.
Can you forward it to us, please? We've received.
That's all right. I really just wanted to read it into the record, but that's all right. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
The last hand raised is Rhonda Tyser. Rhonda, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Thank you very much. I'm a 32-year incline resident. The proposed amendments to increase density, height, and coverage of town center buildings and to allow accessory dwelling units must be conditional upon the safety of our community. I know you're all well aware of the efforts being made by Washoe County and our fire district to prepare Incline Village for a wildfire emergency. But I'm concerned that all of the ongoing preparations for dealing with a fire will not save us when disaster hits. And I say this after listening to the video called Lessons Learned, which was made by Butte County emergency personnel after the campfire in Paradise. I know Incline is nothing like Paradise, but that's not the point. The point is that Butte County emergency personnel believed they had done all they could to prepare for a wildfire. But 1,900 structures burned and 85 people died. I personally had a friend who lost her house. After a fire in 2008, the Butte emergency personnel redid their evacuation plan. They said they thought they had fixed the flaws. They were confident they had a robust plan. They had a department full of well-educated people. They'd put the information out to the public, and I quote from the video, "We were one of the best prepared counties. We had done drills. We had done tabletop exercises. We communicated with our residents about where to go and what's your zone for evacuation purposes. We pushed code red. All of those best laid plans. Well, nothing compared to what actually happened," unquote. What I want to emphasize is that we can't prevent forest fires in the Tahoe Basin. And in spite of defensible space and hardening our structures and practicing emergency drills won't be enough. Incline residents just can't be prepared enough. Our only chance to lessen the likelihood of disaster is smart land planning. And we rely on TRPA and Washoe for that. Increasing the density of people in residences in incline increases the likelihood of catastrophe. We don't need to increase the number or density of residents in Incline Village to solve our affordable housing crisis. We can rebuild and redevelop and redesign housing for our employees without endangering them and the rest of our residents. But we cannot prevent acts of God. We're doing our best to prevent short-sighted decisions that tempt fate. So thank you very much, TRPA, for putting our safety first.
Thank you, Ms. Tyser. Are there any other commenters?
No, Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment and I'll look for a motion to adjourn. That was a lackluster, low energy motion. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you
Aye.
very much.